The Physiology of Stress. If you're reading this, there's a decent chance you're doing it in a salvaged pocket of time, a waiting room, a delayed flight, the 15 minutes before something else demands you. That's not a criticism. It's the first piece of evidence that this book was written for you. The second is that you've probably already tried most of the solutions out there, maybe all of them. I'm a biochemist by training. I spent years studying the machinery of the human body, hormones, feedback loops, the microscopic bargains your cells make every day just to keep you upright. But this book exists because of something I kept seeing in my patients. The most capable, reliable, hardest-working people were often the ones whose bodies were quietly falling apart. Not because they were doing anything wrong, because they were doing everything, and their physiology was sending them a bill their doctors weren't trained to read. That's the gap this book is trying to close. Modern medicine is extraordinary at measuring what's easy to measure. It is far less good at measuring the thing that connects the fatigue, the neck pain, the 2 a.m. wake-ups, the creeping blood pressure, and the low hum of running an engine that never quite gets to idle. That connecting thread does have a name, and most of this book is about it. I want to be straight with you about what this book is and isn't, because I suspect you're the kind of reader who does appreciate having your time wasted. This is not a book that will tell you to simply stop looking at your phone, going on social media, or merely stop worrying about what people think about you. It isn't going to tell you to care less, work less, or want less either. This book will not be offering a pill, a supplement, or a gimmicky life hack. What it offers instead is narrower, and I think more useful. It is a specific, identifiable margin of effort that is costing you enormously more than you can imagine and buying you almost nothing. The entire project of these pages is helping you find that margin, and only that margin, and learn to set it down. Understanding what stress really does at a physiological level will help you notice quicker when you are slipping into that very costly fight mode. It will help you have a clearer roadmap of how to diffuse the alarms that sent you there. It will also help you look past the very unpleasant symptoms of the stress to the actual cause. I wrote this for two kinds of people who rarely share the same table: those who want the science to be rigorous, and those who have found more value outside of traditional science. In my opinion, both instincts are largely correct. I've tried to honor them both, keeping the biology honest without getting slowed down in jargon, while at the same time respecting the hard-won wisdom from philosophy, religion, and human intuition that science has often struggled to measure. I would love to share the many patient stories from my unofficial clinical study of more than 1,500 people. The short version: the results were striking, and the solution kept coming back to one thing: the 17% of extra effort on your to-do list that runs up your stress, and as a later chapter will show, costs your body closer to 10 times what it looks like it should. Let's begin. Chapter 1: The Health Checkup. Quick Start Survey, a personal inventory. The following statements describe ways people tend to approach work, relationships, and life. Look through them and check every statement that feels true about you. There are no right or wrong answers. You agree that if you want a job done right, you have to do it yourself. You don't like to leave a job half done. You dislike being sick, not just because of the discomfort, but more so how much it threatens productivity. You can easily work through lunch if you want to. You believe you don't need 8 hours of sleep. You are the first one up in your house. You have some sort of formula for how many cups of coffee offset each hour of sleep lost. You prefer to verify things yourself rather than trust what someone else says. You know how to cook delicious food, but when it's just you, you'll grab something quick. You do more than your fair share in anything. At a party or get-together, you typically find a way to help. You picked up this book to fill some unavoidable downtime in your busy schedule. Most of your day is spent multitasking. You eat while driving or walking. You keep snacks handy because you know you won't stop working to eat. You feel restless, guilty, or anxious when you have unstructured free time. It's hard for you to delegate tasks because you're convinced you'll do them better or faster. You often push through headaches, muscle pain, or fatigue rather than rest. Saying no to requests makes you feel guilty or selfish. You measure your worth largely by how productive or helpful you are. You frequently double-check things. You have trouble fully relaxing, even on vacation. You tend to take on emotional labor for others, fixing problems, managing feelings, smoothing conflicts. You typically don't accept it when someone offers to help you. You don't complain, and you don't like it when others complain. You are more reliable than anyone around you. You didn't check the box above that you're more reliable than everyone around you, even though it's objectively true. You wanted this survey to be shorter. Now add up your check marks and find your score below. Score 0, not an alpha. Are you sure you picked up the right book? Score 1, 2, you are an alpha. Estimated physiological function loss, minimal. Score 3, 4, you are an alpha. Estimated physiological function loss, mild. Score 5, 6, you are an alpha. Estimated physiological function loss, moderate. Score 7, 8, you are an alpha. Estimated physiological function loss, severe. Score 9, 10, you are an alpha. Estimated physiological function loss, very severe. Score 11 plus, you are an alpha. Estimated physiological function loss, absolutely unsustainable. Half of these questions sound like a job reference. That's the point. Alpha mode doesn't look like a problem from the outside. It looks like competence, good work ethic, or strong moral character. That's exactly why it's so hard to catch, and exactly why the body ends up paying a bill the mind never sees coming. The health checkup. Now tick every box below that applies to you right now, regardless of whether you already have a diagnosis attached to it. Short-term memory loss, fatigue, neck pain, back pain, headaches or migraines, difficulty falling asleep, difficulty staying asleep, generalized pain, jaw pain, hair loss, weight gain, muscle loss, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, increased infections. You probably noticed a correlation between how many boxes you checked on the first survey and how many you checked on this one. The connection between the two may not be obvious yet, but that gap is a failure of modern medicine and modern health education, not a coincidence. The standard blood panel measures things that have very little to do with the most common health complaints people actually walk into a doctor's office with. It almost never measures the one thing nearly all of those complaints have in common, the stress hormone cortisol. There's a second, quieter gap in most people's health education. Almost everyone has heard of adrenaline. Almost no one has heard of its physiological opposite, acetylcholine, the chemical messenger behind what's often called the rest and digest state. Very little in your day-to-day biology matters more than the ongoing tug-of-war between these two systems. One prepares you to fight, flee, or freeze. The other allows you to digest, repair, sleep, and heal. You are at almost every moment leaning toward one or the other. Two titans, cortisol and acetylcholine. It's worth pausing on acetylcholine for a moment, because this book is going to spend a lot of time on its counterpart, and I don't want the balance to get lost. Acetylcholine is released largely through the vagus nerve, the long wandering nerve that connects your brainstem to your heart, lungs, and gut. When acetylcholine is doing its job, your heart rate slows, digestion resumes, immune surveillance cells go back on patrol looking for damaged or abnormal cells, and short-term memory consolidates properly instead of being sacrificed for vigilance. It is not a passive, do-nothing state. It's an active maintenance state, the factory's night shift, running repairs while the main line is quiet. Cortisol and adrenaline are not the enemy. In short, situational bursts, they are exactly what keeps you alive. The problem, the one this entire book is about, is what happens when cortisol becomes the default setting instead of the emergency setting, and acetylcholine never gets its turn. That imbalance, sustained for months or years, is what I mean when I talk about alpha mode. Writing this book has been something of an uphill battle, because it's hard to ignore how starkly the target audience for a book like this is divided. On one side, there's an appetite for a magic pharmaceutical fix. On the other, a reflexive distrust of anything that sounds like science at all. I'm going to try to take the best of both sides and bring them together into something that actually works. My background is in biochemistry, which I hope will help with that, but I'm also going to try not to get lost in the weeds with the details and keep this readable. I am not going to tell you that all illness is caused by stress. That would be an overreach, and you would be right not to trust it. But I will say, with real confidence, that every single symptom on the health checkup above can be, and very often is, driven by the physiological impact of chronic stress. Specifically, by cortisol that never gets the signal to stand down. Science shouldn't limit itself to whatever happens to be easiest to measure. A great deal of modern medical guidance traces back to the Framingham Heart Study, a long-running cardiovascular cohort study that began in 1948 in Framingham, Massachusetts. It's an enormously valuable study, but it was also shaped by the limits of what could be tracked at the time. Cigarettes smoked, drinks consumed, pounds gained. Meanwhile, there have been more than a few people who lived past 100 with a cigarette in one hand and a sugary soda in the other. That doesn't mean cigarettes and sugar are harmless. It means there may be a more influential factor we've been undermeasuring for 70+ years. To be clear, I am not recommending cigarettes, alcohol, or sugar. But I am willing to make the bold claim that whether those habits catch up with you sooner rather than later has less to do with genetics than with something far more controllable. How often, how intensely, and how long you go into and stay in alpha mode. In this book, I'll define alpha mode simply as a fight-or-flight response in which the physiological cost is disproportionate to the actual benefit. Not every stress response qualifies. Sprinting from a genuine threat is alpha mode working exactly as designed. Lying awake at 2 a.m. rehearsing an email you already sent is alpha mode with no return on investment. All cost, no benefit, and cortisol with nowhere useful to go. 2 tools you'll meet again. I want to name 2 tools here, right at the start, so they don't feel like new jargon later. You'll see both of them again and again in this book, and I'd rather you meet them once now briefly than have them show up unexplained halfway through. The first is what I call 5-second yoga. You'll see it referenced constantly from here on, because it's the most basic reset this book has to offer, the fastest available way out of alpha mode, back into the present moment, back into your own body. Here is how to actually practice it. Notice tension, tight shoulders, a clenched jaw, shallow breathing, racing thoughts. Pause. For just 5 seconds, consciously release the fighting muscles. Let your shoulders drop, your jaw soften, your belly soften. Put your head up and let your weight rest over your spine. Take one slow, intentional breath, a longer exhale than inhale. When you release your breath, release all the tension with it. Remind yourself gently, this is not a lion. I am not going to get into a physical fight. This micro-reset works because it directly interrupts the feedback loop between attention and physiology that we'll spend the rest of this book examining. Even a few seconds of genuine non-defensiveness tells your body the emergency has de-escalated. Over time, these small moments compound. Patients who practice this consistently reported easier sleep, reduced pain sensitivity, and fewer spontaneous cortisol surges. The body is very powerful. It does not need perfect calm. It needs enough consistent safety signals to stop over-preparing for threats that never actually arrive. 5 seconds, repeated often enough, is one of the clearest ways to send that signal. You're giving your body the modern, on-demand version of what Kurt Richter's mice needed a researcher's hands for proof that this particular water has an edge to it. The second is what I call the 17% filter. You might assume the extra 17% you push yourself to give is the difference between mediocrity and excellence, or at least between moving forward and falling behind. But that depends entirely on what that 17% is actually made of. In practice, the filter means looking at the obligations, worries, and identity defenses you're currently carrying and asking which 17% of that load is the least meaningful, the slice you could release or delegate without anything important breaking. That specific number is arbitrary, and it isn't decorative. There's a very particular reason it's 17, and not 10 or 20 or 50. A reason important enough that it gets the next chapter entirely to itself. And as it happens, it's also where this book gets its actual title. Neither of these tools is a new idea, exactly. Every wisdom tradition that has ever told people to loosen their grip a little, or to stop treating every burden as sacred, was pointing at something real. What's different now is that we can describe, in the precise language of cortisol, collagen synthesis, and immune surveillance, and, as you're about to see, in the language of an actual measured cost among our own primate relatives, exactly why loosening the grip works, not just why it sounds wise. That blend, ancient instruction and modern mechanism, is really what this whole book is. That's the pattern we're going to spend this book learning to recognize, interrupt, and eventually replace, not by shutting cortisol off, but by finally letting acetylcholine take its turn. Chapter 2, the 17%. You may have wondered, picking up this book, where its title actually comes from. This chapter is the answer, and it is also where the single most important tool in this book is born. Life at the top. For decades, researchers have followed wild savanna baboons in Kenya's Amboseli Basin, tracking the same troops across generations. One of the most consistent findings was that high rank usually came with a biological bargain. Dominant males carried lower stress hormone levels than their subordinates. Status brought real relief, better access to food, more control over threats, less baseline vigilance required just to get through the day. Except for one male, the one at the very top. A landmark 2011 study published in Science, led by Lawrence Jesquier and colleagues, revealed the exception. While high-ranking males generally enjoyed lower stress hormones, alpha males were different. They alone carried both high testosterone and high cortisol. Whatever benefits came with dominance, the very top came with a hidden bill no one else in the hierarchy was paying. Uneasy lies the head. Long before anyone thought to measure a baboon's cortisol, human beings already knew this in their bones, that the top of any hierarchy is the loneliest and most expensive seat in it. The Romans told the story of Damocles, a courtier in the court of the tyrant Dionysius of Syracuse. Damocles was forever flattering his king, marveling aloud at how magnificent it must be to hold such power and fortune. So Dionysius offered to trade places for a day. Damocles took the throne eagerly and found himself seated amid every luxury imaginable, a feast spread before him, servants at his call. Then he happened to glance up. Directly above his head, the king had hung a heavy sword, suspended by a single strand of horsehair. From that moment Damocles could not eat, could not laugh, could not enjoy a single moment of the fortune he had so envied. He begged, quickly, to be let back down. The lesson the king was teaching is the lesson of this entire chapter. To sit at the top is to sit under a blade, and no amount of feasting lets you forget that it is there. Shakespeare compressed the same truth into a single line. His King Henry, lying awake through the night while the poorest, wettest deckhand in the kingdom sleeps like a stone, envies that boy his rest and concludes, "Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown." The king has everything and cannot sleep. The cabin boy has nothing and sleeps like the dead. That is not a moral failing on the king's part. It is, we now know, a measurable fact of his blood chemistry, the very fact the baboons of Ambosley wear in their stress hormones. The one at the very top is the one the sword hangs over, and his body simply never gets to forget it. The 17%. Here is the number that explains why. The researchers tracked agonistic behavior, fights, aggressive charges, status challenges, the physical work of defending position. Alpha males engaged in roughly 17% more of these encounters than second-ranking beta males. Not double, not even close to double, just 17% more conflict on average than the male one rung below them. Beta males could be strategic. They could pick their battles, let some challenges slide, rely on allies, displace frustration harmlessly. An alpha male has no such luxury. Every one of those extra 17 percentage points has to be answered personally, because letting even one go unanswered risks the entire position. There is no delegating the crown. What's remarkable is how small that number sounds next to what it costs. 17% more fighting is not, on its face, dramatic. Yet it was enough to flip an otherwise universal rule of primate biology. A modest, almost unremarkable margin of extra conflict turned the single most enviable position in the troop into the only one that never got the metabolic relief the rest of the hierarchy enjoyed. That is the entire thesis of this book, captured in one study. It was never the 10th or the 20th percent that broke the pattern. It was the 17th, the margin that, as we'll see, ends up costing the body many times what it looks like it should. Why so small a margin changes everything. If 17% sounds too small to matter, it's worth remembering how much of the natural world runs on exactly that kind of margin. A tiny quantitative change that tips a whole system into a different state. Water at 99 degrees is merely very hot. 1 degree more and it stops being water at all. It flashes into steam, expands hundreds of times over, and begins to obey entirely different rules. That final degree didn't add much heat. It crossed a threshold. Biology is full of these tipping points, and the alpha baboon sits just past one of them, 17% past it, which is why a margin that looks trivial on paper produces a body that never quite gets to rest. There's an old fairy tale that understood this better than most textbooks. A young woman arrives at a castle claiming to be a real princess, and the doubtful queen devises a test. She lays a single dried pea beneath 20 mattresses stacked one on top of another. In the morning, the girl is exhausted and bruised. She couldn't sleep a wink, she says, for something hard in the bed. In the story, the pea is proof of her royalty. Only someone that finely tuned could possibly feel it. But read it the other way and it becomes a portrait of the alpha curse. A thing so small that no one else in the room would notice it, buried under every comfort money can buy, and still enough to steal an entire night's sleep. Your 17% is that pea. Everyone around you insists it's nothing. Your body disagrees all night long. The human translation. Here is the question this book keeps returning to. How often do we blow something 17% out of proportion? How often do we try to control, defend, or over-prepare by that same narrow margin? The fights we didn't need to have, the outcomes we were never going to control anyway, the version of ourselves we were protecting rather than the situation actually in front of us. If you've read this far, your answer is probably neither constantly nor never. It's closer to what the baboon data shows, a largely well-functioning system, running just a little past the point where the extra effort buys anything meaningful. You are not fighting twice as hard as you need to. You are fighting 17% harder, and that seemingly modest margin is exactly what turns a high-performing nervous system into one that never quite gets to rest. Replaying an email you already sent, triple-checking work no one will scrutinize, saying yes to one more request you don't have bandwidth for. These aren't huge overreaches. They are 17% overreaches, and they are exactly what keeps your physiology locked in alpha mode. Researchers even have a name for the running total of that overspending: allostatic load, the cumulative where a body takes on from staying braced for one emergency too many, too often, for too long. It is the technical term for the bill the alpha baboon pays and the beta baboon doesn't, and in the chapters ahead we'll follow that bill through nearly every system you have. For now, only notice that the load is real, it accrues quietly, and almost none of us are ever handed an itemized statement. And we don't all overspend our 17% in the same way. Some of us burn it proving we can carry everything alone. Some of us burn it managing and rescuing everyone around us. Some of us burn it silently, holding our own weight so completely that no one ever has to notice. Those are three different doors into the same overdraft, and each one earns its own chapter later in this book. What they share is the margin itself, the small, unnecessary slice of effort that was never buying anything to begin with. The filter named properly. This is where the tool from Chapter 1 receives its full explanation. The 17% filter has two deliberate moves. Look at your current load, obligations, worries, commitments, identity defenses, open mental tabs, and identify the least meaningful 17%. The battles that aren't worth the physiological price. Release that slice, let it go. Then identify the most meaningful 17%, the people, projects, values, and work that truly matter most. Deliberately reprioritize your time, energy, and attention around that narrow, high-value slice. Protect it. Invest in it. You are not abandoning ambition, standards, or care. You are stopping the expensive leakage on the low-value 17%, so you can finally give your best to the 17% that actually deserves it. The same modest margin that costs an alpha male his metabolic relief is the margin you can now reclaim for focus, depth, and real return on your limited energy. If that first move sounds too simple to be powerful, notice that it is really just an old idea wearing new clothes. The economists have a version of it. The observation, named for Vilfredo Pareto, that a small share of what we do produces most of what matters, and by implication that a great deal of the rest is noise we could shed without losing anything. The philosophers have a starker version, that we improve many things not by adding but by subtracting, by removing what harms rather than piling on more of what helps. And the oldest version of all is simply an invitation to rest. "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden," one well-worn line has it, "and I will give you rest, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light." Notice what that promise is not. It is not the removal of all burden. It is the removal of the unnecessary burden, the 17% you were carrying that was never yours to carry in the first place. This whole book is, in a real sense, a long-form answer to one question. How do you learn to recognize in real time when you are about to spend that extremely expensive 17% and cancel the subscription before it renews? Reflection prompt. Think about a conflict, obligation, worry, or identity defense you're currently carrying. What feels like the least meaningful 17% of this load? The part you could release without anything important breaking? What is the most meaningful 17%? The part that genuinely deserves more of your time, energy, or focus? What is it about your most meaningful 17% that makes you feel like you can't or shouldn't prioritize it? You don't need to solve this today. You only need to start noticing the specific, narrow margin this book is actually about. Not everything you care about, just the 17% that was never buying you anything at all. Chapter 3: The Lion That Isn't There. You are not broken. Life is not broken. But there are things that can break your physiology, and most of us have never been told what they are. Your body is exquisitely designed to keep going, sometimes far longer than seems possible. It is not wired for defeat. By the end of this chapter, I want you to understand why your body reacts the way it does to threats that were never actually lions, and how to begin working with that reaction instead of being run by it. The body doesn't check IDs. Imagine you're walking home at night and a large dog lunges out of the dark, barking and snapping. Your heart slams, your hands go cold, your stomach drops. Now imagine, a week later, you're lying in bed replaying a conversation where a coworker questioned your competence in front of your boss. Same heart slam, same cold hands, same dropped stomach. Your body did not check whether the second threat was real. It never does. Physiologically, a threat to your reputation, your certainty, or your sense of who you are gets processed by the same ancient alarm system as a literal predator. Heart rate and blood pressure climb. Blood is shunted away from your hands and gut. Short-term memory and higher-order thinking are quietly deprioritized. Collagen synthesis slows. Immune surveillance stands down. None of this is malfunction. It's precision. Your body is doing exactly what it evolved to do. The trouble is that a psychological lion, a slight, an uncertainty, a cracked self-image, doesn't resolve in the 10 minutes a real chase would. It lingers. It gets replayed at 2 a.m. and a system built for short, decisive emergencies starts running as though the emergency never ends. This is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is an intelligent, if outdated, response. The emergency that ends and the one that does. You've almost certainly heard a story like this one. On a spring morning in 1982, in Lawrenceville, Georgia, a teenager named Tony Cavallo was working underneath his 1964 Chevrolet Impala when the jack gave way and the car, well over 3,000 pounds of steel, dropped onto him and knocked him unconscious. His mother, Angela, a grandmother in her late 50s, heard the commotion, ran out and lifted the back end of the car off her son. She held it up, by most accounts, for several minutes, while neighbors forced the jack back into place and dragged Tony out. He survived. People love this story for the miracle of it, and there's a genuine physiological marvel in there. But it isn't the part most people fixate on. Under an ordinary load, your brain never lets you use anywhere near your full strength. It deliberately holds a large reserve back, because muscles contracting at their true maximum can tear their own tendons off the bone. What an emergency does is lift that governor. Adrenaline floods the system, the reserve is unlocked, blood pressure climbs to drive oxygen and fuel into the muscles, and blood sugar is dumped into the bloodstream to feed them. For a few minutes, an ordinary person really can do something that looks superhuman, because it is the body spending, all at once, capacity it normally refuses to touch. Now here is the part that matters for you, and it's the part the story quietly answers without anyone noticing. The car came up, Tony came out, and then it was over. That is the feature of a real physical emergency we almost never stop to appreciate. It ends. There is a moment the car is lifted, the predator is outrun, the child is pulled from the water, when the threat is unambiguously resolved, and the body finally gets the signal it has been waiting for. The ramping stops. The parasympathetic nervous system takes back over. Heart rate falls, blood pressure eases, the flood of sugar gets packed away, and the whole system begins, gratefully, to stand down. Angela Cavallo surely spent the next day sore and wrecked. But her physiology had already started climbing back down the mountain the instant her son was free. The stress response was built for exactly this: a violent, total, expensive surge with a clear finish line. It ramps up until the threat is over, and it was designed on the quiet assumption that the threat would, fairly soon, be over. An imaginary threat removes the finish line. There is no car to lift when the emergency is a coworker raising an eyebrow, a comment you can't stop replaying, a decision whose consequences you won't know for years. Nothing gets visibly resolved because there was never anything physical to resolve in the first place. So the body does the only thing it knows how to do. It keeps ramping. Blood pressure keeps climbing to fuel muscles that will never be used. Blood sugar keeps pouring out for a sprint that never comes. The surge that was supposed to crest and release in a matter of minutes gets no release because the threat is a thought, and a thought cannot be outrun or lifted or left behind on the road. It simply sits there and your body goes on paying the emergency price for it. Not for minutes, for weeks, months, years. This is the whole problem in miniature. The machinery isn't broken. It's magnificent. It's just running a program written for a world of finished lines, inside a mind that has learned to manufacture threats that never cross one. Grief feels like fear. C.S. Lewis, writing after the death of his wife, captured it perfectly. No one ever told me that grief felt so much like fear. I am not afraid, but the sensation is like being afraid. The same fluttering in the stomach, the same restlessness. That overlap isn't poetic coincidence, it's biochemistry. Grief is what happens when your nervous system registers a loss of self, and your body treats that loss with the same urgency it would give to a loss of life. Most of what we grieve day to day isn't death. It's the threatened loss of a label, competent, strong, needed, good, and your physiology doesn't parse the difference. The difference evidence makes. There's a striking experiment, a physiologist, a tank of water and a colony of mice, that shows, more starkly than almost anything I know, how a single memory of survival can rewrite the body's odds. It's strange enough and central enough that it earns its own chapter later on. For now, just the lesson it points to, a nervous system that carries first-hand proof. This exact kind of hard thing is survivable, behaves completely differently from one that doesn't. Nothing about the muscles or the lungs has to change. The proof alone changes the equation. This is the difference between self-esteem and self-confidence. Self-esteem is a mood that is fragile, dependent on compliments, performance, or approval. It can be popped as easily as it is inflated. Self-confidence is not a feeling. It is a logical conclusion drawn from evidence. I have done something hard and I got through it. That means I am now positioned to handle something like this again. Your nervous system is built to update on real data. The tragedy is how often we erase our own track record by treating every new difficulty as proof we're not capable, even when we have already survived far harder things. Where the lion actually lives. If the lion is rarely a real physical threat, where is it coming from? Most of the time, it's coming from a mirror. Long before we could speak, most of us formed an image of a coherent, worthy self, first in an actual mirror, then in the mirroring eyes of caregivers. That reflected image felt thrillingly whole. The catch is that it was always a bit more put together than we actually were. Ever since, anything that contradicts it registers as loss, not of a possession, but of a felt experience we now believe belongs to us by right. This is exactly where fragile self-esteem comes from. Self-confidence, by contrast, never lived in the mirror. It lives in your own private ledger of hard things you've already gotten through. You'll find versions of this diagnosis across traditions. The Buddha pointed to the suffering caused by clinging to a fixed sense of self. Christian scripture urges humility and casting anxiety onto God rather than defending an image. In each case, the invitation is the same. Loosen the grip on the reflection so you can live more freely in reality. Humility and what actually grows. The word humility comes from the Latin humus, the rich, dark soil made from decomposed organic matter. Humility, at its root, isn't about thinking less of yourself. It's about letting something break down so that new growth can be nourished by it. The practice isn't to suppress the grief that comes when your reflection cracks. It's to let that moment become data instead of verdict. Data can be turned into knowledge. Knowledge doesn't need constant defense. Where we go from here. Your body isn't betraying you. It is faithfully running an old, precise survival script in response to a threat that is almost never physical. Once you understand that, you can start speaking its language instead of fighting it. In the next chapter, we'll look at how you already possess more evidence than you realize. Evidence your nervous system can use to stand down the alarm. Reflection prompt. Take a quiet moment. Place one hand on your chest and one on your stomach. Breathe slowly and ask yourself honestly, what are you grieving right now? Not a death, but a version of yourself, a certainty, or an opportunity you're afraid you've lost. Where are you still swimming, as though you have no evidence you can get through this? Name one specific hard thing you have already gotten through, not in general terms, but the actual thing, the actual date if you remember it. What did that triumph prove about what you can handle now? Chapter 4. The evidence you already have. By now one fact should be firmly in place. Your body cannot reliably tell the difference between a real lion and a psychological one. A threat to your safety and a threat to your identity get run through the same ancient alarm system, at the same speed, for the same physiological price. Which raises the obvious question. If the alarm can't tell the two apart, what can ever convince it to stand down? Not certainty, and not time on its own. The thing that lets an alarm quiet is evidence. A body that holds proof it already survived something once can afford to relax the next time that same shape appears in the grass. A body with no such proof has no reason to lower its guard, and every reason not to. So you would think the fix would be simple: collect the proof. You have, after all, already survived every hard day you've ever lived. And yet, as anyone who has carried a trauma knows, the proof is often sitting right there in plain memory while the alarm sails straight past it, still shrieking. That gap, between the evidence you already have and the alarm that refuses to read it, is the whole subject of this chapter. Your body does have machinery built to close that gap, a way of turning a survived event into filed, usable proof, and we'll open it up in detail later in the book, once you can see clearly what it's working against. Because before any of that machinery can help you, you first have to understand the one thing it's fighting. And the best way in is to notice how that fight shows up somewhere completely ordinary. There's a shadow side to evidence, you see. The longer you live, the more proof you also accumulate of everything that can be lost, and that quiet accumulation reshapes how you see even the happiest things. Christmas syndrome. There's something I've come to call Christmas syndrome, the way Christmas changes over the years. When you're a kid, almost everything about it is exciting, and as long as your gingerbread walls don't cave in, there's hardly a single bad thing to be found. Some people feel the shift sooner than others, but we all start out with a list that's nothing but the good parts. Then the years pass, and while almost nothing new ever gets added to the exciting side of that list, the unexciting side quietly keeps growing. I remember one year spending the whole week after Christmas playing in a refrigerator box and a fort we'd built out of other boxes. My parents told me later it had been, by a wide margin, their most financially tight year. To me, it was nothing but good memories. The boxes were the whole point. I remember, too, standing in a store looking for presents for my sisters, thrilled when I found something they'd love, easy home runs, year after year. Then slowly it got harder, not just to find something they'd like, but something in the exact same price range as everyone else's gift, so that no one would feel slighted. My family is genuinely easygoing about all of it, and still, whether it's the hours in the car to the grandparents' house, or a holiday spent without a significant other to share it with, the cons start, little by little, to outweigh the pros. There's a name for the general shape of this: depressive realism. Depressive realism is almost the inverse of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Where inexperience tends to make us overconfident, knowledge does the opposite. The more you understand, the more clearly you can see everything that might go wrong. I think of a mentor of mine I used to play chess with, in the years after his wife passed away. As I got better, my odds against him never really changed. All that changed was how quickly I could see that I'd already lost. He had a 60-year head start on me, and had once beaten a player who'd drawn with the world champion Bobby Fischer. I didn't have a single opening fully memorized. Every move I made, He could name the line it belonged to and tell me which players in history had used it. It was strange to watch how it worked on me. In one game, I actually got him down by 2 points and made a move I was proud of, and he still came back and won. But the losing wasn't the hard part. The hard part was knowing he wanted a genuinely stimulating game, and that I couldn't give him one. I was getting ready for medical school and didn't have the time to close the gap. I didn't realize until years later how much my aphantasia was working against me as well. I can't picture the board or the moves in my head at all, so memorizing whole games was never really on the table. And I was distracted the entire time anyway, worried about him, about how the end of his life was going. Losing his wife weighed on him. So did his son, who lived with him, and who was the reason chess carried such a charged, complicated weight for him in the first place. He'd come out while we played, say the same thing every time: "You're playing chess. You've got to put him on a clock, or the second he's losing he'll drag it out until you lose interest," and then turn and head back to his room. My mentor's head would drop. The sadness coming off him was palpable. A decision he'd made 50 years earlier was still aching in him. As I pieced it together, he had helped his son get into a good college, and then, that first or second year, the son took off to do drugs in the 60s and came back permanently disabled by it. I've never been able to stop turning over the wildly disproportionate consequences of a single choice. How one ordinary decision can go on echoing for half a century. It's the thing that makes any honest risk calculation feel impossible. And I think that's exactly why it's so tempting to bury yourself in busyness, or even in vices. Anything to avoid sitting still and thinking, because thinking about stakes you can't possibly calculate tends to either make things feel worse or lock you in place entirely. There's a modern version of this in the red pill and the blue pill: stay asleep in the matrix, or wake up. What people less often name is the black pill, the fear that waking up only reveals how tragic it all is. And there's something to that. Even the mouse that swims the longest is still in the bucket. Everyone has something they feel they're drowning in, and the depressive realism about it isn't a distortion, it's real. But naming the bucket honestly is not the same as accepting that there's no way out of it, and that difference is the whole reason this book runs as long as it does. The mouse in the water, as we'll see in a later chapter, doesn't drown because the water is deep. It drowns, or doesn't, depending on one thing: whether it has any evidence that being lifted out is possible. That evidence is what the rest of this book is about. I really do hope it helps. The variable underneath. If the fix were as simple as remember what you survived, trauma would be far easier to treat than it is. Plenty of people can recite, in exact detail, every hard thing they've lived through, and still feel their body slam to 100 at a smell, a sound, a door shutting too hard. The evidence is sitting right there in memory, and the alarm sails straight past it. So remembering, on its own, isn't the mechanism. There's a difference between telling yourself you survived and your body actually holding the proof, and that difference turns out to matter more than almost anything else. Which leaves the question this chapter has been circling. If it isn't how bad the event was, and it isn't how many times you've replayed it, then what decides whether a hard memory files itself quietly or stays lodged in the nervous system, live, loaded, and unignorable for years? Part of it is simple arithmetic. Turning to face a hard memory is physiologically expensive, and if you bring no genuinely new tools to it, reopening that can of worms ends the way it has ended every time before: a massive hit to your nervous system and nothing to show for it. On that math, leaving it sealed isn't weakness or avoidance. It's the rational trade, so the memory stays exactly where it is. But that explains why it lingers, not what lodged it there in the first place. And that comes down to a single feature of the fight itself, one almost no one thinks to name: uncertainty. Not how bad it was, whether it ever got resolved, whether your nervous system was ever able to mark the fight as finished. Once you can see that variable, you start to catch it everywhere. in the gambler who can't leave the table in the worry that circles all night, and in the specific, stubborn way a fight you never got to finish refuses to let you go. What is a trauma? A trauma is a question that creates more uncertainty every time you try to answer it. That's the variable from the last section, stated as plainly as I know how. An ordinary hard memory has an answer that happened, it's over, here's what I learned, and once the answer is filed, the question stops being asked. A trauma is the question that won't resolve. Every time you reach in to settle it, it hands you back two more open questions, and your nervous system, unable to close the file, keeps the alarm live just in case. Think of kneading sticky dough. You dust the surface and your hands with flour so the dough has something to release against instead of clinging to everything it touches. We do the same thing, instinctively, with the questions that grow stickier the more we handle them. We lay down a barrier of avoidance between ourselves and them, because every direct attempt to solve them only seems to leave us more covered in the problem. There's an older bread in this story, too. When Moses and his people were wandering the desert, they were given bread from heaven each morning, a substance they had never seen, which is exactly why they named it manna, a word that literally means, "What is this?" The name is almost too perfect. Their daily provision was, by its own title, an open question, and the instructions that came with it are the part I keep returning to. They were to gather only enough for that day. Most mornings, hoarding extra was pointless. It would spoil and breed worms by the next. Only before the day of rest were they given a double portion that would keep. I don't think the ratio is rigid. Some days more uncertainty is dumped on us than we could process in a lifetime. But the principle underneath it is, I think, the quiet answer to the paralysis of the last few pages. The disproportionate, incalculable risks that make depressive realism feel so airtight are exactly what you get when you try to gather all the manna at once, when you sit down to answer the entire unresolved question in a single sitting. It rots. You were never meant to metabolize a lifetime of uncertainty today. You're meant to take today's portion, which turns out almost always to be survivable. Maybe that's why, a couple thousand years later, Christ told those who wanted to follow him that they would have to drink the bitter cup, dregs and all, and then made a strange, enormous promise on the far side of it, that greater works than these you will do also. The cup wasn't punishment. It was the day's portion of the unanswerable, taken rather than hoarded or refused. I don't want to debate about what in all of this is literal and what is spiritual. It can be both. What I'll say is this: in nearly every story and dream that has ever been told, water stands in for emotion, for the heart. Read the image of walking on water that way, and it stops being a magic trick and becomes a description of something possible, an emotional life that had felt like a storm about to capsize the ship, grown still enough, stable enough to stand on. I can testify that this is possible. Philippians 4:9 puts the method in a single line. Whatever you have learned or received or heard from me or seen in me, put it into practice, and the God of peace will be with you. So what did we see Christ do? He spent his time trying to bless the lives of other people. Lift up the hands which hang down and the feeble knees, Hebrews urges, and make straight paths for your feet, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you. There's a mechanism hiding inside that instruction, and it's the note I want to end on. Whatever you believe about divine reward for good deeds, something concrete happens when you turn towards someone else's hard situation. As a neutral third party, you can see their problem clearly, without the fog that sits over your own, and then, again and again, you notice how their situation quietly rhymes with yours. Helping another person is one of the few reliable ways to reduce the uncertainty in your own unanswered question, because it lets you see from the outside what you could never quite make out from within. The clarity trauma steals from you, you can sometimes borrow back by lending it to someone else. Where we go from here. So there's the enemy named at last, not the size of the wound, but the uncertainty it left open, the fight your body was never able to call finished. Everything from here builds toward closing that gap. In the next chapters, we'll look at the actual chemistry of a fight whose outcome is still in doubt, at what changes when you trade absolutes for odds, and at a strange experiment in a tank of water that shows how a nervous system can be handed the one thing it's missing, proof that being lifted out is possible. Only once all of that is in place will we open up the nightly machinery your body uses to file this kind of evidence for good, and see what happens in trauma when that machinery can't get the quiet it needs to run. You already hold more evidence than you think. The rest of this book is about learning how to make it count. Reflection prompt. Think about the people you love and gently about yourself. Ask someone about a hard experience they've been through and notice whether they seem to be remembering it or reliving it, telling it with the same alarm and emotion as the day it happened. Pick one of your own hard memories. Does it arrive as a settled answer, that happened, it's over, or as a question still generating fresh uncertainty every time you touch it? What is one thing you could do today to help lift another person's burden? And, as you do, what parallel to your own situation might it quietly let you see more clearly? You don't need to resolve anything today. You only need to notice which of your stories are filed and which are still open, and to remember that you are not required to answer the whole question at once, only today's portion. Chapter 5. No expense too great, the chemistry of an uncertain fight. By now you know the body cannot tell a real lion from a psychological one. But there is a second thing the alarm cares about even more than what kind of threat it is facing, and we haven't named it yet. It is not how bad the threat is. It is whether you know how it ends. A fight you are certain to win doesn't frighten you. Strangely, a fight you are certain to lose doesn't fully mobilize you either. Bodies that believe the outcome is already settled tend to sag toward resignation. The state that empties your reserves fastest is the one in between, the fight whose outcome is genuinely unknown. Alpha mode, at its core, is not bracing for danger. It is bracing for danger whose result is still in play. And it is the not knowing, far more than the danger itself, that convinces the body no expense is too great. To see why, we have to correct one of the most widespread misunderstandings in all of popular science: what dopamine actually does. The molecule of the reach, not the grasp. Dopamine has been called the pleasure molecule so many times that the phrase has hardened into folk fact. It is wrong. Dopamine is not the chemistry of getting. It is the chemistry of anticipating, the signal your brain runs when a reward might be coming and action might still affect whether it arrives. It spikes before the reward, not during it. It is the molecule of the reach, not the grasp. And here is the detail that quietly underwrites everything in this chapter. In 2003, the neuroscientists Christopher Fiorillo, Philippe Tobler, and Wolfram Schultz published a study in Science measuring dopamine neurons in monkeys who had learned that a particular cue meant a reward was coming sometimes. The researchers varied the odds. When the reward was certain, the neurons gave a brief, ordinary signal. But when the odds were a coin flip, a 50-50 chance, the point of maximum uncertainty, something different happened. The neurons didn't just spike and settle. They ramped and stayed elevated, sustaining their activation right up until the answer finally arrived. Dopamine output was highest not when reward was most likely, but when it was least knowable. Read that again because your whole nervous system is built on it. The seeking system fires hardest at exactly the moment the outcome is a coin flip, because that is the only moment when effort can still change the result. Certainty, in either direction, tells the body to stand down. Uncertainty tells it to spend. This is not an obscure laboratory curiosity. It is the engine of every slot machine ever built, machines engineered, quite deliberately, to hold you at the coin flip, because a reward you might get on the next pull is more compelling than one you are guaranteed. It is why just one more is such a reliable trap. And it is why a threat you cannot resolve will not let your body rest. A settled danger can be grieved and filed. An unsettled one keeps the seeking system pinned, pouring fuel into a fight whose ending you cannot yet see. Layer the rest of the emergency chemistry on top of that, adrenaline mobilizing the heart and muscles, endorphins standing by to numb whatever damage is coming and to flood the system with enough euphoria to keep you moving through it. And you have a body chemically outfitted to go all in, indefinitely, on an outcome it cannot predict. I know what that state feels like from the inside, at a level I would not wish on anyone, because I once lived a single afternoon that pinned every one of those dials at once. I want to tell you about it, not for the drama, but because almost everything this book is trying to teach was written, in one form or another on that day. An ordinary afternoon. During medical school, I was studying on a Caribbean island, and one afternoon I was down in the main city on the south coast, helping a classmate with a community outreach project. Without any warning, there was an explosion. The building we were in shook. I froze. For weeks the news had been full of footage from Syria, whole streets vanishing under airstrikes, and in the half-second before thought caught up with me, that was the file my brain reached for. Who is launching missiles at this island? My classmate was already at the door. Freezing had been my instinct, not his, and I made myself move and follow him. But the doorway was where his instinct stopped, and another instinct within me started. I stepped out into a scene my 2.5 semesters of training had not remotely prepared me for. A truck had gone off the road and slammed into the 3-foot concrete foundation of a small house. There was a crater in the cement several feet deep. Debris was still coming down out of the sky. The 4-door truck was crumpled almost back to its windshield. I went down the stairs to help. The woman. There was a car parked in front of the truck, and as I came around it, I was headed for the driver, so the woman lying face down on the ground caught me completely off guard. I kept moving around the car, and as the rest of her came into view, I understood that she had been cut in half, across the top of the legs. I won't dwell on it out of respect for her, but I have to give you one clinical detail because of what my mind did with it. Her whole body carried a deep yellow hue, visible even through her dark skin, and the first coherent thought I formed, as strange as it is to admit, was diagnostic. This is far more than jaundice. Her liver must have ruptured. My hands were already moving to my belt to cinch a tourniquet around what was left of her waist. And then I noticed she was bleeding. Both femoral arteries were severed and nothing was coming out. There was no hope, and some clinical part of me knew it at once. I wanted to turn her over, and then a thought stopped me cold. If I did, she would look up into my eyes with the last of her hope, and all I would be able to do was watch her die. I knew I had to anyway. And just then I heard the hiss of steam escaping a radiator, and it broke the spell. The truck. There's a driver. I felt a stab of guilt as I left her and ran. The truck. It had come to rest on its side. Through the cracked window I could make out the shape of a person. I called to him, no answer, but I saw movement. Without thinking twice, I grabbed a broken edge of the windshield, tore the whole sheet of it away, and threw it aside. Inside was a man. "Can you move?" No reply. I was ready to pull him out through the open frame, but the dashboard had folded in so far that it had pinned his leg to the door. "Hold on tight," I told him. "We're going to flip this over." I turned around, and because we were in the middle of town, there was already a crowd gathered behind me. "Come on, we need to flip this over." I put my hands flat against the roof and leaned in. "Okay. 1, 2. Before I reached 3, I glanced over and saw that not a single person had moved to help. "Come on, he's dying in there." Nothing. I stepped up onto the bumper of the parked car to see further back into the crowd. "We need to flip the truck, he's trapped inside." Maybe 4 people finally stepped forward. As I set my hands to push, I noticed blood pooled along the top edge of the roof, up by the window, and it confused me. I hadn't seen it a moment before. He must be in terrible shape to have thrown blood that far, I thought. We heaved, and with barely enough of us, the truck came over with a slam. The mob. The door opened when I pulled it, a small mercy. The man inside had a badly swollen head and had gone catatonic, and then I felt hands reaching past me and heard the words being chanted, "Kill him. He's a murderer." I turned and pushed them back. No, this was an accident. Off to the side, a man I could see was drunk was cradling the body of the woman who had died and wailing. I was certain it was an accident. No one drives full speed into a house in the middle of a town on purpose. Something had rolled under his brake pedal, I thought, or the national elections were the next day. Someone had tampered with the truck. I learned later it was neither. He'd had a seizure and jammed both pedals at once. But my certainty was worth nothing to the crowd. "Get out of the way, this is justice. We will go through you to get to him." There were perhaps 200 people. I remember the thought arriving with terrible clarity. I cannot let them kill him. The only way to stop this many people is to start striking throats as they reach me and keep going. They began to close in. I felt the window to act before I was acted upon narrowing to nothing. And just as I resolved to start swinging, a man taller than me pushed through to the front. I am 6'4". He still had several inches on me. Pushing his way through the crowd with his bare chest, he looked me in the eye and said, "I'm going to finish this." I did the arithmetic without meaning to. Even if I could handle the first line of the crowd pushing on me, taking down that man, far bigger and stronger than me, was not good odds. And then my head and heart went suddenly, strangely heavy, and my gaze dropped, and I saw my right hand. It was sheathed to the wrist in blood, the driver's blood, from the roof of the truck, with thick icicles of it already congealing and hanging from my fingers. My first thought was how grotesque it looked. And right behind it came the second thought, the one that may have saved 2 lives. That's it, it's grotesque. As the big man stepped in and drew back to swing, I raised that bloody hand and shoved it into his face. He recoiled, stumbling backward. "Oh, you like blood, do you?" I shouted, and swung my arm in a wide backhand through the air, flinging blood across the front row of the mob. "You're crazy," someone screamed. "I'm crazy," I screamed back. "You're the ones who are crazy. Get back." I doused them again. I don't know how many times I did it. What I know is that I began to go lightheaded and to wonder how much longer I could hold, and where the ambulance was. The hospital was only just down the street. Holding the line. I turned to look for the ambulance and found it already there, ringed by a second mob that had probably surrounded it long before I noticed. The paramedics, I guessed, were afraid to bring a stretcher through, so I would have to push that crowd back too. I walked the line with my bloody hand held out in front of me, back and forth. The same drunk man had picked up a chunk of rubble. The truck had been carrying avocados, and the truck had blown chunks of cement out of the foundation of the house. Both were scattered across the road, and cocked his arm to throw it. I knew that the instant one thing was thrown, everything would be, and it would be over. I started straight for him, pointing. "Drop it." He knew I would come through the crowd for him. But he also knew that while he had my attention, no one had the other side, and someone rushed in from behind me and punched the unconscious driver in the face. I heard the blow land, wheeled around, and chased the man back into the crowd until he vanished. After that, I simply held the line, bloody hand out, walking back and forth, watching the 5 or so men in the front row, all drunk, all lit up, all waiting for an opening. Eventually, an off-duty fireman came through to check on the driver. He stayed with him a while, then went and spoke to the paramedics, and finally they came in with the stretcher. I walked beside it the whole way, hand out, keeping the crowd back until he was loaded. The part no training covers. At the hospital, I spoke with the father of the driver. He wrote down my number and said he would call. He wanted to have me over to dinner to thank me. He never called. Weeks later, back at the hospital for a clinical day, I asked after the patient. He had survived, but his father, it turned out, had come to see him in critical care and had learned there that the woman his son had killed was the father's own best friend, and the father had a heart attack in the hospital and died. That was the day. It ended with me lying awake, trying to sleep, replaying a voice from the crowd that had found me before I left. "We're going to find you." It's a small island, over the sound of two rival political parties parading and honking and shouting through the streets until 3 in the morning. When the fight doesn't end. Here is the part that matters most, and it is the reason this belongs in a book about everyday stress and not just in a war story. The danger ended that afternoon. My body did not get the message. I had a clinical final the next morning and a written midterm the same day. I had not slept. When I discovered the school had scheduled me again for the morning session that everyone else rotated out of, something in me started to come apart. I went to student services, to mental health, to the campus doctor, to the exam coordinator. I did not want to trade on what I had just seen, and no one seemed to have much interest in the circumstances regardless. So I lay awake a second night, listening for every sound outside, waiting for the crowd that had promised to find me, certain I was about to fail out of medical school, and in the morning I toughed it out and passed both exams. I thought that was the end of it. It was. A week or so later, I was walking on the sidewalk near campus when I caught a particular smell, hot asphalt and burning rubber. And before I had any conscious thought at all, I was on the ground, curled in the fetal position, shaking. When I could look up, I saw the cause. A battered work truck hauling hot tar and road material, exactly the kind I had passed 100 times. My body had reached the file marked that smell and pulled the entire afternoon back out at full strength, before my thinking mind was even consulted. This is the loop we touched on a few pages ago, seen now from the inside. The emotional charge never got edited off the memory, so the memory still fires as though the event were in progress. And you can see now why uncertainty is the fuel that keeps it burning. A resolved danger can be mourned and filed. An unresolved one, a fight your nervous system never got to watch reach its safe end, keeps the seeking and alarm system pinned at the coin flip, spending and spending and spending, on an outcome it still cannot confirm is over. That is a working definition of the loop that hardens into post-traumatic stress, and we will give it the fuller treatment it deserves in its own chapter. But lying there on the sidewalk, I stumbled, half by accident, onto the first of the two tools that can actually talk a body like this down. I found it fully a week later on a bus. Chapter 6, 90-70-30 Trading Absolutes for Odds. A week after the sidewalk, I was up in a small town on the north end of the island, riding a bus, when a skinny, shirtless, obviously drunk man near the front began shouting furiously at someone crossing the road. He got out of his seat and started toward the door. My adrenaline went to 100 instantly, and the thought came fully formed and screaming, I have to stop him before he kills that man. I moved to the edge of my seat, ready to launch. And then, for the first time since the accident, something in the back of my mind slipped a word in edgewise. Think about it quickly. The descent. So I did, in the only way my flooded brain could manage. I gave it one thing to check. He is not actually at the door. If he reaches the door, then I will know I have to move. That was all a single, concrete criterion to watch for, but it did something the raw alarm couldn't. It put a sliver of distance between me and the feeling. I took a breath. The alarm dropped from 100 to about 90. The next thought followed on its own. Look around. Maybe shouting like this is ordinary here. I looked. No one else on the bus had so much as glanced up. I took another breath, and the needle fell from 90 to about 70. Then the man stopped yelling and smiled, pleased, it seemed, to have gotten a little attention. Another breath. The alarm dropped to about 30. Nothing about the external situation had changed in those few seconds. The man was exactly as drunk and as loud as when I had first tensed. What changed was that I had stopped treating the moment as a verdict and started treating it as a set of readings. And I made myself a rule for next time. First assume he is drunk and wants attention, not that someone is about to die. The house with a smarter alarm. There is a general skill hiding in that bus ride, and it is one of the most useful things I know for a nervous system that has learned to leap straight to the worst case. When something genuinely new and frightening happens, your brain faces an honest problem. It cannot yet tell whether this is a freak event or the first instance of a new normal. Faced with that ambiguity, a rattled nervous system defaults to the safest seeming assumption: treat everything like the emergency, every time, and that default is exactly what grinds a person down. Because life is almost never either no danger at all or total anarchy. It lives in the enormous graded middle, and your alarm needs to learn to live there too. The mistake is to run your threat system on absolutes, safe or doomed, with nothing in between. The repair is to give it levels, and to attach explicit criteria to the high ones. You would never accept a home security system that dispatched the police the instant a bird landed on the lawn. You would want it to know the difference between a bird, a branch, and a broken window, to reserve its loudest response for evidence that actually earns it. Your body deserves the same wiring. If he reaches the door, then I move. Until that criterion is met, this is a 90, then a 70, then a 30, not a 100. Notice what each breath was buying as well. It wasn't relaxation for its own sake. Each slow exhale was a message sent down the same rest and digest cable we keep returning to, and each reassess gave that message something true to rest on. Quantifying is how you hand your thinking brain away back into a room that adrenaline has otherwise locked from the inside. Why the physical fight is the easy one. I want to say something now that will sound wrong at first. The state I fell into during that accident, adrenaline pinned, mind racing, body flooded, was not in itself foreign or unbearable to me. I spent 10 years racing dirt bikes, a decade in which my life was genuinely at risk most days I rode. 20 feet in the air off a jump or drifting both wheels through one corner after another, my mind ran at its absolute optimum, narrowed to a single bright point, the next obstacle. And it was a relief. It was a holiday from ruminating over some slight at school, from the gray weight of the mundane. For hours after a ride, my whole body would still be buzzing with endorphins, which are the organic morphine our body produces to aid us in the fight. There was also a satisfying catharsis that all I could think about during those times were the moments of kinetic brilliance, the wild taunting of the laws of physics, and the testing of my own limits. Here is why that matters for anyone who has never touched a motorcycle. A physical fight, for all its terror, has 3 mercies the emotional fight does not. It has a real chance of winning, a resolvable outcome. It has something concrete to defend: your life, another person's life, or at least an idea solid enough to grip, like justice or freedom. And mercifully, it ends. When it is over, and the body is finally allowed to stand down. The emotional fight offers none of the 3. What you are defending there is not your body but a vague sense of self, and an even vaguer sense of your own worth. And that worth is under siege not only from what people say and how they look at you, but from any thought you imagine might be passing through their minds. There is no perimeter to hold. There is no clear win. You can feel, for an afternoon, like you came out on top and still never walk away feeling better for long. And it does not end. It is, in the exact terms of the last chapter, a fight whose outcome is permanently unknown, which means it is engineered, chemically, to keep you spending forever. That is why the mundane and the emotionally exposed can carry their own species of horror, one without even the compensations of physical danger. On the bike, it was only me, the dirt, and the sky, and the whole picture was mine to paint however I liked. There was danger, but nothing I couldn't control. The adrenaline was a kind of martial law over my emotions. With my life riding on my focus, I could shoot down any insecurity the instant it appeared, no argument entertained. Take the physical stakes away, and the insecurities come back, because now there is nothing objective and urgent enough to overrule them. It is a strange asymmetry, and worth naming plainly. We demand intense justification before we will allow ourselves to feel happy, yet we treat permission to feel afraid, or ashamed, or disappointed as a settled and unalterable fact. Much of the rest of this book is about revoking that asymmetry, about learning to fight the emotional battle on purpose, with tools built for terrain that has no fixed perimeter, rather than fleeing into the cleaner, more concrete danger of a physical one. We will come back to what it means when the thing your nervous system has decided to fight is your own sense of self. For now, it is enough to see the shape of the problem. 2 weapons against the unknown. Step back and look at what the bus actually taught me, because it generalizes well past that day and well past me. If uncertainty is the thing that makes a body spend everything, then anything that reduces uncertainty is a way of switching the spending off. And it turns out there are 2 very different ways to do it. The first is the one you just watched on the bus, graded appraisal in real time. You can't always make a frightening situation less real, but you can nearly always make it less absolute, breaking a single terrifying verdict into a series of readings, attaching criteria to your alarms, and letting the needle fall from 100 to 30 as the evidence comes in. That is uncertainty defeated in the present, moment by moment. The second weapon works on the past, and it is quieter, and in some ways more powerful because it changes the baseline your alarm starts from. It is the accumulated, undeniable evidence that you have survived hard things before. A nervous system that can point to real proof, I have already been somewhere this hard, and I came out the other side, is a nervous system whose coin flip has quietly shifted in its favor before the fight even begins. And the strangest, clearest demonstration of that second weapon didn't come from a person at all. It came from a tank of water, a stopwatch, and a colony of mice who, once they had been handed a single piece of evidence, refused to drown. Reflection prompt. The next time your alarm jumps straight to 100, what is the single concrete criterion, the if X, then I act, that would let you watch instead of react? Think of a fight you keep having that has no clear finish line. Is it a physical one or an emotional one? And what, exactly, are you trying to defend? What is one hard thing you have already survived that your nervous system could be drawing on as evidence, and currently is? Chapter 7. The Mouse Who Remembered Triumph. So, the tank of water and the mice that would not drown. I've pointed at them twice now, once in passing, several chapters back and again at the very end of the last one, because each time I needed only a single sentence worth of the story. But the whole of it is stranger, and more important, than that sentence ever let on. And one detail in particular quietly overturns almost everything people assume about what a body does when it decides it cannot go on. In 1957, the Johns Hopkins physiologist Kurt Richter published a paper with a title that sounds like it belongs to a horror story rather than a journal, on the phenomenon of sudden death in animals and man. He was chasing a real and genuinely strange observation. Walter Cannon, the same physiologist who gave us the phrase fight or flight, had written years earlier about voodoo death, the well-documented cases in which a person, told by someone they believed had the power to curse them that they would die, simply did, on schedule, with no wound and no poison anyone could find. Cannon assumed the mechanism had to be fight or flight run to catastrophe, the sympathetic nervous system flooring the accelerator until the heart tore itself apart. Richter set out to reproduce something like it in the lab, and to watch, precisely, what killed the animal. So he put mice in tall glass jars of water they could not climb out of, and timed how long they swam before they went under. The tame, domesticated laboratory mice did what you would expect a strong animal to do. They swam and kept swimming for hours, in many cases the better part of a day. But when Richter dropped in wild mice, freshly trapped, fierce, aggressive, superb swimmers by every measure of the outdoors, they died. Not after a heroic struggle. Within minutes. Some sank almost as soon as they hit the water before exhaustion could possibly have been the cause. The very animals built to survive were the first to drown. What the electrocardiogram showed. Here is the finding that should stop you, and the reason this experiment earns its own chapter rather than a passing mention. Richter wired the mice for an electrocardiogram and watched their hearts as they died. If Cannon had been right, if these were fight-or-flight deaths, the heart should have raced itself into failure faster and faster until it fibrillated. That is not what the tracing showed. The heart slowed. It decelerated steadily and then stopped, engorged and full of blood, caught in the relaxed phase of its own beat. When Richter blocked the vagus nerve with atropine, some of the mice were protected. When he gave drugs that stimulated that same nerve, they died even faster. When he removed the adrenal glands, it made no difference at all. Read that again in the language we have been building. The wild mice did not die from too much fight. They died from surrender, and surrender turned out to have a physiological signature all its own, running down the exact cable we keep returning to in this book, the vagus, the great trunk line of the rest and digest system. The same wiring that lowers your blood pressure after a meal and lets you sleep can, pushed to its own dark extreme, break the heart all the way to a standstill. It was not the accelerator that killed them. It was the brake jammed to the floor. We now understand that Cannon and Richter were both partly right, that a life-or-death crisis sets off a kind of autonomic storm, accelerator and brake seized at once, and that in some bodies under some conditions the brake wins. But sit with the raw shape of Richter's result for a moment, because it reframes the entire alpha problem this book is about. We spend most of these pages worried about the accelerator, the pinned adrenaline, the cortisol, the heart driven too hard for too long. And that worry is correct, but Richter's mice are a reminder of the other cliff, the one on the far side of exhaustion, where the danger is no longer that the body fights too hard, but that it stops believing there is any point in fighting at all. That state is not calm. It only looks like calm from the outside. Underneath, it is a system concluding that nothing it does will matter and beginning on that conclusion alone to shut the lights off. The thing that brought them back. Which raises the obvious question, the one Richter himself asked next. If hopelessness could kill a strong animal in minutes, could its opposite keep one alive? So he changed one variable and only one. Before putting the vulnerable mice in the jar to stay, he would pick them up, hold them a moment, and set them free. He would lower them briefly into the water and lift them out again. He did this a few times, just enough for the animal to accumulate a handful of direct bodily experiences of the same sequence. This happens, and then it ends, and then I am out. Then he ran the real trial. The mice that had been given that small dose of rescue did not die early. They swam and kept swimming, on par with the hardiest lab animals and sometimes longer. After elimination of the hopelessness, Richter wrote, in one of the flattest sentences ever to carry that much weight, the mice do not die. Nothing about their muscles, lungs, or physical reserves had changed. What changed was that the nervous system now held a piece of evidence it had not held before. This exact kind of hard thing is survivable. I have the data. I was in this water and I got out. Not a pep talk, not a feeling talked into existence, a memory of its own rescue, logged in the body as proof. This is the difference between self-esteem and self-confidence, and it is worth drawing the line as sharply as the experiment does. Self-esteem is a puff of hot air, a feeling of being good, capable, or worthy, floated up by compliments, performance, or someone's approving glance. Because a feeling is all it is, it can be popped by exactly the means that inflated it. One cold look, one bad quarter, one better-looking mouse in the next jar. Self-confidence is not a feeling at all. It is a conclusion, the entirely logical inference your nervous system is entitled to draw from real evidence. I have done something hard, and I know I did, and I got through it. Therefore, I am now positioned to handle something like it again. The mouse in the water the second time was not riding on borrowed courage or a good mood. It had a track record. And unlike a mood, no one else can walk into the room and take a track record away from you. The ledger you keep erasing. You have already survived every hard day you have ever had. That is not a line for a poster. It is a description of a dataset, and the dataset belongs to you. Every difficult year, every loss you somehow walked out the other side of, every night you were certain you could not do it and then did, these are not merely stories to tell at dinner. They are biological evidence, admissible in the only court that sets your alarm level, and your nervous system is allowed to enter every one of them into the record. The trouble, for the kind of person likely to be reading this book, is that we treat this evidence as a liability instead of an asset. We are alphas. We audit. So we replay the hard thing looking for what we should have done faster, cleaner, sooner. We minimize what we actually endured. It wasn't that bad, other people have had it worse, I got lucky. We hold the survived thing at arm's length as though counting it would be a kind of bragging, or a kind of weakness for having found it hard in the first place. And in doing all that, we quietly strike our own testimony from the record. We leave the nervous system swimming in the jar with no memory of ever having been lifted out, which is precisely the condition Richter showed to be lethal. The repair is almost embarrassingly simple, which is exactly why people skip it. You count them, deliberately, specifically, and this matters more than it should out loud where you can. Not "I've been through a lot." That is too vague to file. The actual thing, the year, the diagnosis, the phone call, the day you thought was the end of you and wasn't. Name it plainly enough that some older, wordless part of the system has no choice but to update the file from unsurvivable to survived. You are not lying to yourself. You are finally admitting into evidence something that was true all along and that you had been carefully keeping off the books. David, the Lion and the Bear. You will find this same mechanism sitting in the middle of one of the oldest stories in the Western canon, hiding in plain sight in a passage everyone thinks they already know. When the shepherd boy David volunteers to face Goliath, King Saul does the sensible thing and tries to talk him out of it. You are a boy, and this is a soldier who has fought since his youth. David's answer is not bravado, and it is not faith in the abstract. It is a ledger. He tells Saul that when he kept his father's sheep, a lion came and a bear and carried off a lamb, and he went after them and struck them and rescued it from their mouths. Then comes the actual argument, the load-bearing sentence. The same power that delivered me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will deliver me from this Philistine. He is not summoning a feeling of confidence. He is reasoning from banked evidence. I have already survived the lion. I have already survived the bear. Goliath is that shape again, and I know what I do with that shape. I don't want to argue here about how much of that story is history and how much is theology. It can be both, and the mechanism is the same either way. What the storyteller understood, 3,000 years before anyone owned an electrocardiogram, is that courage in the face of a giant is not manufactured on the spot out of willpower. It is withdrawn from an account you have already been paying into, one lion and one bear at a time. And the person who has kept that account honestly walks toward the giant with something the terrified army on the hillside does not have. Not a better mood. Proof. What the lab found when it looked closer. Richter was not the only one to stumble onto this, and the science that came after him sharpened the picture in a way worth knowing about, because it moves the whole idea from parable to physiology. A decade later, studying animals that could not escape an unpleasant situation no matter what they did, researchers described what they called learned helplessness. An animal taught, through repeated experience, that its actions changed nothing would eventually stop trying, and would go on not trying even later, when escape was made easy and obvious right in front of it. For 50 years that was the headline, and it reads as a mirror image of Richter's jar. Teach a creature that effort is futile, and you get the drowning wild rat. But the most interesting turn in that story came much later, when the same scientists went back with the tools to watch the brain directly and discovered they had, in their words, gotten it backwards. Passivity and dread in the face of prolonged, uncontrollable stress are not learned at all. They are the default, the built-in, automatic reaction of a mammalian nervous system to being cornered with no apparent exit. What actually gets learned and what has to be actively detected is the opposite: control. The presence of a way out, of an action that reliably changes the outcome. And when a specific region of the prefrontal cortex detects that control, it reaches down and inhibits the deep, ancient circuits that would otherwise run the default shutdown. In other words, the calm is the achievement, not the panic. The nervous system's baseline assumption is the jar. Evidence that you can affect your fate is the thing that reaches down and quiets the alarm. Exactly what a researcher's hands were doing for those mice, and exactly what you are doing for yourself every time you enter one more survived hard thing into the ledger. The psychologist Albert Bandura spent a career putting numbers on the same idea from the human side. He found that a person's belief in their own capability, he called it self-efficacy, has many sources: encouragement, watching others succeed, the raw feel of your own arousal. But he found that one source dwarfs all the others in how durably it moves the needle. It is not being told you can do it. It is not watching someone else do it. It is having actually done it yourself, what he called mastery experience, direct and personal proof of performance. Persuasion inflates like self-esteem and deflates just as fast. Mastery is banked like self-confidence and doesn't leave. This is, more or less, Richter's finding wearing a lab coat and carrying a clipboard. The most powerful thing you can give a nervous system is not a reason to believe it will be fine. It is a memory of a time it already was. The evidence you haven't lived yet. There is one more layer, and it is the strangest and, for some readers, the most useful, because it says you can build this kind of evidence even before the hard thing is over. Even in the most extreme case on record from inside hell. Viktor Frankl survived Auschwitz and wrote afterward about what kept a person alive in a place engineered to strip away every external reason to stay so. Stripped of everything: name, family, work, future, the barest dignity. He found that he could still do one thing with his mind. He could rehearse, in vivid detail, standing at a lectern in a warm, bright hall after the war, delivering a lecture on the psychology of the concentration camps to an attentive audience. He built deliberately a future memory, a fully imagined scene of having already survived this and made meaning out of it. It was not denial. He knew exactly where his body was. It was the manufacture of evidence where none was allowed to exist, a way of handing his nervous system a picture of the far shore so that it would keep swimming toward one. That internal proof sustained him when nothing external could. You do not need Auschwitz to use the mechanism. You only need to notice that your imagination can plant a piece of evidence in the future the same way memory files one from the past, and that a body will swim toward a shore it can picture. But I want to guard one door before we leave this chapter, because it is the door through which people misread everything I have just said. Nietzsche's famous line, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," is at best half true, and the missing half is the whole subject of two other chapters in this book. Surviving a hard thing does not automatically make you stronger. It makes you stronger only once the memory has been filed as evidence rather than left running as a live alarm. A survived event that never got edited down, that still fires at full strength every time a smell or a sound brushes against it, is not strength in the bank. It is a wound that happens to be old. The mouse that was rescued got stronger. The mouse that only nearly drowned again and again with no felt experience of having been lifted out did not get stronger. It got closer to the edge. The difference between those two outcomes is not how hard the thing was. It is whether the nervous system was ever allowed to mark it finished and to keep the lesson while letting go of the fear. That is the whole game, not to collect suffering as though the scar tissue were the point, but to convert what you have already survived into evidence your body is finally permitted to use. Where we go from here. A nervous system that holds real proof it can survive hard things does not need to sit at 100, braced for a fight it has already won before. The more clearly you can see and claim your own evidence, the more honestly you keep the ledger, and the more completely you let each entry close, the quieter the baseline alarm becomes. But evidence is not the only language your body speaks, and words, even true ones, are not always the fastest way in. In the next chapter, we turn to one of the clearest physical signals your body uses to insist that a fight is still coming, a signal written not in memory but in muscle, and to a 5-second postural shift that can begin to talk it down at the level of physiology, without needing to convince the thinking mind of anything at all. Reflection prompt. Think of one hard thing from your past that you have genuinely gotten through, not in general terms, but the specific thing, with the date attached if you have it. When you bring it to mind, does it arrive as a memory, some thing that happened and ended and is over, or does it arrive as an alarm, still hot, as though a piece of it were somehow still in progress? Which of your survived hard things do you most reliably minimize or wave off? And what would it cost you to say, plainly and out loud, that it was hard and you did get through it? Is there a shore you cannot yet see, some outcome you are afraid of, where deliberately building a vivid, future memory of having already reached it might give your body something to swim toward? Chapter 8, Postured to Fight, What Your Shoulders Are Telling Your Brain. Oh, sorry, that's just my bad posture. A patient said this to me after I'd asked her to roll her shoulders back and let them drop. She said it the way people apologize for a bad habit, a little embarrassed, as though I'd caught her being lazy. And it stopped me because the more I turned it over, the less sense it made. We call slouching lazy, but slouching isn't the low-effort option. Look at what it actually involves. The shoulders rounded forward, the head pushed out past the spine, the upper back curled. That is not what a body does when it stops trying. A body that has genuinely stopped trying stacks its bones and lets the skeleton do the work, shoulders back, head balanced on top of the spine, muscles largely switched off. Bad posture does the opposite. It holds your head and your arms out in front of your center of gravity, which takes continuous muscular effort to maintain. It is not the shape of someone who has relaxed. It is the shape of someone braced for something. So the interesting question isn't why we're too lazy to sit up straight. It's the one my patient's apology accidentally raised. Why would a higher effort posture be the one we keep slipping into? The only two reasons to round your shoulders. Ask yourself when you would ever deliberately pull your shoulders forward and drop your head, and you find there are really only two answers: fighting and hiding. A boxer rounds his shoulders and tucks his chin. It protects the throat and jaw and loads the shoulder to throw a punch. A person bracing for a blow curls forward over the soft middle of the body, pulls the shoulders up to shield the neck, and drops the head. That protective curl and the combat stance are nearly the same shape because they're solving the same problem: how to survive contact with something dangerous. And hiding, when you look closely, is just fighting deferred. We make ourselves small and pull inward because we might be found, and if we're found, we may have to fight after all. Even in hiding, the body is quietly staying ready. So the hunched, shoulders forward posture that we dismiss as laziness is nothing of the kind. It's a fighting stance, held on a low simmer, often all day long. Which means bad posture isn't a discipline problem. It's a defensiveness problem. The only real question left is the one from the last chapter, pointed now at the body instead of the mind. Defensive of what? The muscle that carries your stress. The muscle doing most of this work is the trapezius, the broad muscle that fans across the top of your shoulders and up the back of your neck. Its job in a fight is to hike the shoulders up to guard the neck and to brace and stabilize the shoulder blade so your arm has a solid base to pull, lift, or throw a punch from. The classic image of stress, shoulders creeping up toward the ears, is simply the trapezius doing its combat job while no combat is happening. Here's the part that turns this from a metaphor into a measurement. The trapezius doesn't only tense when you lift something heavy. It tenses when you do mental work under stress, with no physical load at all. Researchers have shown this over and over. Wire someone up. Give them nothing more strenuous than mental arithmetic or a Stroop test, naming the ink color of a word that spells a different color, and the trapezius lights up on the electrical readout, right alongside their rising blood pressure and cortisol. The effect is consistent enough that the trapezius is used as a gauge of mental stress. You can estimate how stressed a person is from the electrical chatter in their shoulder alone. "So I'm carrying it in my shoulders" is not a figure of speech. It is one of the most literal things you can say about the body under stress. Your trapezius is keeping a running tally of how threatened you feel, and it does not wait for a physical threat to start counting. The cranial wire. There's a piece of anatomy here I find genuinely striking, and it's worth a careful look because the details matter. Nearly every muscle in your body is run by nerves that branch straight off your spinal cord, the same spinal cord that carries your reflexes, the fast, ancient animal part of you that the last chapter kept pointing at. The trapezius is one of a tiny handful of exceptions. It's driven by a cranial nerve XI, the spinal accessory nerve, and that nerve is an oddity even among cranial nerves. It is the only nerve in the entire body that leaves the spinal cord, travels up into the skull, and then exits again to reach its muscle. Nothing else takes that route. I want to be precise, because it's easy to overstate this. The nerve's motor cells actually sit in the upper spinal cord, not in the brain itself, so it isn't literally true that the trapezius is run by the brain instead of the spinal cord. What is true, and unusual, is that of all the muscles below your head, the trapezius is one of the very few threaded onto a cranial nerve at all, one that loops up through the skull on its way to work. Here I'll offer a hypothesis rather than a fact, and label it plainly as mine. I've long wondered whether that unusual, high, cranial routing is part of why the shoulders seem to have such a direct line to our sense of danger. Why they're the first thing to rise when we feel cornered, and among the hardest things to lower on command. I can't prove the wiring is the reason. But whatever the mechanism turns out to be, the pattern itself is not in doubt, in the exam room or on the readout. The trapezius behaves like the body's threat gauge, and it sits wired closer to the top of the system than almost anything else we have. Hunching to cover the vital organs. There's a second reason standing up straight is so hard to sustain, and it has nothing to do with willpower. Hunching forward covers your vital organs. When the danger alarm goes off, the body pulls in and shields anything soft and killable. It curls over the belly where the organs sit unprotected by any bone. It drops the chin to guard the throat. It raises the shoulders to armor the neck. Standing tall does the exact opposite. It throws the chest open over the heart, lifts the chin off the throat, and presents the soft front of the body, every vulnerable, vital part, openly to the world. This is why you cannot simply tell someone to stand up straight and expect it to hold. They can't, not out of weakness or bad habit, but because a body that believes it's in danger will not voluntarily bare its vital organs. It will stand tall only once it feels safe enough to, and when it does feel safe, it does it on its own, without being told. The slumped shoulders aren't the problem to be corrected. They're an honest report on how safe the body currently believes it is. The wire runs both ways. Now we arrive at the idea that makes the smallest tool in this book quietly one of the most powerful, and it turns everything above on its head. So far, the story has run in one direction. The brain perceives a threat, and the body assumes the fighting posture. But the connection isn't a one-way street. Remember from the last chapter that your brain does not have a private, direct feed telling it whether you're truly in danger. It is mostly guessing, reading whatever cues it can find. And one of the loudest cues it has is your own posture. Look at it from the brain side of things. The body only ever gears up for a few things: eating, sleeping, fighting, sex, and it uses posture to work out which one is underway. Shoulders up, head down, curled protectively over your center. That is the unmistakable silhouette of a creature about to fight. So for as long as you hold that shape, part of your brain keeps drawing the perfectly reasonable inference that a fight must be coming, and keeps alpha mode running to be ready for it. Your hunch isn't only the output of the alarm, it's feeding the alarm its evidence. So flip it, stand tall. Roll your shoulders back and down, lift your chest, let your head settle on top of your spine, turn your palms open. In doing so, you have just assumed the single worst posture for a physical fight there is. Chin up and throat exposed, chest open over the heart, the soft belly undefended, the shoulders unloaded and in no position to throw a punch or absorb a blow. No animal expecting to fight in the next second would ever stand like this. And some old, fast part of your brain notices. It reads the posture and reaches the only sensible conclusion available to it. If we were actually about to fight, we would not be standing here wide open like this. The threat, it decides, must have passed, and it begins, quietly, to stand alpha mode down. That is what the 5-second yoga from Chapter 1 is really doing. It is not merely relaxing tight muscles because tightness feels bad. It is handing your threat appraisal system a piece of counter-evidence it can't argue with, deliberately assuming a posture so defenseless that your brain concludes the danger is over. You are not trying to talk your body out of alarm with words it was never built to hear. You are showing it, in the one language it never stops reading, that the fight is off. The 5 seconds and why they work. This is also why the move is built around a breath. Take a slow breath in and let it lift your chest, and your shoulders roll back and down almost on their own. Add open palms and one long exhale, and you've assumed the entire safe posture in a single motion. That's the whole of it: shoulders back, chest up, head up, palms open, one long breath out. 5 seconds. You can do it in a meeting, in traffic, mid-argument, lying in bed, and no one has to know you're doing it. I'll be honest that I came to this with skin in the game. I hated it as a kid whenever anyone mentioned my posture. I'd been run over by a car when I was 8, and I assumed my back pain simply traced to that. It took me years, and this whole line of research, to notice that my posture had gotten worse right around the time I changed schools and started getting picked on, right around the time I began feeling defensive nearly all the time. When I started doing this breath on purpose, several times a day, a substantial share of the back pain I'd carried since childhood faded. Not because I'd strengthened anything, because I'd finally stopped bracing for a fight that had ended decades earlier. And there's a cruel twist worth naming, because it traps a lot of people. Hold the combat posture long enough and the trapezius doesn't just tense, it knots. A knotted, chronically shortened muscle then keeps broadcasting the "we're braced to fight" signal on its own, even after the original stressor is long gone. It's part of why so many people end up living on a cycle of trigger point injections and deep massage that help for a week and then wear off. You can quiet the knot, but if the posture that built it never changes, it simply reloads. The muscle becomes both a symptom of the alarm and a fresh source of it. Choosing what to posture for. The genuinely freeing part is that posture is a choice you're allowed to make on purpose. Your animal nature will keep defaulting to the fighting stance, because to something that old, bracing simply feels like safety. But there are far more things in a life worth loving than there are worth fighting, and you are permitted to posture for those instead, to stand open toward the people and the work you care about rather than curled against them. The only catch is the one this whole book keeps circling. If you don't consciously choose what to posture for, your oldest instincts will keep choosing for you, and they only ever choose the fight. Reflection prompt. Notice your shoulders right now before you read another line. Are they up? Are they pulled forward? Is your head out in front of your spine? If your shoulders are braced, what are they braced for? What fight, real or imagined, is your body currently expecting? Try it now. Drop your shoulders, roll them back, lift your chest, open your palms, and let out one long, slow breath. What happens to the level of alarm in your body over those few seconds? What in your life are you most postured to fight? And if you were choosing on purpose, is it something you would actually choose to fight at all? You don't have to fix your posture completely today, and trying to force it will only prove the point. Just begin to notice what your body is bracing for, and practice showing it, a few seconds at a time, that the danger has passed. That quiet, shrinking response has its own signature and its own steep cost, and it begins with something as simple as a held breath. That's where we turn next. Chapter 9. The held breath, hiding panic, and the right to take up space. A few years ago, I was playing hide-and-seek with my nieces and nephews, and I hid under something that I knew would shift if my chest rose and fell. So I did what seemed obvious. I breathed as slowly and as shallowly as I possibly could to stay perfectly still and not be found. Within a few minutes, out of nowhere, an intense wave of panic rose up in me. Nothing was wrong. It was a children's game. No one was in danger, least of all me. And yet my body had produced on demand the beginnings of a full panic attack built out of nothing but a held breath. That accident taught me more about what a panic attack actually is than anything I'd read, and it pointed straight at a second, quieter shape of alpha mode that almost no one recognizes in themselves. Panic attacks are among the most terrifying things the human body does, and among the least understood. People in the grip of one are certain they're having a heart attack, or suffocating, or losing their minds. This chapter is about what's really happening inside a panic attack, and about the shrinking, hiding response that so often sets it off, and why understanding both leads to a small and genuinely freeing permission that it is okay to take up space. The second shape of alpha mode. We've already met the obvious shape of alpha mode, the one that puffs up, shoulders braced, jaw set, the body loaded to fight. But not every creature and not every moment meets a threat by getting bigger. This hiding response is the quieter sibling of the braced shoulders we met earlier. Both are ancient survival strategies. Neither is needed when the threat is social rather than physical. Long before any of our ancestors could win a fight, they survived by not being seen. A rabbit doesn't square up to a hawk. It goes utterly still, flattens itself small, and this is the crucial part, holds its breath, because movement and sound are precisely what get you found. Freezing and hiding is a real and ancient branch of the threat response, every bit as built in as fight or flight, and it has its own unmistakable signature. The body pulled inward and made small, the stillness, the shallow or suspended breath. The human version is the person who, under pressure, doesn't get loud, they get quiet. They take up less room. They lower their voice, still their hands, round themselves inward, and without ever noticing, stop breathing fully. It rarely feels like alpha mode. It feels like the opposite of dominance, like an urge to disappear. But it is the same alarm firing, the same body gearing up for a physical threat, just running a different ancient program, and it exacts its own steep and disproportionate price. The fighting posture wears on your shoulders, your heart, your blood pressure. The hiding one goes after your breath, and through your breath, it can reach all the way to panic. The two reasons we stop breathing. We underbreathe for two reasons, and both trace back to threat. The first is that we don't want to take up space, or make noise, or draw fire. Nearly everyone has been called too loud at some point, or watched someone else get called it, and it doesn't stop at volume. Think of how easily chewing gets labeled: gross, annoying, animal, loud. Now weigh the odds honestly. At any gathering, the chance that someone quietly finds you irritating is far higher than the chance that anyone declares you the best in the world at something. Because ridicule is so much more available than praise, we learn, without deciding to manage the downside, to shrink, to quiet down, to give no one a reason to look. And some of that shrinking is startlingly literal. It is breathing less, occupying less audible space in the room. The second reason is that we hold our breath to brace. When we concentrate hard, when we wait for a blow, when we anticipate bad news, the breath instinctively stops. It's the body's way of steadying itself for impact. So the honest question underneath a held breath is always, what am I anticipating? What blow is my body bracing for right now that has me quietly refusing to breathe? Between the two, an enormous number of us walk around chronically underbreathing. I saw it constantly in the clinic. Patients would breathe so shallowly and so quietly while I took their blood pressure that I'd have to watch the rise and fall of their chest just to be sure they were breathing at all. It was, almost exactly, the same near-motionless breath that had manufactured my panic under the furniture during that children's game. What a panic attack actually is. Here's the piece almost no one is ever taught, and it changes everything. Your brain does not decide how fast to breathe by measuring oxygen. It measures carbon dioxide. CO2 is the exhaust of being alive, the waste gas your cells produce and your lungs blow off, and your brainstem watches its level with something close to obsession, because a rising CO2 level is the body's most ancient signal for one specific catastrophe: suffocation. Too much CO2 means the exhaust isn't clearing, which means you must not be getting air, which means you are about to die. That is the logic hardwired into the oldest part of your brain. So when you hold your breath, or breathe shallowly for a long stretch hiding under furniture, or simply lost in concentration, CO2 quietly climbs. And at some point it crosses a line and trips an alarm, a suffocation alarm buried deep in the brainstem, whose only job is to scream you are not getting air, breathe now, and to flood you with raw fear and the desperate urge to gasp. That scream is the panic attack. The psychiatrist Donald Klein spent decades on exactly this and proposed what he called a false suffocation alarm, a suffocation monitor that, in many people, is set far too sensitively and fires when there is no real emergency at all. There is plenty of air. You are in no danger of suffocating. But the alarm doesn't know that, and when it goes off, it feels precisely like drowning on dry land. Why it feels like dying. And now the twist that makes panic so uniquely terrifying and so completely misunderstood. Once the alarm fires and you begin to gasp and overbreathe, you would assume you're solving the problem, pulling in more air. You are doing the opposite. By overbreathing, you now blow off too much carbon dioxide, and here is the cruel irony at the center of the whole experience. Having too little CO2 is what produces the classic horrifying symptoms of a panic attack: the dizziness, the tingling and numbness in your hands and around your mouth, the tight chest, the swimming sense of unreality. And most cruelly of all, the feeling that you still can't get enough air. Sit with the fact that ought to diffuse this for good. During a full-blown panic attack, the oxygen level in your blood is completely normal, around 98%. You are not oxygen-starved. If anything, you are over-oxygenated. The trouble is that low CO2 clamps down the blood vessels feeding your brain and makes your blood cling to its oxygen more tightly, so your tissues actually receive less oxygen even though your bloodstream is full of it. That mismatch is the lightheadedness and the air hunger. The suffocation you feel is not a report. It is a lie your own chemistry is telling you. So the entire ordeal is a false alarm followed by a self-inflicted chemical crash. An oversensitive detector fires when it shouldn't. You overbreathe in response. The overbreathing manufactures the exact sensations that convince you you are dying, which makes you breathe harder still, which makes it worse. It is a loop that spins on nothing but carbon dioxide, and it will keep spinning right up until you do the one thing that feels most impossible in the moment: breathe less. The remote control you didn't know you were holding. Which brings us to the hopeful part, and it is genuinely hopeful. Breathing is unlike nearly everything else the alarm controls. You cannot lower your heart rate by deciding to. You cannot will your blood pressure down or command your cortisol to drop. But breathing is the one automatic, life-sustaining function you can consciously take over. It runs itself like your heartbeat, like digestion, until, At any moment you reach out and grab the wheel. That single fact makes the breath the one deliberate door into the otherwise sealed control room of your stress physiology. It is, quite literally, the remote control you carry everywhere. And the direction of the breath matters. Inhaling gently speeds the heart up, exhaling slows it down. So the most reliable signal you can send your nervous system that the emergency is over is a slow breath with a long exhale, an exhale drawn out longer than the inhale. That longer exhale is a direct message down the vagus nerve, the same rest and digest cable we met in Chapter 1, telling the whole system to stand down. This, incidentally, is why the 5-second yoga has asked, from the very beginning, for a longer exhale than inhale. It was never arbitrary. The long exhale is the lever. The fastest reset of all is one your body already performs on its own when you cry, or just before you drift off to sleep. It's called a physiological sigh. 2 inhales in a row through the nose, the second one topping off your lungs, followed by a long, slow exhale through the mouth. In a Stanford study led by Melis Yilmaz-Balbin, David Spiegel, and Andrew Huberman, published in 2023, just 5 minutes a day of this cyclic sighing improved people's mood and lowered their stress arousal more than mindfulness meditation did, and even slowed their resting breathing over the month. The mechanism is elegant. The double inhale reopens tiny air sacs in the lungs that quietly collapse over the course of ordinary breathing and helps you offload excess CO2, while the long exhale tips you toward calm. 1 or 2 of them can pull you out of a rising spike in real time. And here is the specific key to panic. Because the terrifying symptoms are driven by too little CO2, the counterintuitive cure is to breathe less, not more, to slow down, stretch out the exhale, and let carbon dioxide climb back to where it belongs. Breathing retraining programs built on exactly this principle, teaching people to slow their breath and normalize their CO2, have brought large majorities of chronic panic sufferers to being panic-free. You can even prove the whole thing to yourself. Deliberately overbreathe until you feel the tingling and the dizziness begin, then slow right down and watch the sensations you were certain meant catastrophe simply switch off. They were never danger. They were chemistry, and the chemistry is yours to adjust. This same machinery can be tuned by hormones, which is part of why panic and air hunger so often surface or intensify around perimenopause and menopause. Estrogen and progesterone both influence the brainstem. S control of breathing and its monitoring of CO2, progesterone is itself a respiratory stimulant. So the hormonal swings of that transition can leave the suffocation alarm more easily tripped. It is physiological, not imagined, and the same slow breathing tools apply, alongside hormone support where it's appropriate. It is okay to take up space. Now hold the 2 halves of this chapter together. The hiding response, the shrinking, the silencing, the held breath, the whole effort not to be a target is trying faithfully to protect you. But look honestly at what it's protecting you from. It is almost never a predator. It's being seen, being judged, being called too much, too loud, annoying. And here is the realization that should quietly set you free. You cannot make yourself untargetable to that. There is no version of you small enough that no one anywhere will ever find you irritating. Being a possible target of someone's judgment is simply the cost of existing among other people, and not one held breath in your entire life has ever changed that. And this is the whole point. It is not a physical fight. No one is going to strike you, so there is no reason on earth to be gearing your body up for one. Not by swelling into the fighting posture, and not by shrinking into the hiding one. Both are your oldest hardware bracing for a bodily confrontation that is not coming. The shrinking buys you exactly zero protection from the real threat, which was only ever social, while it charges you a very real physical price. The chronic underbreathing, the tripped alarms, the panic that seems to come from nowhere. So you are allowed to take up space. You are allowed to breathe fully, and audibly, to let your chest rise and your voice carry, and your body occupy the room it actually occupies. Breathing as though you have every right to be here is not arrogance, it's accuracy. It's your body finally telling the truth, that there is no predator, that you are not in hiding, that you are safe enough to be seen. The people worth being near were never going to be scared off by the sound of you breathing, and the ones who would be were never a fight worth holding your breath for. Reflection prompt. Take a quiet moment and check in with your own breath. Where do you most often catch yourself holding your breath or breathing shallowly? In which situations? And around which people? When a wave of anxiety hits, notice whether your body is trying to make itself smaller. What specifically is it afraid of being seen by, and is that thing actually physical? Try it right now. 2 breaths in through the nose, then 1 long, slow exhale out through the mouth. Do it a few times and notice what shifts. Is there a place in your life where you've been holding your breath to avoid being a target, when the threat was never a physical one, and taking up your full space would cost you nothing at all? The 2 shapes of alpha mode we've now met, swelling to fight, shrinking to hide, are usually diffuse, a low, general readiness spread across an entire life. But sometimes the body locks onto one specific memory it was never able to mark as over and keeps bracing against it, night after night, long after it's gone. That's where we turn next. Chapter 10. When the night shift never clocks in, PTSD, and the loop that won't close. Your body cannot tell the difference between a real lion and a psychological one. A threat to your safety and a threat to your identity get run through the same ancient alarm system, at the same speed, with the same physiological cost. What changes that equation isn't certainty, and it isn't time alone, it's evidence. A body that has proof it already survived something once can afford to stand down the next time that same shape shows up. A body with no such proof has no reason to. This chapter is about what happens when that proof never gets filed, when a hard thing you lived through never gets turned into evidence you can draw on, and instead stays lodged in your nervous system as a threat still actively in progress. PTSD is, in a sense, the clearest version of this. A lion that isn't there anymore, that your body has still, quite literally, never been told is gone. 2 people go through the same hard year. Say, for the sake of argument, a bad car accident. 5 years later, ask each of them to tell you about it. The first person tells it almost like they're reading someone else's police report. The intersection, the sound, the weeks in physical therapy, a wry comment about how they still flinch at yellow lights. Their heart rate barely moves. The second person tells it and their hands start to shake. Their voice speeds up in the same 3 places every time. Their pulse visibly climbs. If you know them well, you've heard this exact version of the story before, same beats, same pauses, same intensity, almost word for word. Both people are telling the truth. Only one of them is remembering. The other one is reliving, and every time they relive it, they are not talking about their trauma. They are actively rehearsing it in the most literal biochemical sense and making it a little more permanent. This chapter is about why that happens, and about a piece of machinery most people have never been told they have. A nightly repair shift that is supposed to take the emotional charge off a hard memory, file the facts away, and let you keep the lesson without keeping the alarm. The editing room you visit every night. Sleep isn't one thing. It cycles through stages, and the one that matters most here is REM sleep, the stage where your eyes move rapidly behind closed lids. Your brain lights up almost as if you were awake, and your major muscles go essentially paralyzed so you don't act out what you're dreaming. Here's the detail that matters for this chapter. During healthy REM sleep, noradrenaline, adrenaline's close cousin inside the brain, drops to close to 0. This is close to the only time your brain runs a full, active processing cycle with the emergency broadcaster switched almost completely off. Acetylcholine, the rest and digest chemical we met back in Chapter 1, rises instead. Researchers believe this near-total absence of noradrenaline is exactly what allows something remarkable to happen. Your brain replays the emotionally charged moments from your life in a simplified, dreamlike way, while measuring out a very specific rhythm between the amygdala, which holds the fear response, and the prefrontal cortex, which can talk the amygdala down. Done correctly, this rhythm quiets the cells that would otherwise fire danger every time that memory gets touched. The facts of what happened get filed into long-term memory. The siren that used to go off when you touched the file gets disconnected. You keep the lesson. You lose the alarm. Sleep researchers sometimes describe this as sleep to remember, sleep to forget. You remember the content. You forget the emotional intensity. It's the closest thing your biology has to an overnight editing room, and it runs every single night, on every emotionally loaded thing that happened to you that day, whether it was a car accident or a comment from your boss. What goes wrong in PTSD? In post-traumatic stress disorder, that editing room doesn't get the quiet it needs. Noradrenaline, instead of dropping to near zero during REM, stays elevated. A 2023 computational modeling study in the Journal of Neuroscience found that this elevated noradrenaline disrupts the specific low-frequency rhythm the prefrontal cortex normally uses to talk the amygdala down. The fear-suppressing signal that works in a well-rested, non-traumatized brain simply doesn't work under these conditions. The memory goes into the editing room hot, and it comes out hot. This is a plausible piece of why PTSD nightmares are so often not new dreams, but reruns the same fragment of the event, replayed with the same emotional charge, night after night, because the machinery that's supposed to diffuse it can't get traction. The night shift shows up, but the emergency crew never leaves the building, so no repair work gets done. This also explains something clinicians have long noticed. The timing of good REM sleep in the days before a traumatic event, not just after it, seems to predict how many intrusive memories a person develops afterward. A nervous system that was already sleep-deprived or already running hot walks into the traumatic event with less capacity to process it well whenever the next chance comes. The tell when the story never cools down. Here is the practical, quietly diagnostic piece of all this, and it's worth sitting with. If you notice you tell a story with the exact same emotional intensity every single time, same tears in the same spot, same anger at the same line, same racing pulse at the same detail, that repetition is not passion, and it is not just how much it still matters to you. It is a sign the memory is still hot. You are not reporting on the past. You are re-triggering it. And this is where the loop closes on itself, in a genuinely unlucky way. Every time you retell a hot memory with the full emotional charge attached out loud to a friend, silently to yourself at 2 a.m., in the specific tone you use when you want someone to finally understand how bad it was, you are pushing adrenaline and cortisol back into your system in real time. That evening's sleep now has to try to process not just the original event, but a fresh, same-day dose of the exact chemistry that blocks the editing room from working. You didn't just remember the trauma. You re-exposed yourself to it, at full strength, right before the one nightly window that's supposed to turn the volume down. This is not a character flaw, and it is not something you're doing on purpose. It's the same alpha mode machinery, a nervous system that never received a clear, embodied signal that the danger is actually over, still running the emergency broadcast because nothing has told it, convincingly, to stand down. Recall Kurt Richter's mice, the ones who got picked up, dried off, and given a felt memory of rescue swam for hours longer than the ones who never got that signal. Trauma that stays hot is, in a very real sense, a nervous system still waiting to be picked up out of the water. Why pushing through makes this worse, not better. The mind over matter instinct is particularly unhelpful here, and particularly common in exactly the kind of high-functioning, self-reliant person this book is written for. Alphas are, almost by definition, good at compartmentalizing. That skill is often exactly what prevents the story from ever getting the quiet, non-defended processing it needs. You can carry a hot memory for decades, function at a high level the entire time, and still be re-triggering it every time it comes up, because competence and processing are not the same skill. This is also not an invitation to constantly excavate every hard memory and retell it in detail, hoping repetition will eventually wear it down. Repetition without the right conditions doesn't wear a hot memory down. It can just as easily deepen the groove. What actually helps is giving the nervous system the specific conditions it's missing. What actually helps? I want to be careful here. This section is not a substitute for a trauma-informed therapist, and if any part of this chapter feels like it's describing your own experience closely, that's worth bringing to one. What follows is context, not treatment. Protect REM sleep itself. Alcohol, many sedatives, and chronic sleep deprivation all suppress or fragment REM sleep, which means they don't just cost you rest, they specifically remove the window where hot memories have a chance to cool down. Prazosin, a blood pressure medication that blocks a specific noradrenaline receptor, has real clinical evidence behind it for reducing trauma nightmares, likely because it helps restore something closer to the noradrenaline-free environment REM sleep is supposed to have. Imagery rehearsal therapy and trauma-focused approaches like EMDR work, at least in part, by giving the nervous system a safe, supported re-encounter with the memory. Providing the "you are safe now," it's over signal that never landed the first time. Notice your own retelling. If you catch yourself mid-story at the same emotional pitch you always hit, that's useful information, not something to suppress. It's a signal that this particular memory hasn't been filed yet, and a cue to bring it somewhere it can actually be processed, rather than performing it again for an audience. Reflection prompt. Think of one story from your past that you've told more than a handful of times. Does the intensity change when you tell it, or does it hit the same notes every time? Is there a specific detail where your body still reacts, a tightening in your chest, a change in your breathing, no matter how long ago it happened? Has this story ever been told to someone, or in some setting, where you felt truly safe and heard afterward, where you got an actual felt sense of "it's over now"? Chapter 11. Your Body as a Factory Under Sea. Until now, this book has mostly been about the alarm itself, what trips it, and how to talk it back down. This chapter turns to a different and harder question. What does it actually cost you when the alarm never fully shuts off? To answer it, we're going to spend the next stretch of the book inside the body, and it helps to begin by picturing that body correctly. Your body is not fragile. It is a masterpiece of coordinated intelligence, an immense, living factory built for resilience, repair, and long-term performance. To understand what chronic stress actually does to it, it helps to stop thinking about stress as a feeling and start thinking about it as an operations problem. The factory analogy. Picture your body as a vast, sophisticated factory. Every department, from raw material intake to final quality control, working in coordination to produce something durable and life-giving. Now picture a demand arriving out of nowhere, a debt collector at the door, informing you that an enormous payment is due by the end of the day, or the whole operation gets shut down. What does the factory do? It halts everything non-essential. Maintenance crews get pulled off routine repairs. Long-term projects get shelved. Every spare resource gets redirected toward meeting the immediate demand. The assembly line keeps moving, but at a cost. If the emergency lasts a few hours, the factory absorbs it and recovers by morning. But what if the debt collector doesn't leave? What if the demand renews every day, indefinitely? Eventually, you stop pulling from spare resources and start pulling from the machinery itself, sending maintenance crews out to sell equipment for scrap just to make that day's payment. After enough of that, it does matter how sophisticated the factory was to begin with. There's nothing left to run it with. This is what chronic psychological stress does when it activates your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal, or HPA, axis for months or years instead of minutes. Cortisol and adrenaline step in as emergency management. They are brilliant, decisive, and exactly what you want running things for a short, real crisis. They are quietly ruinous when they become the permanent leadership team, because a factory built for long service was never designed to be managed as an ongoing emergency. And unlike an actual factory, you can't walk the floor of your own body and see what's missing. The damage is happening at a scale of cells and molecules you'll never be able to inspect directly. All you can do, all any of us can do, is stop feeding the emergency and give the maintenance crews their jobs back. Attention, the master switch. Here's the detail that makes this whole book possible. The debt collector at your factory's door is almost never the external event itself. It's your attention, specifically, the moment your mind interprets a situation as a threat to who you are, how others see you, or how life is supposed to go. The instant that interpretation lands, the chemical cascade floods your system faster than you can consciously register it. None of what follows requires your permission. Heart rate and blood pressure rise. Blood shunts away from your hands and your digestive tract, which is why they run cold under stress. Short-term memory and higher cognitive processing dial down no-point cataloging details when the priority is survival. Collagen synthesis, the process that holds your tissues together, slows dramatically, which is a big part of why a stretch of intense stress can leave a shoulder or hip suddenly aching the moment you lie down to sleep. And your immune system surveillance crews, the cells that patrol for damaged DNA, early cancerous changes and infection, get told, in effect, we'll deal with that later if we survive. None of this is a flaw in the design. It's precision engineering for a world where threats were mostly short and physical. The flaw only shows up when the threat is a slight, an uncertainty, or a cracked self-image that never actually resolves, and the factory keeps running the emergency program for a debt collector who was never real to begin with. The multiple levels of you. It helps to remember that you exist on several layers at once, and they don't all move at the same speed. Your DNA, the exact sequence you inherited, essentially fixed for life. Epigenetic expression, which genes are currently switched on or off, which shifts over months and years. Cellular machinery, the moment-to-moment working state of trillions of individual cells. The hormonal cocktail, the shifting mixture of hormones and neurotransmitters that shapes how you feel and function right now, updating by the second. Attention exerts its fastest and most forceful influence at that fourth layer. You don't consciously instruct your adrenal glands to fire or your collagen synthesis to slow, yet your body executes both flawlessly within seconds of a perceived threat landing. But sustained patterns of attention don't stop at layer 4. Over months, they start to influence layer 2, which genes stay active, which stay dormant, meaning that how you've been directing your attention for the last several years may already be shaping your biology at a level most people assume is fixed at birth. This is sobering, and it's also genuinely hopeful. If attention can drive the cascade, redirected attention can help reverse it. The tools we'll build later in this book aren't gimmicks. They're aimed specifically at that fastest, most responsive layer, because that's the layer that talks to all the others. Clinical evidence, the arm-holding test. In my own clinical work, across more than 1,500 patients, a simple, low-tech test kept revealing how deeply identity drives this cascade. While taking someone's blood pressure, I gently support their arm and ask them to let it go completely limp. 3 patterns showed up over and over, regardless of age, background, or presenting complaint. The compulsively self-sufficient patient holds the full weight of their own arm the entire time, unwilling to let go even for a few seconds, even when explicitly asked to. The overly helpful patient starts moving with my hand, unconsciously trying to help me do my job instead of simply receiving support. The quietly straining patient looks, at a glance, like they've relaxed, but their arm stays exactly where I left it when I let go, suspended in the air on its own, as if an invisible hand were still holding it up. This isn't fear or overwhelm. It's effort with the volume turned all the way down. They were still doing the work of holding their own arm's weight the entire time, not because I asked them to, but because some part of them didn't want to be a burden even for 5 seconds. Their muscles never got the memo to release, because they were never consciously aware they hadn't let go in the first place. These weren't random. Each pattern mapped, almost perfectly, onto how that person described their actual life, constantly proving they can do everything alone, constantly trying to fix, support, or manage everyone around them, or constantly carrying their own weight so silently and completely that they'd lost the ability to feel themselves still carrying it. Each is a different flavor of the same underlying instruction to the nervous system. Stay on duty. The emergency isn't over. We'll spend real time with each of these 3 patterns later in this book: self-sufficient, too nice, and too strong, because each one keeps the factory running its emergency shift for a slightly different reason, and each one needs a slightly different way out. One of the clearest examples I've seen of this pattern showing up outside the exam room is retirement. I've watched it destabilize people who had no financial worries whatsoever. At work, the scorecard is explicit. Here is how you prove you work hard, work smart, and are a good person, and here is your place in the hierarchy that results. Retire, and that scorecard disappears overnight with nothing obvious to replace it. If you ask someone in that position how they're doing and they say, "Can't complain," it's worth remembering that having enough money not to complain is not the same as having nothing to be stressed about. That transition deserves real planning, and it deserves noticing in the people around you. A bank balance tells you very little about what someone's factory is actually running on. Hope in the midst of the sea. None of this is meant to leave you feeling like your body is a ticking, overreactive liability. The opposite is true. A system precise enough to flood you with exactly the right hormones within seconds of a threat is not fragile. It's extraordinarily capable, and it's remarkably fast to stand back down once it receives new information. You don't need to eliminate every stressor in your life. Some load is necessary. A factory with nothing to do doesn't get stronger, it atrophies. The question this book keeps returning to is whether the load you're carrying is meaningful and temporary, or chronic and identity-driven. A real order to fill, or a debt collector who was never actually real, showing up at the door every single day because nobody has told him to stop. A map for the chapters ahead. Before we go on, a word about how to read the next stretch of this book, because it's about to change character, and I don't want it to lose you. The chapters that follow are a guided tour of the bill. One at a time, we'll walk through the systems this emergency program quietly runs down. Your blood sugar, your cholesterol, the proteins that ferry things through your blood, your thinking, your repair crews, your blood pressure, your immune patrols, your heart, even the walls of your blood vessels. It is, I'll admit, a lot of biology for a book that is ultimately about how you feel. So here is the single thread to hold on to, the one that runs underneath every chapter of it. It is all the same factory, under the same siege, seen from a different department each time. You do not need to memorize a single mechanism. You do not need to remember what a lipoprotein is, or how a nerve holds its charge. If a chapter goes deeper into the machinery than you care to follow, skim it and keep walking. The chapters on the blood's carrier proteins and on the blood vessels go especially far down into the details, and you'll lose nothing essential by traveling light through them. Each chapter lands in the same place, and that place is the whole point. And that place is worth previewing now, because it's the opposite of despair. Almost none of what's coming is damage added, a wound, a blow, a thing broken. Nearly all of it is repair quietly withheld, Upkeep that simply did happen because the crews were pulled off the job to fight a debt collector who was never real. That distinction, which we'll build out fully in its own chapter, is the reason this whole tour ends in hope rather than fear. A body falling behind because its repair crews were reassigned is not a body that is broken. It's a body waiting for the emergency to be called off so it can get back to work. Every mechanism you're about to meet runs in reverse the moment the signal drops. So read the next dozen chapters not as a list of things that can go wrong with you, but as a dozen proofs of a single hopeful claim, that an astonishing amount of what we file under getting older or getting sick is really just a factory that was never allowed to stand down, and that standing it down is something you can learn to do. Reflection prompt. Right now, place a hand on your chest or stomach and notice any tension that's already there without you having chosen it. What am I currently trying to control or prove that I actually cannot or should not control? If someone gently supported my arm right now and asked me to let it go completely, what do I think it would do? Which of the three patterns above, holding on, overhelping, or silently straining without letting yourself notice, sounds the most like my own default? Chapter 12. Cortisol, the double-edged sword. Most of us quietly hand our health over to our genes. We assume our blood pressure, our weight, our risk for this or that condition is a hand we were dealt and mostly have to play. Genetics are real, and nothing in this chapter will pretend otherwise. But cortisol, the chronic, low-grade stress load most of us carry without ever noticing it, does not change your genes, and it can still rival them for day-to-day influence, far more than almost anyone expects. Let me tell you about the moment I first understood that. I was rooming a patient shortly after I graduated from medical school. As I took her blood pressure, her arm was tense and rigid. I gently told her that if I could get her arm to relax, her blood pressure would likely come down with it. She looked at me skeptically and said, "It won't work on me." I replied that unless she had a rare kidney disease, it almost certainly would. She paused, then said, "Well, I do have a rare kidney disease." I persisted anyway. After a few moments of guided relaxation, her arm softened and I took the reading, 145/85. She looked surprised. "Oh, I guess you were right, it didn't work." I smiled and said, "No, that's the lowest it's ever been." Her eyes widened in shock and excitement. Cortisol is that powerful. It hadn't touched her kidney disease, that was still there, still real, still genetic. But the stress her body had been carrying on top of it turned out to be the larger, more movable share of the number on that cuff. That is the double edge this whole chapter is about, and it cuts both ways. The same hormone running up the bill is also the one you have the most power to call back. Cortisol is not the enemy. It's one of the most sophisticated tools in your body's survival kit, a hormone designed to mobilize resources instantly when real danger appears. In the short term, it's brilliant. In the long term, when it stays elevated because your mind keeps signaling lion, it becomes a saboteur that undermines the very systems it was built to protect. Think back to the factory from the last chapter. When the emergency debt collector shows up, cortisol is the shift supervisor who runs onto the floor and starts shouting orders. Shut down maintenance, pull every spare resource toward the immediate demand, forget the long-term projects. We're in survival mode now. The factory keeps running. It just runs at a steep, compounding price. What cortisol actually does. In a true fight-or-flight situation, cortisol signals the liver to break down stored energy, and, if needed, protein, converting it into glucose for immediate fuel. Raises blood sugar and blood pressure to power the muscles and sharpen alertness. Temporarily suppresses non-essential functions, immune surveillance and tissue repair, short-term memory formation, collagen synthesis, digestion, and reproduction. This makes perfect sense when you're running from a predator for 10 minutes. It's catastrophic when the predator is a social slight, an uncertain future, or an old identity that no longer fits, and the alarm stays on for weeks, months, or years instead of minutes. What sustained elevation actually costs you? A few things are well established in the research on chronic cortisol elevation, and they're worth naming plainly rather than in vague terms. Your stress response system gets more sensitive, not less, the more it's used. Repeated activation of the HPA axis tends to sensitize it further, meaning that after a stretch of chronic stress, smaller and smaller triggers can produce the same full-scale response. This is a big part of why someone under prolonged pressure often feels like they're overreacting to things that objectively shouldn't bother them. Their alarm system has genuinely recalibrated to a lower threshold. Muscle protein breakdown accelerates. Cortisol is a catabolic hormone. It breaks down muscle protein into amino acids to feed glucose production. Sustained over months, this contributes to real, measurable muscle loss and slower recovery from ordinary exertion, which is part of why I'm working out just as hard and getting weaker, is a common, legitimate complaint, not a lack of effort. Immune surveillance gets deprioritized. The specialized immune cells responsible for patrolling tissue, catching early cellular damage, and clearing minor infections are told, in effect, to stand down while the emergency is ongoing. This is why people under chronic stress tend to get sick more often and heal more slowly, not because they're unlucky, but because their surveillance crews have been reassigned. Inflammation rises measurably. Chronic cortisol dysregulation, especially paired with poor sleep, reliably drives up C-reactive protein, CRP, a standard marker of systemic inflammation. Elevated CRP is associated with a range of long-term health risks, not because cortisol itself is toxic, but because it's actively suppressing the repair and surveillance systems that would otherwise keep those risks in check. None of this is theoretical. These are measurable, predictable consequences of asking a system built for short-term emergencies to run as a permanent management team. Why diet and exercise alone sometimes fail. You may have experienced this personally. Eating cleanly, exercising consistently, and still facing stubborn weight gain around the middle, persistent fatigue, or slow recovery. Cortisol explains a real share of that gap. When stress hormones drive the breakdown of protein into glucose, your muscles didn't actually need in the moment. That unused sugar tends to get stored, often as visceral fat. Your body isn't defying the math of calories in and calories out. It's following a much older, more literal instruction. Store energy wherever you can, in case we need to outrun the lion tomorrow. This is why counting calories or following a strict protocol to the letter can feel so disproportionately hard for some people and not others. Until the factory stops receiving daily emergency orders, efficient metabolism and maintenance stay exactly where cortisol left them, deprioritized. In the next chapter, we'll look at what is probably the most consequential thing that emergency shift does to your daily life, and the one you can feel most directly. What it does to your ability to think clearly at all, to hold a thought, find a word, and reason your way through the very problem that set off the alarm. Chapter 13. Fuel for a fight that never comes. Picture the factory doing something that, on its face, looks completely insane. The emergency debt collector shows up. The alarm sounds, and the factory's response is to start tearing apart its own structure, pulling out working machinery, stripping beams from its own walls, and hauling it all to the scrapyard to be melted down into fast cash. That is cortisol's signature move. The cash it is melting your body down into is sugar. Cortisol takes some of your most valuable material, protein, much of it drawn from your own muscle, breaks it apart into amino acids, and ships those to the liver to be rebuilt into glucose. Ready fuel, so your muscles can fight or flee. Now here is the irony this chapter is built around. That would be a perfectly reasonable trade if you were about to sprint away from a lion. But you are not. The emergency is an unanswered email, a deadline 3 weeks out, or an argument you keep replaying in the shower. So your body melts down its own muscle to manufacture fuel for a fight that never comes, and then the fuel just sits there, circulating in your blood, unburned with nowhere useful to go. Gluconeogenesis, melting down the furniture. The process even has a name that describes it exactly. Gluconeogenesis, literally, making new glucose. When easy-access energy stores run low, cortisol tells the liver to manufacture glucose from scratch, often using amino acids stripped from your own muscle tissue. But cortisol doesn't stop there. At the same time it is pushing glucose into your blood, it is actively blocking your muscles and fat cells from taking that glucose back out. It turns down the cellular transporters, the little doors that let sugar in, so the fuel stays available in the bloodstream. Cortisol opens the tap and plugs the drain in the same motion. In a real emergency, this is genius. If a predator were actually charging you, you would want glucose flooding your system and staying ready to burn. The trouble is that your modern threats are psychological. You sit at a desk with a clenched jaw and tight shoulders, or lie rigid in bed at 3 a.m. Your muscles never fire. The sprint never happens, so the expensive fuel your body manufactured is never spent. There is an old story that captures this particular flavor of futility better than any biology textbook. In Greek myth, Sisyphus is condemned to push a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down again just before he reaches the top, forever, with no completion and no rest. Albert Camus later turned this into a metaphor for a certain kind of modern labor, effort that is real, exhausting, and endlessly repeated, but that never arrives anywhere. Gluconeogenesis is Sisyphus's boulder made biochemical. Cortisol hauls glucose all the way up into your bloodstream, primed and ready for the muscular effort it was built for, and then, because no sprint ever happens, the boulder rolls back down, converted into visceral fat, only for the whole exhausting process to start again tomorrow. The tragedy in the myth was never the pushing. It was that the pushing never finished. The tragedy in your body is the same. The fuel you never burn. I used to believe that diet was the simple math of calories in minus calories out. Then I was helping a patient lose weight, someone who had tried a lot of diets, and since he liked meat, I suggested a carnivore diet. He was perfectly consistent with it, and yet when I checked his fasting blood sugar, it was over 130. A man who had eaten nothing but meat for a month, running well above the 8100 it should have been. I would have bet a lot of money that a body couldn't produce that much sugar for that long without feeding it any sugar. But it does make sense, because he is a paragon of an alpha. He had just come out of surgery and was still in a lot of pain. This is what chronic alpha mode does. You mobilize resources for violent muscular exertion that never occurs. You pay the full metabolic cost of tearing down your own tissue, and you collect none of the benefit, because the benefit was always supposed to come from using the fuel. This is, perhaps more cleanly than anything else in this book, what the entire project is about. A magnificent survival system firing perfectly for an emergency that exists only in your mind, and billing your body the full price regardless. When the sugar has nowhere to go. So what becomes of all that unburned glucose? Your body eventually converts what it can into fat, and cortisol has a strong preference for where it stores it, deep in the abdomen, wrapped around your internal organs. This visceral fat is not quiet padding. It behaves like an active, inflammatory organ, pumping out signals that worsen insulin resistance and damage blood vessel linings. The loop tightens on itself. Stress makes sugar you don't burn. That sugar becomes visceral fat. That fat drives more inflammation and insulin resistance. The increased sugar circulates and gets stored. The hole digs itself deeper the longer the alarm stays on. The same emergency program also raises blood pressure through multiple pathways, increasing fluid volume, making vessels more sensitive to constrictors, and suppressing relaxing signals. Blood sugar and blood pressure are not two unrelated problems. They are two outputs of the same misfiring alarm. The way out is hidden in the irony. The hopeful part is built directly into the mechanism. Because this cascade is driven by a false emergency, turning the signal off turns the cascade off at its source. When your body stops perceiving constant threat, cortisol falls, gluconeogenesis slows, cells regain insulin sensitivity, visceral fat becomes easier to lose, and blood pressure eases, often together, because they shared one root cause. The neuroscientist Robert Sapolsky, who spent years studying wild baboons and zebras, made an observation that gets at exactly why. A zebra fleeing a real lion mounts the identical stress response you do, cortisol surges, glucose floods its blood, muscles fire at full output. But the moment the chase ends, one way or another, the zebra's cortisol drops back to baseline within minutes, and it returns to grazing as if nothing happened. It doesn't lie awake replaying the chase. The fuel gets spent, the alarm gets switched off, and the story closes. Humans are the only animals that can trigger the same cascade over an email, then keep the alarm running for hours by replaying it in the shower, with no chase to close the loop and switch it off. One of the most direct things you can do in the moment is exactly what your body was preparing for. Move. A short walk after a tense meeting, taking the stairs, any real physical activity actually spends the glucose your stress just manufactured. Movement completes the fight or flight response your mind left hanging open. Alongside that, the deeper work is quieting the false alarm. Using the 5-second yoga, the 17% filter, protected sleep, so that less unnecessary fuel is manufactured in the first place. Reflection prompt. Take a quiet moment and consider your own days honestly. Where does your body flood with fight fuel, heart pounding, muscles tense, while you don't actually move? If some of your numbers, blood sugar, weight around the middle, blood pressure, are unburned emergency fuel rather than simple overeating, does it change how you think about addressing them? What is one small way you could spend that fuel the next time you feel yourself gearing up for a fight that is coming? Chapter 14. Packed in a panic, cortisol and the cholesterol you didn't eat. In the last chapter, we followed the sugar. We watched the factory melt down its own furniture into glucose, flood the bloodstream with fuel for a sprint that never happens, and then store the leftovers as visceral fat. But sugar was only half of what your body mobilizes when the alarm goes off. The other half is fat itself, and following that fuel through the body explains something that puzzles a lot of people who are doing everything they were told to do. Why the number on a cholesterol panel can climb even when the diet hasn't. I want to start with the intuition, because it's a good one, and then sharpen it into what the biochemistry actually shows. When you are running from a bear, you do not stop to pack the warehouse neatly. The factory pieces that end up at the pawn shop or metal recyclers are not bubble-wrapped or labeled. They end up just loose in the back of the truck. You grab whatever you can throw out the door as fast as you can. That instinct, speed now, housekeeping never turns out to be a remarkably accurate description of what stress hormones do to the fat traveling in your blood. The details aren't quite, the machinery packs things sloppily, but the spirit is exactly right. Under a false alarm, your body prioritizes throwing fuel into circulation and stops doing the cleanup. And the cleanup was the part that kept you safe. The delivery fleet. To see how this goes wrong, you have to know how it's supposed to go right, and the standard picture is a fleet of delivery trucks. Fat does dissolve in blood any more than oil dissolves in water, so your body can't just pour it into the bloodstream loose. It has to be packaged, loaded into protein-wrapped vehicles called lipoproteins that can travel through watery blood carrying an oily cargo. The liver builds the big trucks, called VLDL, and loads them heavy with triglycerides, the body's main fat fuel. Those trucks drive out to your muscles and fat tissue and drop off their triglyceride cargo along the way. As a truck unloads, it shrinks, and by the time it's delivered most of its fuel, What's left is a smaller vehicle now carrying mostly cholesterol. That smaller remnant is LDL, the particle every cholesterol panel reports back to you. Here's the part that matters. LDL isn't garbage, and it isn't the villain the marketing makes it out to be. It's a working vehicle carrying cholesterol your cells genuinely need. The system only stays healthy because those LDL particles are supposed to be picked back up and recycled, pulled out of the bloodstream by little docking stations called LDL receptors, most of them on the liver, which grab passing LDL and bring it in off the road. Production on one side, pickup on the other. As long as the two stay balanced, the fleet keeps moving and nothing piles up. Cortisol sabotages both sides of that balance at once. 3 things stress does to the fleet. The first thing cortisol does is flood the loading dock. Just as it tells your body to break down muscle for sugar, it tells your fat stores to release their contents, dumping free fatty acids into the blood and washing them down to the liver. The liver, handed a mountain of raw material, does the obvious thing. It builds more trucks. More VLDL rolls out onto the road, which means more LDL forming downstream as those trucks unload. The factory has been ordered to mobilize fuel, and it does at volume. The second thing cortisol does is shut the receiving docks. It turns down the LDL receptors, the pickup stations that pull LDL back out of circulation. This is the piece that maps most exactly onto the bear. When you're fleeing, nobody is manning the recycling depot. The whole organism has been reassigned to the emergency. So the trucks that would normally be brought in off the road just keep circling. Production goes up and pickup goes down in the same motion. The same open the tap, plug the drain trick you saw cortisol pull with blood sugar, now running on fat. More LDL is made, and less of it is cleared, and the level in your blood rises for both reasons at once. The third thing is the most insidious, and it's where your instinct about bad packaging becomes literally true. Remember from the last chapter that all this mobilized, unburned fuel drives insulin resistance. In an insulin-resistant bloodstream, the cargo gets shuffled between vehicles, triglycerides swapped into the LDL particles, cholesterol swapped out, and then an enzyme trims the overloaded particles down. What comes out the far end is small, dense LDL, a smaller, harder, meaner version of the particle. And small, dense LDL is genuinely worse. It slips into artery walls more easily than the large, fluffy kind. It's more prone to oxidizing into an inflammatory mess once it's lodged there. And cruelly, it's even worse at docking with the receptors that would clear it, so it lingers longer still. Same total cholesterol number on the lab report, a much more dangerous set of particles behind it. The fuel got packed in a panic, and it came out in the form most likely to do damage. And through all of it runs the same irony this whole section of the book keeps circling back to. Every bit of that mobilized fat was meant to be burned. If you had actually sprinted from the bear, your muscles would have pulled those triglycerides out of the trucks and set them on fire, draining the whole system back down to normal. The mobilization was never the problem. The problem is that the fight never comes. So the fuel circles, unburned in its most damaging form, with all the time in the world to find an artery wall and settle in. The proof sitting in every pharmacy. Now, you might reasonably ask how anyone knows cortisol does this, given that we can't ethically flood a room full of healthy volunteers with stress hormones for weeks to watch their arteries. The answer is that we already do exactly that, all the time, for entirely good medical reasons. It's called prednisone. Prednisone and its relatives are glucocorticoids, synthetic cortisol, chemically speaking, doing the same job at the same receptors. Doctors prescribe them for asthma, autoimmune disease, and 100 other conditions where their power to calm inflammation genuinely helps. And because millions of people take a measurable dose of essentially cortisol on a schedule, we can watch precisely what it does to blood fat. What it does is exactly what the delivery fleet story predicts. In one clean demonstration, 8 healthy men were given prednisone for 2 weeks. The triglyceride-packed VLDL trucks in their blood nearly doubled, and, tellingly, dropped back to normal within 2 weeks of stopping the drug. Across the broader research, glucocorticoids reliably push up VLDL, triglycerides, and total cholesterol, with the LDL rise showing up most clearly at higher doses and longer durations. The effect is dose-dependent enough that cardiologists now flag daily doses above the equivalent of about 7.5 milligrams of prednisone as carrying real cardiovascular risk. Glucocorticoids often raise HDL, the so-called good cholesterol, at the same time, so the full lipid picture is genuinely mixed, not uniformly bad. And prednisone at a pharmacy dose is a heavier, steadier hand than the lower-grade cortisol drip of everyday chronic stress, so it's a magnified model rather than a perfect mirror. But the direction it reveals is the point. Turn up the glucocorticoid signal, and the fat in the blood shifts toward the mobilized, poorly cleared atherogenic pattern. Turn it back down, and the shift reverses. Prednisone just lets us see in 2 weeks what a stressful decade does quietly. The cholesterol you didn't eat. Here's why this should change how you read your own numbers. We are taught to hear a high LDL result as a verdict on the fork, too many eggs, too much butter, a failure of dietary willpower. Diet and genetics are real, and I'm not waving them away. They matter, and nothing in this chapter is a reason to change a medication your doctor has you on. But a meaningful slice of that number may be something else entirely. Unburned emergency fuel your own body manufactured and then couldn't clean up, because a false alarm had it packing in a panic and had shut the recycling docks to fight a bear that was never there. That's the same reframe the sugar chapter offered, now extended to fat. Some of what shows up on your panel isn't a record of what you ate. It's a record of how long your alarm has been running. And the reframe carries the same hope built into it, because the mechanism runs in reverse. This entire cascade is driven by a signal, and the signal can fall. When your body stops perceiving constant threat, cortisol eases, the flood of fatty acids to the liver slows, fewer trucks roll out. The LDL receptors come back online and resume pickup, insulin sensitivity improves, and the particles drift back from small and dangerous toward large and benign. The prednisone volunteers showed us the clearest version of this. Take the glucocorticoid away, and the numbers walk back to baseline within weeks. Your body is not trying to clog its own arteries. It is trying to survive an emergency, and the moment it believes the emergency is over, it starts putting the warehouse back in order. There's a beautifully literal intervention hiding in here, too, the same one from the last chapter. Move. A real walk, a flight of stairs, anything that makes a muscle burn fuel, reaches into that circulating fat and actually spends some of the triglyceride your stress just mobilized. Movement gives the truck somewhere to unload. It finishes the sprint the fuel was packed for. Where we go from here. We've now traced the mobilized fuel, sugar and fat both, out of storage, into the blood, and into the slow damage it does when it's never burned. But the lipoprotein trucks hauling all that fat are only one of the carriers your blood runs on. There's another, humbler, far more abundant, doing a job most people have never heard of, that the same alarm quietly sacrifices, and its loss sets off a loop that runs straight back to the cortisol that started all of this. That carrier is where we turn next. Chapter 15. The chaperone you can't spare, albumin, free cortisol, and the loop that feeds itself. When I started this book, I wasn't sure how far down into the biochemistry I wanted to go. There's a risk, past a certain depth, of losing the very people I most want to reach. But the deeper I got, the more the science started to remind me of a children's book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. You give the mouse a cookie, so of course he wants a glass of milk. The milk means he needs a straw, and the straw reminds him of a napkin, and on, each small thing triggering the next, until the chain loops all the way back around to another cookie. That, it turns out, is a disturbingly good description of what chronic stress does inside your blood. One thing pulls the next, and the last thing quietly reaches back and pulls the first, and the loop begins to feed itself. This chapter is about one of those loops, and it runs through a protein most people have never heard of, doing a job they've never thought about. The Great Chaperone. Meet albumin. It's the most abundant protein in your blood by far, and your liver spends a real share of its daily effort just manufacturing it, around 15 grams a day in a healthy person. If the lipoproteins from the last chapter were the bulk cargo trucks hauling fat, albumin is something more like the blood's universal chaperone, the protein that takes the volatile, the delicate, and the outright dangerous passengers and escorts them safely to where they need to go, so they don't cause trouble loose in the bloodstream along the way. And it carries a remarkable guest list. Albumin ferries free fatty acids, calcium, bilirubin, a long list of medications, vitamins, and hormones. To see why the escort part matters so much, you only need to remember something you already know from your kitchen. Oil and water don't mix. Shake a vinaigrette and it separates within minutes. Buy natural peanut butter and you have to stir the oily layer back in. Your blood is water and fat is oil, and a loose droplet of fat floating free in your bloodstream is not a harmless thing. Unbound fatty acids are chemically harsh, almost deter, gent-like against the delicate membranes of your cells. The reason they don't wreak havoc is that albumin grabs them the instant they enter circulation and holds them bound and behaved until delivery. Take the chaperone away, and the guests turn dangerous. Albumin does one more thing, quieter but just as vital. Because there's so much of it, and because it's a large molecule that stays inside your blood vessels, albumin is responsible for the bulk of your blood's oncotic pressure, the inward osmotic pull that keeps the watery part of your blood from leaking out of the vessels and into your tissues. Roughly 3/4 of that pull comes from albumin alone. Hold that fact. We'll need it before the chapter is out. The first thing the factory stops making. Now watch what the alarm does to it. We've established across the last 2 chapters that when your body perceives an emergency, cortisol orders the factory to retool for war, melting muscle down into sugar, mobilizing fat, prioritizing anything that helps you survive the next 5 minutes over anything that merely helps you thrive over the next 5 years. Albumin, unfortunately, sits squarely in that second category. It is a peacetime luxury, and the moment the alarm sounds, it's among the very first things sacrificed. This happens through more than one door at once, which is exactly why it's so effective. The liver, told to produce emergency and inflammatory proteins instead, simply throttles back albumin production to free up the amino acids, which is why doctors classify albumin as a negative acute phase reactant, a protein whose level falls precisely when the body is under inflammatory stress. At the same time, stress makes your blood vessels leakier, so existing albumin escapes out of circulation into the tissues, and some of it is broken down for parts. The details vary, but the headline doesn't. Under sustained stress, your level of the Great Chaperone drops. The factory has stopped making the escort service, right when the streets are filling with dangerous cargo. The cookie that reaches back. Here, where the mouse gets his cookie back, and where a merely unfortunate situation becomes a genuine loop. Of everything albumin chaperones, there is one passenger with a particularly cruel twist: cortisol itself. Most of your cortisol travels bound to a dedicated carrier called corticosteroid-binding globulin, but another meaningful slice rides on albumin, and only about 5% of your cortisol travels completely free. That detail is the whole game, because free is the only form that's active. Bound cortisol is inert, held in reserve. Free cortisol is the fraction that actually crosses into your cells and flips the switches. And both of its carriers, the dedicated one and albumin, fall under exactly the kind of prolonged stress and inflammation we're describing. So follow the loop around. Stress raises cortisol. Cortisol tears down protein and suppresses the carriers that would keep that cortisol safely bound. With fewer carriers, a larger share of the cortisol you already have comes free, more active hormone from the same total supply. More free cortisol means a louder order to break down still more protein, which suppresses the carriers further, which frees more cortisol still. Give a body a shot of stress, and it will want to break down some protein. Break down the protein, and it loses the chaperones that were holding its stress hormone in check. Lose the chaperones, and the stress hormone comes free and asks for more protein. The chain has looped back to the beginning, and now it doesn't need you to keep it going. It's found its own cookie. When the teardown outruns the cleanup, the muscle being fed into this furnace does disappear cleanly. And if the teardown gets fast enough, the debris itself becomes the emergency. I know this one from the inside. Years ago, in a stretch of genuinely high stress, I was also training hard, pushing my body in the gym while my nervous system was already running a marathon it never got to finish. What I didn't understand then is that intense exertion layered on top of a body already in catabolic overdrive can tip into something called rhabdomyolysis, muscle breaking down fast enough that its internal contents spill into the bloodstream in bulk. One of those contents is myoglobin, a protein that, like the fatty acids from earlier, is meant to travel bound and controlled, and that turns toxic when it floods in faster than the body can chaperone it. The classic casualty of that flood is the kidneys, which is where myoglobin usually does its damage. In my case, the organ that took the hit was my pancreas. I developed pancreatitis, and it landed me in real trouble. I've since learned there's more than one road from stress to an inflamed pancreas. The triglyceride surge from the last chapter is itself a well-known trigger, which only underscores how many ways this cascade can turn on a single organ. Most people, thankfully, never reach the rhabdomyolysis extreme, but everyone running this loop chronically pays the slower version of the same bill, the steady erosion of muscle that medicine calls sarcopenia. The body, ordered again and again to cannibalize its own protein for a fight that never comes, gradually wastes the very tissue that carries you through your life. And because free cortisol keeps the order standing, the wasting doesn't stop on its own. The cruelest paradox, wasting away and swelling up. Now recall the fact I asked you to hold, that albumin provides most of the inward pull keeping fluid inside your blood vessels. When albumin falls far enough, that pull weakens, and the watery part of your blood begins to seep out of the vessels and pool in your tissues. The result is edema, puffiness, swelling, fluid where it doesn't belong, and it produces one of the most heartbreaking paradoxes in all of physiology. You can see it most starkly in severe malnutrition and in advanced eating disorders, where the body is quite literally starving, and yet, as albumin craters, the person begins to swell. The body is wasting away and holding water at the same time. Someone starving to death can develop a puffiness, a rounding of the face and a swelling of the limbs that to an untrained eye looks like the opposite of starvation, and that clinicians learn to recognize as a specific and ominous sign. It is not the body storing anything. It is the chaperone gone, and the blood no longer able to hold its own water in place. The same fluid shifts put a real strain on the cardiovascular system, which now has to manage a blood volume that won't stay where it's put. If you or someone you love is caught in an eating disorder, please treat that as the serious medical situation it is and reach out to a professional. The physiology in this section is meant to explain, never to alarm. The window in the medicine cabinet. As with cholesterol in the last chapter, you don't have to imagine what sustained high cortisol does to the body's protein. You can simply look at the people taking its pharmaceutical twin. Long-term prednisone produces a constellation of signs so consistent that doctors can often spot it across a waiting room. A rounded moon face, a pad of fat at the base of the neck sometimes called a buffalo hump, skin gone thin and easy to bruise, and a distinctive weakness in the large muscles of the arms and thighs. Read that list against everything in this chapter and it decodes itself. The thin, bruising skin is collagen structural protein being broken down. The muscle weakness is sarcopenia by another name. The strange redistribution of fat to the face and neck is the same mobilizandrostache metabolism we've been tracing. Prednisone just turns the dial high enough and holds it there long enough that the signature becomes visible on the outside. In most stressed people, the very same process is running underneath the skin, quieter but in the same direction. The way out same as ever. If this chapter feels heavier than the last few, that's fair. It's the part of the science I hesitated to include at all. But the exit is exactly where it's always been, and the loop's self-feeding nature is actually the good news in disguise. A cycle that reinforces itself in one direction will unwind itself in the other once you change the input. Quiet the false alarm and cortisol falls. As it falls, the liver resumes making albumin and its fellow carriers. As the carriers return, more cortisol goes back to being bound and inert, which lowers the catabolic order, which lets the carriers recover further. The mouse stops getting his cookie. Muscle protein stops being melted down faster than it's rebuilt. The fluid returns to where it belongs, and the whole cascade runs gently in reverse. Your body was never trying to consume itself. It was trying to survive an emergency it couldn't turn off, and the moment it believes the emergency is over, it starts putting itself back together. Where we go from here. We've now watched the alarm reach into the fuel, the fat, and the very carrier proteins that hold your blood together. Every cost so far has stayed below the neck, plumbing, chemistry, structural, where you can't feel happening. But the same alarm doesn't stop at the collarbone, and the free cortisol this chapter set loose doesn't either. It rises. Where it goes next, and what it does when it gets there, is the subject of the next chapter. Chapter 16. The Offline Brain, Why Stress Steals the Clear Thinking You Need Most. Where it goes is the brain, and not just anywhere in the brain, but the newest, most stress-sensitive part of it. Follow that free cortisol up out of the bloodstream, past everything we've traced below the neck, and it arrives at the one organ you would most want working clearly in a crisis, which, with a kind of dark efficiency, is exactly the one the alarm takes offline first. I once had a patient who became so stressed that his short-term memory deteriorated dramatically. He started forgetting conversations, misplacing things, and struggling to follow simple instructions. He was eventually misdiagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's disease. The months between that terrifying diagnosis and the eventual discovery that it was stress-induced were so brutal that he appeared to age at least 10 years. When I compared his current appearance to the photo on his medical record from earlier that same year, the difference was shocking. He wasn't stupid. He hadn't suddenly lost his intelligence. The information was still there, it was just temporarily out of reach. This chapter is about that gap, why stress can steal the clear thinking you need most, exactly when you need it most. The desk where your thinking actually happens. Not all memory is the same. Your long-term memory is a vast filing cabinet. The damage from stress usually happens somewhere much smaller, a desk. Picture a small desk. Everything you are actively thinking about right now, the point you're trying to make, the three things you're trying not to forget, the response you're crafting, sits on that desk. Psychologists call it working memory, and it's where the real work of thinking gets done. The classic estimate used to be about 7 items. Modern research puts it closer to 4. That tiny desk is the real bottleneck of human thought. A brilliant, well-stocked library does you no good if the desk in front of it is buried or swept clean. The most human part of you is the first to fold. That desk lives in the prefrontal cortex, the newest, most evolved part of your brain, responsible for working memory, reasoning, planning, self-control, and finding the right word. It is, in many ways, the part of you that makes you distinctly human. Here is the cruel design. The prefrontal cortex is also the region most sensitive to stress. When you feel calm and in control, moderate levels of norepinephrine and dopamine actually sharpen it. But push past a certain point, especially when you feel out of control, and those same chemicals flood the area. The thinking brain goes quiet. The older, faster, more reflexive parts, particularly the amygdala, take over. This is not a flaw. If a lion were actually charging you, you wouldn't want to be deliberating. You would want fast, automatic action. The tragedy is that your brain makes the same trade for psychological lions: the email, the argument, the uncertain future. Exactly, the situations where clear thinking would be most useful. The loop at the center of everything. Stress arises because there is a problem to solve. The stress response then takes offline the very faculty, flexible, deliberate thinking. You need to solve it. You are handed a hard problem and stripped of your best tool for solving hard problems in the same instant. It is the fire alarm cutting power to the sprinklers. This creates a vicious cycle. The more out of control you feel, the less access you have to the part of your brain that could restore a sense of control. The animal brain stays in charge. Why you go blank, and why the bad moment won't leave. Two things tend to baffle people. First, the blackout. The name, the perfect reply, the exam answer that suddenly vanishes. This is largely the slower cortisol wave impairing retrieval. The knowledge is still filed correctly. The drawer simply won't open while cortisol is high. Second, the opposite. Why the stressful moment itself burns in and replays endlessly. That's the fast adrenaline wave enhancing encoding of emotionally charged events. You end up in the worst of both worlds, unable to stop remembering the thing and unable to think clearly about it. The hidden variable is control. It is not stress in general that disables the prefrontal cortex most powerfully. It is uncontrollable stress, the feeling of being powerless. Stress you feel you can handle does far less damage to clear thinking. This is why the 17% filter and the practice of distinguishing what you can actually control are not just philosophical ideas. They are cognitive first aid. Every time you correctly hand back a problem that was never yours to solve, you are restoring power to the thinking brain. The bomber that was too much airplane for even the best pilot. In 1935, the Army Air Corps invited Boeing to fly its new bomber, the Model 299, in a competition that would decide who built the next generation of American aircraft. At the controls was Major Ployer Hill, not a stunt pilot, but the Army's chief of flight testing, a man who had logged more hours evaluating experimental aircraft than almost anyone alive. The plane taxied out, took off, climbed steeply, and stalled and crashed, killing him. The investigation turned up nothing wrong with the aircraft itself. Hill had simply forgotten to release a new locking mechanism on the elevators, a single unfamiliar step folded in among dozens of others on a plane more complex than anything he'd flown before. The newspapers, trying to make sense of how their best pilot could make such a basic mistake, landed on a phrase that undersold the science but got the diagnosis right. It was, they said, too much airplane for one man to fly. It wasn't a knowledge problem. Hill knew how to fly. He knew, somewhere in that vast filing cabinet of long-term memory, that the lock existed. The failure happened on the desk, not in the library. One more item than an already full working memory could hold onto under the added load of a maiden flight in front of an audience with a contract on the line. The same forces this chapter has been describing took a highly trained expert's most current, most necessary fact and made it briefly, fatally unavailable. Boeing nearly lost the contract over it. What actually saved the program and quietly reshaped how humans manage complexity ever since wasn't an effort to build better, more disciplined pilots who could simply try harder to remember. It was a checklist, a handful of index cards that moved the critical steps off the pilot's desk and onto paper, so that no single working memory ever had to hold the whole plane at once. The Model 299 went on to become the B-17, one of the most important aircraft of the Second World War, flown safely for millions of hours by pilots no more naturally gifted than Hill, just better supported by something outside their own skulls. The checklist later spread into surgery, aviation's less famous but equally life-saving export, for exactly the same reason. It's worth sitting with the fact that the fix was never be smarter or focus harder. It was building an external desk sturdy enough that the internal one didn't have to hold everything alone. That is precisely the move available to you the next time your own desk is buried. Getting the brain back online. When the fog rolls in, try these in order. Get it off the desk and onto paper. Your working memory holds about 4 things. A sheet of paper holds 100. Calm first, think second. Use the 5-second yoga or a physiological sigh before trying to problem solve. Ask the sorting question, what here can I actually control? Distrust the 2 A.M. verdict. Any decision made while the thinking brain is offline is the animal brain's decision. The brain going offline is the cost you feel in the moment, the blank, the fog, the decision you would take back. But while the alarm keeps running, a slower, quieter bill is accruing in the background, in every tissue that depends on steady, unglamorous upkeep to hold itself together. You don't feel that one arriving. You only meet it later when something that should have held simply doesn't. That deferred maintenance is where we turn next. Where we go from here. The brain going offline is the cost you feel in the moment, the blank, the fog, the decision you would take back. But while the alarm keeps running, a slower, quieter bill is accruing in the background, in every tissue that depends on steady, unglamorous upkeep to hold itself together. You don't feel that one arriving. You only meet it later when something that should have held simply doesn't. That deferred maintenance is where we turn next. Reflection prompt. Take a quiet moment and think back honestly. When did you last go completely blank or lose your train of thought at exactly the wrong moment? Were you feeling out of control in that instant? What is swirling on your mental desk right now that you could get onto paper in the next 5 minutes? What is one thing you've been straining to control that you might set down, even partially? You don't need to solve anything while the fog is thick. Clear the desk, quiet the alarm, and let the thinking brain come back online first. Chapter 17. Deferred Maintenance. When the body can't keep up with its own repairs. You are not the same physical body you were a year ago. You are not even quite the same body you were a month ago. Almost every part of you has been quietly taken apart and rebuilt in that time. The lining of your gut replaces itself every few days. Your skin turns over in a matter of weeks. Your skeleton is slowly demolished and recast over years. Even the proteins inside your individual cells are constantly being broken down and built fresh. You are not a statue carved once and slowly weathering. You are closer to a fountain, a shape held together not by permanence but by relentless, invisible rebuilding. Every structure you have exists only because a maintenance crew somewhere inside you is remaking it faster than it wears out. Stop the rebuilding, and the shape doesn't hold. This changes what damage even means. We tend to picture damage as something that gets added, a wound, a blow, a break. But by far the most common damage that chronic stress does to a body is something that gets subtracted, the repair that was supposed to happen and didn't. The last chapter showed you one instance of this, the thinking brain taken offline, its connections quietly left to shrink instead of grow. This chapter is about how the very same stop building order goes out to nearly every system you have. And as always, the messenger carrying that order is cortisol. 2 directions, build or break down. Your body really only has 2 broad modes, and it's always leaning toward one of them. There's a building and repair mode, anabolic, in the technical language, and a breaking down and mobilizing mode, catabolic. In calm and safety, under acetylcholine and the rest and digest state we met in Chapter 1, you build. That's the night shift running its repairs while the main line is quiet. Under threat, under cortisol, you do the opposite. You break down. You cannibalize your own reserves for immediate fuel, because a body that thinks it's about to fight for its life has no business spending resources on next month. That's the key thing to understand about cortisol here. It is, at its core, an anti-repair hormone. Its entire purpose in an emergency is to stop investing in the future and pour everything into the next few minutes. Mechanically, it breaks protein down into sugar for quick energy, suppresses the synthesis of new proteins, and switches off the growth and repair signals across the board. Building anything new, a protein, a cell, a connection, is metabolically expensive, and in a crisis the body's verdict is always the same: not now. It is the factory selling its own equipment for scrap to make today's payment. For an afternoon, that's fine. Run it for years and the equipment is gone. Everything that quietly falls behind, when not now, stretches into not for years. Everything that depends on constant rebuilding starts to fall behind, each system on its own timeline, in its own way. Muscle is being continuously broken down and rebuilt. Tip that balance toward breakdown with chronic cortisol, and you get weakness and slow wasting. Bone is demolished and recast by two opposing crews working in balance. Cortisol suppresses the crew that builds and favors the crew that tears down, which is exactly why long-term steroid treatment is a well-known cause of thinning, fragile bone. Your gut lining, one of the fastest renewing tissues in your entire body, depends on breakneck, constant repair to hold its barrier, and that repair slows too. Your immune patrols stand down, as we've seen. The connections that hold your memories, as the last chapter showed, stop getting built. And the collagen scaffolding of your skin, tendons, joints, and heart falls behind too: thin skin, slow-healing wounds, the shoulder that aches the moment you lie down. That last thread, collagen, runs so deep that we'll follow it all the way to the heart itself in a later chapter, where stress can reshape the organ's very architecture. Notice what none of these have in common with a dramatic event. Nothing here collapses on day one. It creaks, then sags, then eventually fails, in the order of whatever happened to be under the most load, the deferred maintenance of a building whose upkeep budget was quietly cut. This is the real texture of what chronic stress does. Not a blow, a slow, silent falling behind everywhere at once. The system you never thought needed repair. Now I want to zoom all the way in on one system that almost nobody pictures as needing constant repair at all: your nerves. A neuron is not a static wire that simply carries current. It is one of the most high-maintenance, energy-hungry structures in the entire body, and it has to be continuously rebuilt just to keep doing its job. Its membrane wears and must be patched. Its ion channels degrade and must be replaced. And above all, the tiny molecular pumps that hold it in a stable, quiet resting state are running constantly, burning fuel every second, and themselves need continuous upkeep. An enormous share of your brain's famously large energy budget goes to nothing more glamorous than running the pumps that keep your neurons poised and silent between signals. Here's how a healthy neuron actually works. At rest, it sits at a stable electrical charge, quiet, waiting, doing nothing. When a real signal arrives, it briefly fires, and then those pumps immediately reset it back to quiet. The entire point of the design is that the neuron fires only in response to something real and stays silent the rest of the time. And this is the part almost no one appreciates. That silence is not free, and it is not passive. It is actively, expensively maintained, moment to moment, by machinery that itself requires constant repair. In a healthy nerve, quiet is not the absence of work. Quiet is an achievement, one your body pays for continuously with maintenance. When a nerve becomes a heartbeat. So what happens when that maintenance falls behind? When the pumps and channels stop being kept up, when the membrane grows leaky, when the channels begin to malfunction, the neuron loses its grip on that hard-won quiet. It becomes leaky and it becomes hyperexcitable. And past a certain threshold, it does something genuinely alarming. It starts to fire on its own, spontaneously, repetitively, rhythmically, with no real stimulus arriving at all. Neuroscientists studying this have a precise name for it. The neuron develops ectopic pacemaker activity, and they describe the phenomenon, quite literally, as rhythmogenesis, the generating of a rhythm where there should be none. And here is where your heart comes in, and it is not merely an analogy. Your heart beats on its own because it contains special pacemaker cells whose membranes are deliberately built to be a little leaky. They drift steadily toward firing all by themselves, over and over, needing no external trigger. That autonomous, rhythmic self-firing is precisely what a heartbeat is. Now the remarkable part. Some of the very same pacemaker ion channels that generate your heartbeat, the ones researchers actually named for their role in cardiac rhythm, turn up in damaged, undermaintained pain neurons and drive them to fire spontaneously. So when a pain nerve loses its upkeep, it can, in the most literal biological sense available, begin behaving like a tiny second heartbeat, firing on its own in a rhythm at nothing whatsoever. And now the cruel twist that ties it to everything else in this book. What that false, spontaneous firing feels like depends entirely on what kind of nerve it happens to be. If it is a pain nerve, then a neuron firing on its own, reporting an injury that is not there, is experienced as pain. Real, genuine, physically felt pain, arising not from any damage in the tissue at all, but from a nerve that has simply lost the ability to stay quiet. Understand this clearly because it matters enormously. The pain is not imagined and the person feeling it is not exaggerating. The signal is completely real. It is only false, an alarm bell ringing with no fire behind it. It is the lion that isn't there, and the suffocation alarm that fires at nothing, now playing out in a single pain nerve. Pain that isn't there, from a neuron that can no longer be kept still. What fibromyalgia looks like from the inside. This is not a thought experiment. The spontaneous, ectopic firing of pain neurons, nerves discharging on their own, is a well-established driver of chronic and neuropathic pain. And that excess firing doesn't stay politely local. It winds up the whole system, turning up the volume on pain everywhere, so that even ordinary sensations get amplified into something that hurts. That turned-up volume, a nervous system generating and amplifying pain far out of proportion to any actual tissue damage, is what's called central sensitization, and it sits at the very core of fibromyalgia. I want to be emphatic about something, because people with this condition are told the opposite constantly. Fibromyalgia is not in your head in the dismissive sense. It is a real, physical dysregulation of the pain system itself, and it is powerfully bound up with chronic stress. Stress is one of its most consistent triggers and aggravators. The overwhelming majority of patients have disrupted sleep, and their stress hormone systems are measurably disturbed. In fibromyalgia, the stress hormone system is dysregulated rather than merely cranked too high. Broken daily rhythms, blunted reactions to new stress, cortisol that's elevated at some times and low at others, and often a state where the body's cells have stopped responding to cortisol normally at all. What's consistent isn't a single number on a lab report. It's that the whole system meant to regulate stress, repair, and inflammation has stopped working properly. And a body whose repair and regulation system has broken down is precisely a body that can no longer keep its pain neurons maintained, fed, and quiet. Let me put the pieces together, and let me flag plainly that what follows is a reasoned model, not a closed case. The details are still being worked out, and I won't pretend otherwise. But the through line fits what we actually see. If chronic stress dysregulates the systems that maintain and repair the body, including the constant, expensive upkeep that pain neurons require in order to hold themselves silent, then over time those neurons become leaky, hyperexcitable, and prone to firing on their own. The result is a nervous system that has lost its ability to stay quiet, manufacturing pain out of nothing. That is a genuinely plausible bridge running all the way from the psychological lion to the very real, very physical ache of fibromyalgia. Not damage added, repair subtracted, until the alarm bells can no longer be kept from ringing. This is also part of why fibromyalgia so often surfaces or worsens around menopause. Estrogen helps support bone, collagen, and the pain system itself, so as it declines, the repair deficits this chapter describes tend to accelerate while pain sensitivity climbs, layered directly on top of the stress effect, which is a large part of why this transition is so often the moment the deferred maintenance bill finally comes due. It is not a decline to be resigned to. The same tools apply, alongside hormone support where appropriate, and the capacity to rebuild does not go away. Why this is in the end hopeful. The hope here isn't tacked on, it's built into the mechanism itself. Because this is a story about repair being suppressed, not about damage being permanently added, the fix is the most natural thing in the world. Let the crews get back to work. And they will, the moment the emergency order is finally canceled. Turn off the chronic alarm with the same tools this whole book keeps returning to, and the body swings back toward building. Tissues that were falling behind begin to catch up. And even pain neurons that have been firing at nothing can, with the stress load lifted and the maintenance restored, be gradually coaxed back toward the quiet they lost. This is a large part of why the most effective approaches to chronic pain and fibromyalgia are so often not aimed at the tissue that hurts, because so frequently the tissue was never actually the problem. They're aimed at the nervous system itself, protecting sleep, lowering the stress load, gentle movement, and steadily signaling safety so the alarm can stand down. The 5-second yoga, the 17% filter, a defended night's sleep. These are not soft consolation prizes for people in pain. For a nervous system that has lost the ability to keep itself quiet, they are aimed directly at the actual mechanism. And it reframes the whole question for anyone living with pain like this. If your pain is the sound of maintenance deferred rather than fresh damage done, then the question stops being what is broken in the tissue and becomes something far more workable. Why has my body been kept too busy to do its repairs? And how do I give it back the quiet it needs to finally catch up? Chapter 18. Blood pressure as a window into your stress patterns. While the previous chapter looked at the slow, invisible costs of deferred repair, blood pressure offers something rarer, a number you can read in real time. Your blood pressure is far more than a number on a cuff. It's a real-time reflection of how your body is interpreting the world around it, specifically, how much unnecessary resistance and identity protection you're carrying in any given moment. Across more than 1,500 patients in my own clinical work, blood pressure measurement became one of the most practical diagnostic tools I had, not just for cardiovascular risk, but for surfacing the hidden drivers of chronic stress that a patient hadn't yet put into words. You already know one piece of this from the arm test, whether you hold on, try to help, or quietly strain without noticing you're still grip-ping. That test tells you how your body is carrying tension. The numbers on the cuff itself tell you something slightly different, not just how much tension you're carrying, but roughly what kind. Reading the numbers themselves. Elevated systolic, the top number, often reflects a problem the person is actively trying to forget, suppress, or push out of conscious awareness. An acute rise of up to about 30 points can still feel subjectively manageable to the person, even while their physiology registers the hidden load. Elevated diastolic, the bottom number, more often points to a frustrating situation the person is fully aware of but feels powerless to change, hands tied by obligation, politics, or circumstance. A rise of up to about 10 points here can still feel tolerable on the surface. Elevated pulse usually signals unresolved uncertainty or anxiety about what to do next. The mind is spinning in an open loop. When stress becomes truly chronic, the pattern can paradoxically flatten. Overall blood pressure may read lower than expected as the exhausted system stops mounting a full response. Even then, the relative ratios between the numbers often still tell the story. In these cases, I simply ask, what problem have you been carrying for a month or longer? Patients almost always name it immediately. With more acute stressors, there is often greater reluctance to acknowledge the issue, which is why naming the likely category, this looks like the too self-sufficient pattern, hands tied somewhere, frequently produces the shocked recognition. Here are two examples that made the patterns especially clear. A man in his 40s, fit, confident, and outwardly put together, had a reading of 124/89 with a pulse of 65. The isolated diastolic elevation stood out. When I asked if anything felt frustrating, he paused and said, "Probably work." Pressed gently, he explained they wanted him in two places at once. "But that's on them," he added with a shrug. Classic hands-tied frustration with no uncertainty about how to handle it, hence the calm pulse. Another patient, a teacher in his early 60s in excellent physical condition, showed 126/88 with a pulse of 60. Again, a standout diastolic. When I asked if a specific person or situation came to mind with the word frustration, he laughed. "Well, I'm a teacher, but it's not the kids, it's the parents." He had received an email that day from one in particular. His pulse stayed low because he already knew he wasn't going to do anything about it. "You nailed it," he confirmed, laughing harder. As someone with a researcher's mindset, the consistency of these signals, the arm tension patterns combined with which number was elevated, was startling. It changed how I listened to every patient. White coat hypertension, revisited. White coat hypertension, blood pressure that spikes specifically in a medical setting, is common, and it responds unusually well to this kind of attention. Many patients who always ran high at the doctor saw their numbers normalize dramatically once they felt genuinely heard and started naming the identity threats sitting underneath the appointment itself. Fear of a diagnosis, fear of being told they'd let themselves go, fear of losing independence. Several were eventually able to reduce or come off blood pressure medication entirely, working with their physician, once the underlying defensiveness had real somewhere else to go besides their arteries. Masked hypertension, the mirror image. There's a second pattern, less well known but every bit as revealing, that runs in the opposite direction. It's called masked hypertension, blood pressure that reads normal in the doctor's office, but runs high the rest of the time, out in ordinary life. Where white coat hypertension is the body sounding a false alarm at the one moment someone is finally paying close attention, masked hypertension is the body staying quiet at that exact moment and sounding the alarm everywhere else. I am not sure which is more dangerous because white coat syndrome is almost always just dismissed, but masked hypertension doesn't even get noticed by the doctor. The office visit is a poor proxy for what the body is actually doing on a Tuesday afternoon at work, or at 11 p.m. scrolling through an inbox. Seen through the lens of this chapter, the two patterns aren't opposites so much as mirror images of the same underlying mechanism. White coat hypertension is triggered by a threat the person feels acutely in that room, the fear of the diagnosis itself, of being judged, of losing independence, and the office is where the identity threat is loudest. Masked hypertension is the reverse. The appointment itself feels safe, even reassuring, while the real, unresolved pressure is sitting back at home or at work, in the hands-tied frustration or the low hum of unfinished conflict that the doctor's office never touches. The number the cuff produces depends entirely on which room the alarm happens to be going off in. This is also why home monitoring, when a patient is willing to do it, often tells a more honest story than any single office reading. Not because the office reading is wrong, but because it's only ever sampling one moment, and chronic stress rarely confines itself to office hours and is often very situational. I had many patients who said they often got lightheaded from their blood pressure medication. I asked them when the most stressful part of their day was and had them take their medication just before it. That usually resolved the issue. If you want to confirm which situations are most stressful to you, just bring a blood pressure cuff with you and check it throughout the day. What the cuff is actually telling you. Patients sometimes told me the cuff itself hurt their arm more than they expected. I started listening to that complaint more carefully because it's a useful, if uncomfortable, metaphor for what's happening internally. That squeeze is roughly the same pressure your heart and blood vessels experience moment after moment when your numbers run high, except your heart has no pain receptors to complain with on your behalf. The cuff was simply the only part of the system willing to say ouch. Chronic elevation isn't random, and it isn't a personal failing. It's your physiology doing precisely what it was designed to do: prepare for fight or flight in response to a perceived threat. The trouble starts when that threat is an attack on your self-concept, your reputation, or your sense of control rather than something physical. The same system that would save your life in a real emergency spends years wearing down your heart, vessels, kidneys, and brain instead. Bringing this into daily life. You don't need to obsess over numbers or buy an expensive home monitor, though tracking can be useful if you like data. What matters more is building a gentler relationship with the information itself. Notice the pattern. Use the arm test, or simply notice where tension shows up in your body the next time you feel triggered. Name the identity threat underneath it. Ask yourself plainly, what part of who I think I am feels under attack right now? Ask what you can actually let go of. Some of what's driving the number is genuinely yours to carry. Some of it isn't and never was. Consciously soften and breathe. Even 10 seconds of deliberately relaxing the muscles you didn't realize you were bracing sends your nervous system real, immediate information. Recheck later. Notice how quickly your body can shift once it's been given new information instead of the same old alarm. We'll build out fuller, more specific versions of several of these, including a couple of tools I use constantly in practice, later in the book. For now, the habit of noticing and naming is worth far more than getting any of it perfectly right. Reflection prompt. Take your blood pressure today if you're able to, and notice which pattern shows up. What identity or obligation is your body trying to protect right now? Looking at your own numbers, does the systolic, diastolic, or pulse story sound more like what's actually going on for you? What does your body feel like when you consciously soften and breathe, even for 10 seconds? Write down one honest observation. Over the coming weeks, notice how these small shifts influence not just how you feel, but how steady your numbers stay. In the next chapter, we'll follow this thread to its most unsettling conclusion. A patient who did everything her cardiologist asked, impeccably, for 2 years, and got worse anyway. And what her story, set beside one of the strangest findings in all of medicine, reveals about how completely the attitude behind our healing can eclipse the healing itself. Chapter 19. The research catches up. I built the previous chapter almost entirely from the exam room. Years of cuffs, patience, and the patterns I kept seeing repeat themselves. The diastolic number that stayed stubbornly high in the person who felt boxed in. The systolic spike in the person who was working hard not to think about something. The strange, paradoxical come-on-paper numbers in the person who had been under crushing stress for so long their body seemed to have simply stopped raising the alarm. I trusted those patterns because I'd watched them happen, again and again, across more patients than I could count. But I hadn't gone looking for the literature behind them until after this book was already taking shape. I went looking expecting to find scattered, inconclusive support at best. What I found instead was a body of research that had been quietly building toward the same conclusions from a completely different direction, for decades. The diastolic number has a name in the literature. The connection between diastolic blood pressure and a specific emotional signature, frustration, hostility, anger that isn't finding an outlet, turns out to be one of the more consistently replicated findings in cardiovascular psychophysiology. Researchers working with validated hostility scales have repeatedly found that people who score high on trait hostility, particularly those who describe themselves as suppressing or inhibiting their anger rather than expressing it, show disproportionately large diastolic reactivity when placed under laboratory stress. Systolic and heart rate responses don't track hostility nearly as reliably. Diastolic does. That distinction maps almost perfectly onto simple vascular mechanics. Anger and frustration recruit the alpha-adrenergic pathway that constricts blood vessels, squeezing the pipes, essentially, and diastolic pressure is, physiologically, the pressure the arterial walls are holding between heartbeats, when they're not being pushed open by a fresh surge of blood. A number that's elevated at rest between beats is a number that's telling you something about sustained resistance rather than a single burst of exertion. It's hard to find a cleaner physiological signature for "my hands are tied and I know it" than a vascular system caught in a constant, low-grade clench. What the two numbers actually are. It's worth slowing down on what those two numbers physically are, because the distinction does more work than most people realize, and once it's clear, a great deal else falls into place. The top number, systolic, is the force of the pump. It's the pressure at the instant the heart contracts and drives a fresh volume of blood out into the arteries. A number about push, about effort, about how hard the heart is working in the moment it does its one active job. It fits the pattern I described earlier almost too neatly. The systolic spike as the pressure of something being shoved out of awareness, a burst of force aimed at a problem the person is working not to look at. The bottom number, diastolic, isn't really about the pump at all. It's the pressure that remains in the arteries between beats while the heart is resting and refilling. In that moment, nothing is being pushed. The heart has let go of the blood entirely. So whatever pressure is still sitting in the vessels has to be coming from the vessels themselves, from their tone, their baseline tightness, the degree to which the arterial walls are holding a grip of their own even when nothing is being driven through them. Systolic is how hard the heart pumps. Diastolic is how tightly your arteries are gripping when the heart isn't pumping at all. That is why the diastolic number belongs to the hands tied pattern so precisely. The pump gets to rest between every beat. The vessels, if they're locked in a low-grade frustrated clench, do not. A chronically high diastolic is, quite literally, a body that can't set the tension down even in the split second between one heartbeat and the next. The Framingham data, followed across the full adult lifespan, describes a slow handoff between the relative danger of elevated diastolic to elevated systolic. In younger and middle-aged adults, the diastolic number is the stronger predictor of coronary heart disease, of heart attacks specifically, and only later in life does systolic, and then pulse pressure, take over as the arteries stiffen with age. In adults under 50, diastolic isn't the afterthought, it's the dominant signal. A large modern analysis of more than 100,000 people, followed for over 2 decades, landed in the same place, with its authors stressing that the diastolic number carries real predictive weight and shouldn't be dismissed, particularly in people younger than 50. For younger and middle-aged adults, the diastolic number is at least as important as the systolic one, and often more so, in predicting a heart attack, and younger, middle-aged, hard-driving, high-capacity people are precisely who tends to be running the chronic frustration this book keeps circling back to. The number that best tracks the hands-tied clench turns out to also be the number that best predicts a coronary event in the very population most prone to that clench. That is not a coincidence I can prove in these pages, but it's a convergence I can't unsee. The number that feeds the heart. There's one more fact about the diastolic number that I find almost unbearably fitting, given everything this book is about, and it's plain physiology, not anything I discovered. The heart, alone among the organs, cannot feed itself while it works. Every other tissue in the body gets its richest blood flow during systole, when the heart contracts and pressure peaks. The heart muscle is the exception. When it contracts, it clamps down on its own supply lines. The coronary arteries that thread through the muscle are squeezed nearly shut by the very contraction they're powering. So the heart can't take its own nourishment in the moment it's pushing blood out to everyone else. It has to wait. It gets fed during diastole, during the rest. When the muscle finally relaxes and stops squeezing, the coronary arteries open and blood flows in to supply the heart itself. And the pressure that drives that flow is, essentially, the diastolic pressure. The bottom number isn't only a readout of arterial tone. It's the pressure that decides whether the heart, in its one moment of rest, actually gets fed. The organ that spends its entire life pushing blood out to serve every other part of you is nourished only in the pause. Its own supply is contingent, absolutely, on rest. A heart that never got a diastole would starve in the middle of its own abundance, pumping fuel to everyone but itself. This is the alpha's physiology written into a single heartbeat. The overgiver who serves everyone and is fed only when they finally stop. The body whose maintenance, the collagen cruise, the immune patrols, all the repair we keep watching get deferred and deferred again, happens only in the states of rest the alpha keeps refusing to enter. The heart made the same bargain the rest of you did. It just made it more honestly. It doesn't even pretend it can be fed and be working at the same time. And this is where the frustrated clench stops being an abstraction. When the diastolic number runs chronically high, the arteries are holding their grip straight through the rest phase, the one window the heart has to receive. It isn't just that a tense vessel is bad for the wall in some vague, general way. It's that the tension lands precisely on the phase of the cycle the heart depends on to nourish itself. There's a mirror image danger in the other direction, worth naming so this doesn't get misread. Push the bottom number too far down, and you drain the very pressure that feeds the heart in diastole, which is part of why very low diastolic readings can be dangerous too, especially in older, stiffer arteries. The heart needs that pause to hold a real, steady pressure, neither a clench nor a collapse. So when I tell a patient the bottom number is about the tone in their arteries, the grip they're holding when they think they've let go, I'm no longer only describing a stress signature. I'm describing whether the hardest working muscle they own is getting fed in the only moment it ever can. The whole argument of this book, that rest is not the absence of the important work, but the condition for it, turns out to be etched into the cardiac cycle itself. The heart already knows. It has been trying to tell you, one beat at a time, that it can only be nourished when it's allowed to stop. Why chronic stress can make the numbers go quiet. The second half of the pattern I'd been watching, numbers that seem to fall rather than rise in patients under the longest, heaviest stress, took longer to find good language for, because it isn't the first thing most stress research goes looking for. Most of the literature, understandably, focuses on stress raising blood pressure. But a smaller, more specific body of work on the hypothalamic-pituitary-adrenal axis describes a second state entirely. One where sustained, severe stress drives cortisol output down rather than up, a pattern researchers have documented in populations carrying the heaviest chronic stress loads, including PTSD and burnout. This matters here because cortisol isn't just a stress hormone in the abstract. It has a direct, measurable job in the blood vessels themselves. It sensitizes vascular tissue to the vasoconstricting effect of adrenaline, amplifying the squeeze rather than causing it directly. When cortisol output drops after a system has been run too hard for too long, that amplification effect fades with it. The vessels are still being asked to constrict. They're simply not being primed to do it as forcefully as they once were. The result, in a subset of the most chronically depleted patients, can be blood pressure that reads as unremarkable or even low, not because the underlying stress resolved, but because the amplifier that used to make it visible on a cuff has itself gone quiet. In states of prolonged severe stress, the HPA axis can downshift rather than stay in permanent overdrive, and blood pressure is one of several systems that can go quiet as a result rather than staying loud. It's a more injured state, by the research's own description, not a healthier one. The quiet numbers are not good news. What this changes about how I read a cuff. None of this changes what I do in the exam room. It changes how confidently I can say it. A patient whose diastolic runs high during a stretch where they've described feeling stuck, blocked, or unable to act isn't imagining a connection between the two. A patient whose numbers have gone strangely, uncharacteristically calm during the hardest year of their life isn't necessarily doing better. They may be the person who most needs someone else to notice, because their own body has stopped raising its hand. The instrument hasn't changed. The cuff still reads a number the same way it always has. What's changed is how much weight I can now put behind telling a patient, this number is not random, and it is not just about salt or genetics or bad luck. It's a report on where you are in a much longer timeline of stress than either of us can see directly. It's a strange kind of relief, finding out after the fact that the pattern you built from thousands of hours in an exam room has a paper trail running through decades of published research you would never read. It doesn't make the clinical observation more true than it already was, but it does mean this isn't one clinician's private theory. It's a body of independent, published work, arrived at through cold laboratory measurement rather than a stethoscope and a hunch, converging on the same basic map. Your blood pressure carries information about which chapter of the stress story you're in, not just whether you're stressed at all. Chapter 20. The patient who did everything right, how attitude can eclipse the cure. A patient came into the office a few hours after seeing her cardiologist, and her blood pressure was 201/105. That number alone would have concerned me. What made it remarkable was where she had just come from. Earlier that same day, sitting in her cardiologist's office, her blood pressure had been a calm, unremarkable 112/68. She, D, had an echocardiogram, and it had turned up with mild thickening in the wall of her heart's main pumping chamber, the left ventricle. Her cardiologist had looked at it and told her honestly that it wasn't a big deal. And somewhere in the few hours between hearing those words and sitting down across from me, her body had traveled from 112/68 to 201/105 and parked there. She wasn't just puzzled by the number, she was furious at it. But I did everything the cardiologist told me to do 2 years ago, she said, and it got worse. She repeated it several times with rising heat, as though the sheer injustice of it were a thing I could correct if only I would understand how unjust it was. Here is what I want you to know. I believed her completely. When she said she had done everything, I didn't doubt a single word. I would have wagered that she had exercised nearly every day for 2 years, and that in that whole stretch almost nothing anyone would call junk food had crossed her plate. Her diet was, by every available sign, impeccable. Her exercise was religious. She had followed her cardiologist's instructions to the letter, and the wall of her heart had quietly thickened anyway. If diet and exercise and medical compliance were the whole story, her story would be impossible. So they aren't the whole story, and the missing piece was sitting right there in the room, running her blood pressure up the wall while she told me about it. The how underneath the what. Start with the heart wall itself, because it explains more than it first appears to. The left ventricle is a muscle, and muscle adapts to the loads it is repeatedly asked to carry. Ask a muscle to lift heavy things again and again, and it thickens in response. That is the entire principle behind strength training. A heart that is repeatedly asked to pump against sudden surges of very high pressure adapts in exactly the same way. The wall thickens to meet the load. So when I looked at a woman whose resting pressure was 112/68, but who could climb to 201/105 on the strength of a piece of only mildly concerning news, I wasn't looking at two unrelated facts. I was looking at cause and effect. Her heart wall was thick because, for years, her body had been treating ordinary information as an emergency and spiking its pressure to match, and I was watching it happen live. The echo hadn't found a mystery. It had found a sculpture, and I was meeting the sculptor. Now hold that next to the impeccable diet and the religious exercise, and the real picture comes into focus. She had not failed to do the right things. She had done every right thing in the wrong gear. Somewhere along the way, eating well had stopped being nourishment and become a fight against food. Exercise had stopped being movement and become a war on stagnation. Managing her heart had become one more battle to win, fought with the same intensity she brought to everything, which was precisely the intensity that had thickened the wall in the first place. Her inputs were flawless. The state she ran them in swallowed them whole. The reason careful diet and consistent exercise sometimes fail to move the needle is that cortisol is working against them, storing the fuel they burn and slowing the repair they're meant to support. This patient is that principle taken to its logical end. It isn't only that stress can blunt the benefit of good habits, it's that the attitude with which we pursue those habits can itself be the source of the stress, so that the harder we push, the more of our own progress we quietly erase. She wasn't undoing her good work despite her intensity. She was undoing it with her intensity. Why we keep looking for the solution. I want to name something here, because I think it's the quiet engine behind an enormous amount of frustration and wasted effort, and this patient was sitting right on top of it. It genuinely does not make intuitive sense that an attitude could outweigh a treatment. A pill is a real physical thing you can hold in your hand. A food is concrete. A workout is concrete, measurable, loggable. Non-defensiveness is none of those things. It's invisible. It doesn't come in a bottle and said out loud. It sounds soft next to the hard machinery of medicine. So when the concrete things don't deliver the result we were promised, the conclusion almost no one reaches is maybe the state I'm doing all this in is the missing variable. The conclusion we reach instead is I must have the wrong pill, the wrong diet, the wrong protocol. I just haven't found the real solution yet. And off we go, hunting for a better version of the very same category of fix that wasn't the problem to begin with. This is why the shelves are full of solutions, and why there is always a next one. It is that any single one is a fraud. It's that a great many of them are aimed at the wrong layer entirely, refining the inputs over and over, while leaving untouched the nervous system state that decides whether those inputs can do their work at all. It's the same error as spotting a mistake early in a long calculation and then, instead of going back to fix it, simply doing the rest of the arithmetic more carefully. Every step after the error can be flawless, and the answer will still come out wrong, because nobody went back to the line where it actually broke. So it's fair to ask, if the state we're in really does this much work, if it can eclipse the treatment, where would we expect to see the evidence? It ought to turn up somewhere obvious, somewhere well documented, somewhere ideally that medicine has been staring at a little uncomfortably for a very long time. It has. We call it the placebo effect. The clue hiding in plain sight. Everyone has heard that an inert pill can produce real improvement if the person taking it believes it's medicine. For a long time, that was understood to require the belief, the deception. You had to be fooled. The effect was real, but it was assumed to run entirely on the patient not knowing. Then in 2010, a team led by Ted Kapchuk at Harvard Medical School's Beit Israel Deaconess Medical Center ran a study that ought to be more famous than it is. They took 80 patients with irritable bowel syndrome, a genuinely miserable condition, and split them into two groups. One group got no treatment. The other got a placebo, with a twist that borders on absurd. They were told it was a placebo. The bottles were labeled placebo pills. The patients were informed plainly that these contained no active medication, that they were completely inert, and that they didn't even need to believe the pills would help. They were simply asked to take them. The honest, openly fake sugar pills produced roughly twice the symptom relief of no treatment at all, an improvement in the same range as the best real drugs for the condition. Larger work since has pointed the same way. A 2021 trial in the journal Pain found open-label placebo working about as well as concealed placebo in IBS, and the effect has since shown up for chronic back pain, migraines, cancer-related fatigue, and more. Sit with how strange that is. The effect survived the patient's knowing, which means the improvement was never really running on belief or on being deceived. Something else was doing the work, something about the ritual of being cared for, of doing a deliberate, structured thing for your ailment, day after day. The pill was admittedly empty. The improvement was not. What the sugar pill is actually doing. I want to be careful and honest here, because the limits of this effect are exactly what reveal its mechanism. Kapchuk himself is clear about the boundaries, and so should we be. Placebos are not magic. They reliably help conditions defined by what a person feels and reports: pain, nausea, fatigue, the symptoms of IBS. If you take only one thing from this chapter, do not let it be that calm replaces medicine. But notice which part of illness the placebo reliably moves. It moves the part that runs through the nervous system, and that tells us what it's actually doing. The ritual of treatment, the bottle, the routine, the sense that something is being done, that you are being taken care of, lowers the internal alarm. It tells the body in a language older than words that the situation is handled. Defensiveness eases. The stress response quiets. And a body that is no longer braced for a fight is finally free to send its resources back where they belong, to digestion, to repair, to the immune patrols and the collagen crews and all the maintenance the emergency program had been holding hostage. The molecule was inert. The calm it produced was not. That calm is a real, measurable physiological state, and it happens to be one in which the body does some of its best healing, because it's the state the body was designed to heal in. Which means the placebo effect isn't a curiosity at the margins of medicine, a bit of noise to be controlled for and forgotten. It's a direct, repeatable demonstration of the central claim of this entire book, that the state your nervous system is in does a large share of the work, for better or worse, no matter what else is or isn't in the pill. Two sides of one coin. Now put the two patients side by side. The one who improved on a sugar pill she knew was a sugar pill, and the one who got worse despite doing everything right, and you'll see they aren't opposites at all. They're the same principle, running in opposite directions. The placebo patient got the calm without any active drug. The ritual of being treated stood her nervous system down, and her body did the rest. The impeccable patient got every active input, the diet, the exercise, the medication, the compliance, and skipped the calm entirely, running all of it in a state of continuous alarm. She took the medicine and missed the placebo. She had, in a sense, exactly the wrong half of what heals. And this is the genuinely hopeful part, the reason this chapter isn't a counsel of despair. If the calm is the active ingredient, the thing quietly doing the work under the placebo, the thing that was missing under all that impeccable effort, then it is something we can learn to produce directly, on purpose, without needing to be deceived, without needing a sugar pill, without waiting for a white coat and a ritual to grant us permission. That is what the tools in this book are for. The 5-second yoga, the 17% filter, the plain practice of noticing what you're defending and setting it down. These are ways of reaching, deliberately, the same standing down that the placebo reaches by the long way around. It may be the most powerful medicine most people are already carrying, and one of the only ones that is genuinely free. A note on medication and the high-capacity patient. There is a particular version of this patient I saw again and again, and it's worth naming plainly, because medication meets it in a specific and frustrating way. This is the person who is exceptional at nearly everything: impeccable diet, disciplined exercise, a demanding job held in high capacity, and whose blood pressure, despite all of it, swings wildly. Diagnosed with hypertension, they attack the diagnosis the way they attack everything else, and they still can't get it to settle. Medication tends to shave the peaks a little, but on their lows it can drop them too far, leaving them dizzy or even fainting. The reason is that the medication is treating a number while the real driver is the volatility underneath it. And that volatility is being generated in real time by a nervous system that never fully stands down. None of this is an argument against medication. It's an argument for pairing it with the thing it can supply on its own. When the underlying alarm is finally addressed, the swings flatten, and very often, working with their physician, these are precisely the patients who can eventually step the medication down rather than up. The pill and the calm aren't rivals. The calm is what lets the pill do its job without overshooting. Chapter 21. Opportunistic Infections, when the body's defenses go offline. You finally get the yeast infection or UTI under control with medication, only to feel it creeping back a few weeks later. Or a cold shows up that just won't fully clear. Or a stubborn skin flare-up returns for the third time this year. You treat the symptom, feel temporary relief, and then the frustration comes right back. What you may not realize is that the real culprit was rarely the yeast, the bacteria, or the virus itself. The real culprit was the chronic stress that quietly dismantled your immune surveillance long before the infection ever got a foothold. This chapter is about the opportunistic infections that thrive when your body is running in alpha mode. It's also about a particularly cruel irony that tends to follow. Once the infection shows up, we usually forget the stress that opened the door in the first place and start stressing about the infection instead, building a second, even more exhausting layer of alarm right on top of the first. How stress creates the perfect storm. Your immune system is extraordinarily capable. Specialized cells constantly patrol your tissues, repair damaged DNA, and clear bacteria, viruses, fungi, and early abnormal cells before any of them can cause real trouble. Under sustained cortisol elevation, those same cells are told, in effect, to stand down. We're in survival mode. Surveillance can wait. Even a single intense stressor, a scare on the road, an identity threat, a day spent compulsively helping everyone but yourself, can suppress immune function to a degree comparable to a real dose of prednisone or epinephrine. When that suppression becomes chronic, whether it's coming from a too nice, too strong, or too self-sufficient pattern, your body's natural defenses genuinely weaken. Organisms that normally live in harmless balance with you, Candida in the gut or vaginal flora, E. coli in the urinary tract, seize the opening and overgrow. The result is familiar to almost everyone at some point. Recurrent yeast infections, frequent urinary tract infections, colds or sinus issues that linger far longer than they should, flare-ups of acne, eczema, or other skin conditions, digestive disturbances from an imbalanced gut. None of this is bad luck. It's a predictable downstream effect of a physiology that's been asked to fight imaginary lions for far too long. The vicious cycle, stress about the stress symptom. Here's the particularly cruel twist. Once the infection appears, most of us do exactly what an alpha mind does best. We treat the symptom itself as the new emergency. We research remedies, buy creams and supplements, book appointments, and anxiously monitor every twinge. The original stressor, the chronic, identity-driven resistance that weakened the immune system in the first place, gets forgotten entirely. Now we're simply stressed about the yeast infection, or the UTI, or the flare-up. Cortisol rises again. Immune function stays suppressed. The infection lingers or returns. We start to feel hopeless, convinced our body is broken, or that we just haven't found the right external fix yet. The more remedies we cycle through without touching the root cause, the more that hopelessness compounds. If you make an error early in a math problem and keep calculating forward without fixing it, Every subsequent step just carries the same wrong number further down the page. No amount of careful arithmetic afterward will make the final answer correct. Treating a recurrent infection with one remedy after another, while leaving the underlying chronic stress completely untouched, is exactly that. Adding more careful calculations on top of an equation that was wrong from the first line. The body keeps handing you the same wrong answer, because nobody has gone back and fixed the actual error yet. Given the right conditions, your immune system rights itself. It needs lower baseline cortisol, restorative sleep, and less identity-driven resistance running in the background, not an ever-growing stack of supplements, probiotics, or antifungal courses. For women in perimenopause and menopause, this pattern often intensifies because declining estrogen shifts vaginal pH and tissue integrity, making that area more vulnerable on its own while chronic stress removes what buffer is left. The body remains fully capable of real balance once it is no longer being asked to run the emergency program at the same time. None of this is an argument against appropriate medical treatment when you need it, only for treating the infection as the visible symptom rather than the primary problem, and addressing the factory-level siege that let it flourish. Practical steps to break the cycle. Name the original stressor. When an infection shows up, pause and ask honestly, what has actually been keeping my nervous system in alpha mode lately? Then use the 17% filter to release even one unnecessary obligation or identity defense you've been carrying. Signal safety immediately. The moment you notice yourself spiraling into fix-it stress about the symptom itself, use the 5-second yoga. Remind your body plainly, this is not a new lion, we are safe enough right now. Support the body's own intelligence first. Prioritize sleep, gentle movement, and anti-inflammatory nutrition as your first-line allies. Use medication or targeted remedies as short-term bridges, not permanent solutions carrying the whole load on their own. Go back and fix the actual equation. Trace the problem back to its root rather than piling more calculations on top of it. The fastest real path to lasting resolution is almost always reducing the chronic resistance that weakened your immunity to begin with, not finding a stronger cream. Reflection prompt. The next time you notice an opportunistic symptom, a yeast infection, a UTI, a cold that won't quit, a flare-up, pause before reaching for the next remedy. Ask yourself gently, what chronic stress or alpha mode pattern likely opened the door to this? What would it look like to go back and fix the actual equation, instead of adding another treatment on top of it? What's one small 17% release or 5-second yoga I could use right now to signal safety to my immune system? The factory doesn't need another emergency manager. It needs the debt collector to finally leave, so the maintenance crews can get back to work. Your body is ready. Healing begins the moment you stop adding stress to the stress. Chapter 22. The Broken Heart, when emotional stress literally reshapes your physiology. There's a condition so dramatic that cardiologists once mistook it for a heart attack. The left ventricle balloons outward, taking on the shape of a Japanese octopus trap called a takotsubo. Blood flow is impaired. The patient experiences crushing chest pain, shortness of breath, and every classic sign of a myocardial infarction. And yet the coronary arteries are clear. No clot, no blockage. This is takotsubo cardiomyopathy, broken heart syndrome, in the more familiar phrase. It isn't triggered by plaque or cholesterol. It's triggered by an overwhelming surge of stress hormones, most often following a profound emotional loss, the death of a spouse, a devastating betrayal, or any event that shatters the self-image we've spent years defending. Under the sheer force of grief, the heart changes shape. Cardiologist Sandeep Jauhar's heart. A history documents cases like this, patients whose hearts broke not metaphorically, but physically, after events like the sudden loss of a loved one or a brutal argument with a family member. The common thread in nearly every case is the same thing this book has been circling since the beginning: acute, identity-level emotional stress, the psychological lion your body cannot distinguish from a physical one. The collagen connection: why the heart changes shape. Your heart isn't just a pump. It's a sophisticated muscle wrapped in a supportive scaffolding of collagen, the same structural protein we've mentioned in earlier chapters as one of the first casualties of chronic stress. Under normal conditions, that collagen scaffolding gives the heart the structural integrity to contract powerfully, millions of times over a lifetime, while holding its shape. Chronic or intense stress changes that equation. Cortisol and catecholamines, adrenaline and noradrenaline, dial down collagen synthesis at exactly the moment they're demanding the heart work harder. The emergency program that evolved to get you away from a predator now asks the heart to beat faster and with more force, while quietly pulling the structural support out from underneath it. In extreme cases, the result is takotsubo. The heart muscle stuns and balloons outward because its collagen framework can no longer hold its normal architecture. This isn't some rare, exotic disease sitting outside the rest of this book. It's the logical extension of the factory under siege. When the body stays in alpha mode, too nice, too strong, or too self-sufficient, the heart is asked to run in permanent high-output mode while the repair crews get pulled away for emergency duty. Collagen production slows. The scaffolding weakens. An organ that never stops working slowly loses its structural integrity. Jauhar's book makes an argument worth sitting with. The heart is as much an emotional organ as it is a mechanical one. Grief, rage, fear, and chronic identity threat can produce genuine structural changes in cardiac tissue, not a metaphor, an MRI finding. The same stress hormones that spike your blood pressure in traffic or during a hard conversation can, sustained and intensified, physically reshape the heart itself. Consider what happened to Jauhar's own grandfather. It was the summer of 1953 in Kanpur, in northern India. He was working in his shop one morning when a snake bit him. He never got a good look at it, and the bite didn't seem to trouble him. He finished out the morning and walked home for lunch feeling fine. Hours passed. Then neighbors arrived at the door carrying a dead snake they said was the one that had bitten him, a shiny black cobra. He took a single look at it and slumped to the floor. His son, Jauhar's father, was sitting right beside him and watched him go. He never regained consciousness. At the hospital, the verdict was one the family struggled to accept. He had not died of the snake bite. He had died of a heart attack, sudden cardiac death, almost certainly triggered by the shock of seeing that cobra and the sudden, total certainty that a bite he'd shrugged off all morning was about to kill him. Sit with that mechanism, because it's the whole argument of this book compressed into a single afternoon. Whatever bit him hours earlier had done nothing. There may not have been enough venom in him to raise a welt. What killed him wasn't a chemical. It was a belief. The moment his mind decided he was a dead man, his body obliged. His nervous system dumped the same flood of stress hormones we've been tracking through every chapter, and under that surge his heart quit. This is the thing that's so easy to miss and so important to get right. The body does not know what is real. It only knows what the brain tells it. It cannot verify whether the cobra was venomous, whether the bite was fatal, whether the threat is a predator in the grass or a memory or a diagnosis read off a page. It receives the alarm and it responds fully, physiologically, sometimes catastrophically, to whatever the mind has certified as true. When the brain fails to step in with the one piece of information the body could never produce on its own, you are not going to die, the response runs unchecked, and the consequences run wildly out of proportion to any real danger. A man can be frightened to death by a snake that never poisoned him. That is the psychological lion in its purest form. Your body cannot tell it from a real one, and, as Jauhar's grandfather discovered, it does not have to be real to be fatal. One mechanism, a whole spectrum of symptoms. Takotsubo is the most dramatic possible expression of this collagen mechanism, but it's important to understand that it sits at the extreme end of a spectrum, not in a category by itself. The same slowdown in collagen synthesis that can reshape a heart under acute, overwhelming stress is at work throughout your entire body under far more ordinary stress, at far more ordinary intensities. Most people will never experience takotsubo. Almost everyone reading this book has already experienced a milder version of the exact same mechanism, probably without ever connecting it to stress at all. Think about the shoulder that starts aching the moment you lie down at night, or the hip that never used to bother you and now throbs the second you're side sleeping on it. That joint has been quietly bearing a portion of your body's weight, night after night, for years without complaint. What changed usually isn't the joint. It's the collagen scaffolding around it, the tendons, ligaments, and cartilage that are supposed to be continuously maintained and rebuilt. And that maintenance work is one of the very first things to get canceled when the factory shifts into chronic emergency mode. A joint under sustained load with undermaintained scaffolding starts to complain in exactly the way an undermaintained bridge would. Not by collapsing outright, but by creaking first, under the specific loads it's carrying most often. This gives us a rough timeline worth understanding, even though it will never be identical from person to person. Days to a couple of weeks of intense stress tend to produce the mildest, most reversible signs: a stiff neck, a shoulder that aches at night, a knee that suddenly notices stairs again. Annoying, but usually gone quickly once the stress resolves, because the underlying scaffolding damage is still shallow. Weeks to months of sustained stress tend to produce more persistent versions of the same thing: chronic joint stiffness, slower healing minor injuries, tendon pain that doesn't fully resolve with rest, skin that bruises or tears more easily than it used to. This is collagen turnover falling meaningfully behind demand for long enough that the deficit starts to compound. Months to years of chronic, identity-driven stress, especially layered on top of an acute crisis, is where you start to see the most severe, structurally dramatic events, takotsubo among them, because by that point the scaffolding deficit isn't localized to one joint anymore. It's systemic, and the heart, which never gets to rest the way a shoulder can, is often one of the first places a truly severe deficit becomes visible and dangerous, rather than just uncomfortable. This isn't a strict clock, and it shouldn't be read as one. It's closer to a dose-response relationship. More duration and more intensity generally produce more severe collagen-related symptoms, with real variation in exactly where any individual's line sits. That variation is where genetics comes in, and it matters enough to say plainly. Two people can carry the same stress for the same length of time and land in very different places on the spectrum. Some of that comes down to inherited differences in collagen structure and density, joint laxity, and how efficiently someone's body handles routine tissue repair even under good conditions. People with connective tissue differences, a family history of hypermobility, for instance, or simply naturally lower baseline collagen density, often notice the mild end of this spectrum, joint pain, slow healing minor injuries, far earlier and far more intensely than someone with naturally robust connective tissue, who might not notice anything until the stress has been running for a very long time. None of this means your particular sensitivity is a flaw. It means your own scaffolding has its own margin, and it's worth learning where yours tends to show strain first: a shoulder, a hip, a jaw, a gut, because that early signal is genuinely useful information, not just an inconvenience to push through. The irony of the second stress. Here's the cruel twist we see again and again in clinical practice. A patient goes through a profound loss or identity threat. The heart changes shape. They get a diagnosis of takotsubo or stress cardiomyopathy. And then the real stress begins. Will this happen again? Is something wrong with me permanently? Could the next emotional hit actually kill me? The original grief gets compounded by an entirely new layer of fear about the body itself. Cortisol rises again. The factory stays in emergency mode. The very condition caused by chronic stress is now being kept alive by stress about the condition. We forget the root, the psychological lion, and start treating the downstream symptom as the enemy instead. It's the same wrong equation from Chapter 20, wearing a more frightening costume, piling more anxious effort on top of an error instead of going back to correct it. When the heart heals, here is the most hopeful part, and it is not wishful thinking. The heart is remarkably resilient when it is given the right conditions. Most cases of Takotsubo resolve within weeks once the acute stress lifts and the body is allowed back into repair mode. The ventricle typically regains its normal shape, and ejection fraction recovers. This isn't magic. It is physiology doing exactly what it is built to do once the unnecessary alarm is switched off. Women in perimenopause and menopause carry a somewhat higher risk of stress cardiomyopathy because declining estrogen removes part of the natural buffer against cortisol's effects on the heart and vessels. But even here, the same conditions, reducing identity-driven stress, protecting sleep, and using the 17% filter to release what no longer needs defending, are exactly what let the heart heal. Reclaiming the heart from the mirror. The reflected self-image from Chapter 3 is intimately connected to broken heart syndrome. The idealized self-image we construct and spend years defending is precisely the thing that, when it shatters, can trigger the hormonal surge capable of reshaping the physical heart. Every time we treat a threat to our reputation, our competence, or our sense of self-sufficiency as though it were mortal danger, we're straining the same cardiac scaffolding that's supposed to last us a lifetime. The way through is the same practice this whole book keeps returning to. Stop feeding the factory false emergencies. Use the 17% filter. Reach for the 5-second yoga the moment you notice grief or defensiveness taking hold. None of this guarantees you'll never grieve hard or never feel your heart race under real loss. It will, and it should. What it changes is whether that surge is a single, honest wave that passes through and lets the scaffolding rebuild, or a permanent state your heart is quietly asked to run in for years. Chapter 23. When the pipes grow thin, cortisol, your blood vessels, and the brain they feed. I'll be honest before we start. This is one of the heavier chapters in the book, and I went back and forth about how deep to take it. The stakes here are higher than an aching shoulder or a stubborn cholesterol number, because the organ at the far end of the story is your brain. But I decided to include it in full, for the same reason I've included everything else, because the fear that comes from a vague sense of danger is worse than the clarity that comes from understanding a mechanism you can actually do something about. So read this one knowing that it ends, as every chapter in this book ends, with a door out. The door is real. Let's walk through the room first. We've already watched cortisol weaken structure in two places. In the chapter on the heart, you saw it pull the collagen scaffolding out from under a muscle that never stops working. In the chapter on albumin, you saw the thin, easily bruised skin that long-term stress hormone produces. Here's the fact that connects them to this chapter. That same collagen scaffolding, the very protein cortisol keeps deprioritizing, is also woven through the wall of every blood vessel you have. Your arteries and veins aren't inert tubing. They're living, structured walls, and they are built, in part, out of exactly the material the emergency program keeps refusing to maintain. A wall and a lining. A blood vessel fails in two different ways, and chronic cortisol drives both at once. The first is structural. The wall of a vessel is a layered thing, collagen and elastin for strength and stretch, smooth muscle to squeeze and release. When collagen synthesis runs chronically behind demand, that wall does what your skin does and what the heart's scaffolding does. It grows thinner, weaker, less resilient. You can actually see the visible tip of this in anyone on long-term prednisone or living with Cushing. The easy bruising, the fragile capillaries that break under the smallest bump. Those bruises are vessels whose walls have quietly lost their structural budget. What you can see on the skin is happening, to some degree, everywhere. The second failure is functional, and it happens at the lining. Every vessel is lined on the inside by a single living layer of cells called the endothelium, not passive wallpaper, but an active organ in its own right, constantly deciding whether the vessel should relax or clench, stay slick or turn sticky. The endothelium's master tool for relax and open is a molecule called nitric oxide. And cortisol, it turns out, systematically suppresses it, turning down the enzyme that produces nitric oxide and speeding its breakdown once it's made. Less nitric oxide means a vessel that can't widen properly when it should, that tilts by default toward constriction and stiffness, and that loses nitric oxide's quiet background job of keeping the wall from clotting and hardening. Doctors call this endothelial dysfunction, and it is one of the earliest, most measurable footprints of a vascular system under chronic strain. Put the two together, and you have the worst possible combination. A wall growing structurally weaker at the same time its lining is losing the ability to manage pressure and flow. The pipe is thinning and stiffening in the same breath. Pressure on a failing wall. Now bring back the blood pressure chapter. You already know that cortisol sensitizes your vessels to the constricting signal of adrenaline, priming the pipes to clench harder, and that sustained frustration and vigilance keep that clench standing. Layer this chapter on top of that one, and the picture sharpens into something almost mechanical. You have higher pressure inside the vessel, pushing outward and dragging along the wall with every beat, what engineers would call shear stress, and you have a wall that is simultaneously thinner, stiffer, and less able to relax under that load. Higher force, weaker pipe. It is difficult to design a worse arrangement for a system that has to hold up without failure for 80 years. The anti-inflammatory that inflames. Here's the part that seems, at first, to make no sense. Cortisol and its pharmaceutical twins are famous as anti-inflammatory drugs. We hand out prednisone precisely to calm inflammation. So how could high cortisol leave a vessel more inflamed, not less? The resolution is that there are two different clocks running. In the short term and against the immune system, glucocorticoids genuinely do suppress inflammation. But over the long term, the downstream consequences of high cortisol, the high blood pressure, the insulin resistance, the shifted lipids from the cholesterol chapter, the mounting oxidative stress, create exactly the conditions for inflammation and damage at the vessel wall itself. There's even a cruel self-reinforcing twist in the chemistry. Under enough oxidative stress, the very enzyme that's supposed to make protective nitric oxide uncouples and starts producing damaging free radicals instead. The tool meant to protect the wall flips and begins attacking it. So the drug that quiets your immune system can, running for years, hand your blood vessels a slow, smoldering inflammation of a different kind. The anti-inflammatory and the pro-inflammatory effects aren't a contradiction. They're just measured on different timescales. The brain's delicate plumbing. Everything so far applies to vessels everywhere. It matters most in the brain because the brain is fed by the most delicate microvasculature in the body, and because those tiny vessels do a job no others do. They form the blood-brain barrier. That barrier is built from endothelial cells sealed together by tight junctions. A living wall deciding, molecule by molecule, what's allowed to cross from blood into brain. And here's the connection that makes this chapter matter. Those tight seals are maintained by the same endothelial health that nitric oxide supports. As endothelial function fails and nitric oxide falls, the junctions loosen and the barrier starts to leak. A leaky brain barrier lets through fluid, immune cells and small bleeds that were never supposed to reach brain tissue. And the brain, unlike your skin, has almost no tolerance for that kind of trespass. Over time, this shows up on brain scans as something called cerebral small vessel disease, white matter changes, tiny silent strokes, microscopic bleeds, widened spaces around the vessels. And this is not only a Cushing's level phenomenon. Studies in ordinary populations have found that people with higher cortisol levels tend to have more of these white matter changes, independent of a diagnosed disease. The dose is lower in everyday chronic stress than in florid Cushing's, but it appears to be the same road. Migraine likely lives somewhere in this territory too, though I want to be careful not to overstate a mechanism that's still being worked out. Migraine is fundamentally a disorder of an overexcitable neurovascular system, and stress is one of its most reliably reported triggers, including the letdown headache that arrives just as a stressful stretch finally releases. It's plausible and consistent with everything here that a vasculature made less stable by chronic cortisol is a vasculature more prone to that kind of dysregulation. Interestingly, steroids are sometimes used for a few days to break a severe migraine, a reminder that the short-term and long-term effects of these molecules point in opposite directions, exactly as they do everywhere else in this chapter. When the brain itself gets smaller, there's a harder finding still, and I'll give it to you straight because you'll trust the hopeful part more if I don't flinch on this part. Patients with active Cushing's disease, the clearest human model of sustained sky-high cortisol, show measurable changes in brain structure, smaller hippocampal volumes, enlarged ventricles, and generalized cerebral atrophy. The hippocampus, your memory's headquarters and a structure we've returned to again and again in this book, is especially vulnerable because it's dense with the very receptors cortisol acts on. The natural question, the one you're already asking, is, how much of this happens to a person who's just chronically stressed, not clinically ill? The honest answer is that Cushing's is the dial turned all the way up, the extreme that makes the mechanism unmistakable, and that everyday chronic stress runs a much lower dose of the same process. You are almost certainly not producing Cushing's level atrophy from a hard year at work, but the direction is real and it's shared. Chronic stress, and the conditions that travel with it, have been linked to smaller hippocampal volume and to those same small vessel brain changes across the general population. It's a spectrum, with enormous individual variation, not a verdict. And now the part I promised. These changes are, to a meaningful degree, reversible. When cortisol is brought back down, in Cushing's patients, after successful treatment, hippocampal volume has been shown to recover by as much as 10%, and brain atrophy and white matter changes partially reverse. I won't oversell it. The reversal is often incomplete, especially after very long or very severe exposure and some deficits linger. But the brain is not simply passively eroding. It is responding moment to moment to the level of the signal, and it begins to rebuild when the signal comes down. The stakes stated plainly and honestly. There's one more piece of evidence, and it's sobering enough that I want to hand it to you with its caveats attached rather than as a scare. A nationwide Danish study of roughly 100,000 stroke patients found that people already taking glucocorticoids before their stroke had about a 60% higher risk of dying within 30 days, higher still among those newly started on them. And separate work has linked high-dose glucocorticoid use to roughly a 1.7-fold increased risk of having a stroke in the first place. Here are the caveats because they matter and because leaving them out would be its own kind of dishonesty. That's an association, not a clean proof of cause. People on long-term steroids are, almost by definition, already sicker, carrying the serious inflammatory and autoimmune diseases those drugs are prescribed for. And in the acute moment of some strokes, steroids can actually help by controlling brain swelling. So this is not a finding that says stress will kill you. It is a finding that points, consistently with everything else in this chapter, in one direction: A body whose vessels have been marinated in high glucocorticoid for a long time tends to weather a cerebrovascular catastrophe worse than one that hasn't. That's worth knowing. It is not worth panicking over, and panic, as you'll appreciate by now, is just more of the same hormone. The way out, and a word about fear. I want to be careful here, because this chapter could frighten someone into exactly the state it's warning about, and that would be a failure. So let me say two things plainly. First, if you're taking prescribed steroids for a real condition, nothing in this chapter is a reason to stop them. That's a conversation for you and your doctor. And for many people, those medications are genuinely necessary and protective on balance. This chapter is about the chronic, self-generated cortisol of a nervous system that never stands down, and about understanding the mechanism, not about second-guessing your prescriptions. Second, and more importantly, every mechanism in this chapter is driven by a signal, and the signal can fall. This is not a one-way door. Endothelial function is one of the more responsive systems in the whole body. It improves, sometimes within weeks, when stress eases, when you sleep, when you move. As cortisol comes down, nitric oxide returns and the vessels relax and reseal. Blood pressure eases the shear on the walls. The collagen crews you met in the chapter on the heart go back to reinforcing the very scaffolding this chapter has been about. The blood-brain barrier tightens, and even the brain, as we just saw, can partially regrow. Your vasculature was never trying to fail. It was doing its best to hold together under a pressure it was never meant to sustain indefinitely, and it starts repairing the moment that pressure lifts. The fear you might feel reading this is understandable, and it's also, in the most literal biochemical sense, the wrong response. It's another dose of the exact hormone doing the damage. The right response is quieter and far more powerful. To take the fact that this is cortisol-driven as the best possible news, because it means the thinning of these walls is not your fixed fate. It's a signal you have real influence over, starting today. Where we go from here. We've now followed the collagen thread from the scaffolding of the heart to the walls of the vessels feeding the brain. In the next chapter, we follow it one step further, into what happens when the body, forced to repair on a slashed budget, builds its replacement tissue out of cheaper material than the job requires, and things that were meant to glide begin instead to stick. Chapter 24. The glue that shouldn't be there, adhesions, and the cost of standing still. Most people have never heard the word adhesion, and yet almost everyone reading this book has felt one. It's the reason your lower back feels worse, not better, on the third day of resting it. It's the reason a shoulder that got wrenched 5 years ago still catches at the exact same angle every single time. It's the reason bed rest, the thing every instinct tells you to do when something hurts, can quietly make the problem worse the longer you stay in it. This chapter is about naming that mechanism, because once you can see it, an entire category of pain that used to feel mysterious and permanent starts to look like exactly what it is. A maintenance backlog, and one your body already knows how to clear. What fascia is actually for. Wrapped around and between every muscle, organ, and nerve in your body is a thin, slippery layer of connective tissue called fascia. Its entire job is friction management. It lets your muscles glide past each other, your organs shift slightly as you move and breathe, and your nerves slide freely through the tunnels of tissue they travel in. Under normal conditions, you never notice fascia at all, in the same way you never notice a well-oiled hinge. It's doing its job precisely by being invisible. An adhesion is what happens when that slip, purry, gliding layer gets replaced with something it was never meant to be. Sticky, disorganized scar tissue that binds structures together that are supposed to move independently. Instead of two smooth surfaces sliding past each other, you get two surfaces welded together at a point, with every movement now dragging on that weld. Cheap scaffolding, not a damage alarm. The old explanation for adhesions is that the body senses damage or infection and responds by walling it off with sticky tissue, as a kind of defensive reflex. That's part of the picture, but it undersells what's actually going on, and it misses the thread this book has been pulling on since the beginning. Adhesions are built from collagen, the same structural protein you now know gets deprioritized the moment your body shifts into alpha mode. Under normal conditions, your repair crews lay down organized, layered collagen fibers, arranged in the kind of orderly parallel lines that let tissue glide. Under chronic cortisol, those same repair crews are working with a slashed budget and a compressed timeline. They still show up. They still lay down collagen. But it comes out disorganized, cross-linked and thick, cheap scaffolding instead of proper scaffolding. Cheap scaffolding doesn't glide. It sticks to whatever it touches. That's an adhesion. This is why adhesions show up disproportionately after surgery, after an injury, after a prolonged illness, or during a stretch of unrelenting stress with no physical trauma at all. In every one of those situations, the same repair system is being asked to work fast, under pressure, with fewer resources than the job actually requires. The result is the same kind of structurally weaker, over-cross-linked tissue you already met in the collagen scaffolding around the heart and the tendons in the last chapter. Adhesions are that same deficit, showing up as tissue that has fused to its neighbor instead of tissue that has simply thinned or weakened in place. The bed rest trap. Here is where adhesions produce one of the cruelest loops in this entire book. Something in your lower back flares up. The instinct, a completely reasonable one, is to rest it. Lie down. Stop moving it. Give it a chance to heal. But fascia and the tissue around it are maintained largely through motion. Movement is what tells your body which fibers need to stay organized and gliding, and which are safe to lay down as fixed scar. Stop moving a joint or a stretch of fascia entirely, and the tissue doesn't get a vacation. It gets interpreted as permanently fixed in place, and new collagen gets laid down accordingly. Shorter, tighter, and more cross-linked than before. A day or two of rest genuinely helps an acute flare calm down. But a week of near-total stillness, especially on top of a body already running short on collagen synthesis from chronic stress, tends to leave the tissue measurably stickier than when you started resting it. This is the specific, physical reason a back that hurt on day 1 can hurt more on day 5 of taking it easy. Not because the original injury got worse, but because the adhesions had a week of stillness to set. It's worth being honest about the limits of this mechanism too. The pain of prolonged bed rest is not caused by adhesions alone, general deconditioning, and the very reasonable fear of re-injuring something that already hurts. Both play a real role in the same loop. Adhesions are one strand in that rope, not the whole rope. But they're the strand almost nobody has been told about, which is exactly why it deserves its own chapter. A second separate culprit, the chain, not the glue. There's a second mechanism worth pulling apart from adhesions entirely, because the two get blended together constantly, and they call for different fixes. Your hamstrings, glutes, and lower back connective tissue function as a single kinetic chain running down the back of your body. When your hamstrings are chronically tight from sitting, from stress-driven muscle guarding, from simple disuse, they pull on the pelvis, tipping it and pulling the lumbar spine out of its neutral curve. That's not an adhesion. That's a length tension problem. A muscle that's short is dragging a joint out of alignment, the same way a tight guy wire would tilt a pole it's anchored to. In practice, the two mechanisms usually show up together and reinforce each other. Tight hamstrings pull the lower back into a position it wasn't built to hold for long periods, which creates exactly the kind of chronic, low-grade mechanical stress that produces more adhesions in the surrounding fascia, which then further restricts the very movement that would loosen the hamstrings back up. It's a closed loop, and it's why addressing only one half of it, stretching the hamstrings without ever working the tissue restrictions, or working the tissue without ever retraining the length of the chain, tends to produce results that don't stick. My own 2-week bill. I've learned my own version of this timeline well enough to set a calendar by it. When stress in my life spirals, and it still does, book about it or not, the lower back is reliably the first place the bill arrives. It usually takes about 2 weeks of dedicated work to pay it back down. Consistent hamstring work, every other day, no exceptions. 3 sets of leg curls on the machine if that's what's available. The Roman chair or a hyperextension bench when it is, because loading the posterior chain through a full, controlled range seems to do more for me than isolated stretching alone. What I've learned to respect is the 10-day window. If 10 days pass without deliberately loading and moving that chain, the lower back pain returns, and with it, the sleep loss that makes everything else harder to manage. It isn't mysterious anymore. It's a maintenance schedule, the same as an oil change, except the engine is my own posterior chain and the currency is collagen instead of money. I don't always love making time for it. I make time for it anyway, because I now know exactly what happens on the other side of skipping it. Stress makes everyone's version of this worse. The reason this belongs in a book about stress rather than a book about physical therapy is the same reason collagen kept showing up in the last chapter. The less collagen synthesis your body is running, the more easily it forms adhesions in the first place, and the more slowly it can clear the ones you already have. A body under chronic cortisol is a body building its scar tissue out of cheaper material and repairing existing damage more slowly, worse inputs and a slower repair crew, at the same time. This is also, not coincidentally, why regular physical activity you actually enjoy belongs on the same list as sleep and nervous system regulation, rather than off in its own separate fitness category. Movement you enjoy does 2 things the emergency program can't fake. It mechanically remodels fascia through actual motion, and it lowers the cortisol that's been degrading the quality of your collagen supply in the first place. It's rare that one habit addresses both the cause and the mechanism of a problem at once. This is one of those habits. Everyone's specific bill looks a little different. For some people it's the lower back and hamstrings, the way it is for me. For some people it shows up as a frozen shoulder that never quite got its full range back after a stressful winter. For some people the stressor triggering the whole cascade isn't physical stillness at all. I know someone whose flare-ups traced back for years to an unrecognized mold allergy carried on tomatoes. Of all things, something that took real detective work to identify precisely, because it hid in so many different foods. The specific trigger varies. The underlying principle doesn't. Find the thing that's quietly keeping your repair crews under-resourced, and address that, rather than only chasing the ache it eventually produces. Adhesions are not a life sentence. Fascia remains one of the more responsive tissues in the body to consistent, appropriate movement, precisely because movement is the signal it was designed to respond to. Manual therapy, targeted mobility work, and the kind of consistent loading described above all give the tissue new information. This needs to glide, not fuse. Combined with lowering the cortisol load that's been degrading the quality of new collagen in the first place, most adhesion-related pain responds far better, and far faster, than people expect once they understand what they're actually working with. You don't need to identify every adhesion in your body, or trace every one back to a cause. You need to give the tissue 2 things it's been missing: consistent motion, and a nervous system that is running a permanent, low-grade emergency. Both are fully within reach. Chapter 25. Sleep, CRP, and Cancer Surveillance. Sleep is where your body does some of its most sophisticated repair work. It isn't a luxury, and it isn't a sign of weakness to need it. It's a non-negotiable biological necessity. Yet for many people caught in chronic stress, sleep is one of the first casualties. You lie down exhausted but wired, shoulders or hips aching, mind still scanning for a threat that never quite arrives. The lion may not be real, but your nervous system is still listening for it, and it doesn't clock out just because you've turned off the light. This chapter looks at the intimate, measurable connection between stress, sleep, inflammation, and your body's immune surveillance system. the same nightly repair crew we met from a different angle in Chapter 3. Understanding this cycle gives you real leverage to interrupt it and let your physiology return to the deep restoration it was designed for. Why sleep fails under chronic stress. Cortisol is meant to run highest in the morning and lowest at night. That natural rhythm is part of what gets you moving at sunrise and lets you fully power down after dark. When psychological threats keep the stress response chronically active, that rhythm flattens and can even reverse. You fall asleep from sheer exhaustion, only to wake in the early hours with a racing mind or a body that feels quietly on alert, as though it never really stood down at all. A few patterns show up over and over in people caught in this cycle. Hypervigilance. Your auditory system stays tuned for danger, so every creak in the house or sound from the street registers as a possible threat rather than background noise. Muscle sensitivity. The muscle protein breakdown we discussed in Chapter 5 leaves behind generalized aches that make it hard to find a comfortable position, no matter how tired you are. Heightened pain sensitivity. Pain pathways that aren't getting their normal nightly maintenance fire more easily, turning minor discomfort into something that keeps pulling you back toward wakefulness. Racing thoughts. Short-term memory may be foggy during the day, but at night the mind often does the opposite, replaying identity threats, unresolved conflicts, and unfinished to-do lists in vivid detail. The result is fragmented, non-restorative sleep that elevates cortisol and inflammation the next day, which then makes the following night harder still. It's a genuinely vicious cycle, and it's very hard to talk yourself out of through willpower alone, which is exactly why it needs to be approached at the physiological level this book keeps returning to. CRP, inflammation and cancer surveillance. C-reactive protein, or CRP, is a sensitive blood marker of systemic inflammation. Chronic stress and poor sleep reliably raise it. That matters for a lot more than general achiness or cardiovascular risk. Your immune system includes specialized cells that patrol tissue, scan for DNA damage, repair cells that are starting to go rogue, and clear the ones that can't be repaired. Chief among them are your natural killer cells, a class of white blood cell whose entire job is to find cells that have turned cancerous or been hijacked by a virus and destroy them on the spot. This is worth sitting with for a second because it reframes what staying healthy even means. You are not cancer-free because cancerous cells never appear. Every one of us today has stray cells that have started down that road. You are cancer-free because these patrols find that handful of rogue cells, day after day, and eliminate them before they can organize into anything dangerous. It is quiet, unglamorous, life-saving work, and it depends on sleep more than almost anything else you do. Here is the number that ought to stop you cold. In Why We Sleep, the neuroscientist Matthew Walker describes a study in which healthy people were held to a single night of only 4 hours of sleep. Not a fully sleepless night, just one short one, the kind most of us have shrugged off 100 times. That single short night swept away roughly 70% of their natural killer cell activity. 70% of the body's frontline anti-cancer defense, knocked offline after one bad night. It is an immune suppression on the order of a real dose of an immunosuppressant drug, except no one handed you a prescription, and no one warned you of the side effects. You just stayed up too late. And that was a single night, in an otherwise healthy person, under controlled conditions. Walker himself makes the point that this is only one night, and invites the reader to imagine what months of it must do. That invitation is, in many ways, what this whole book is about, because most people caught in alpha mode are not running one short night. They're running a way of life. This is the surveillance and repair work that is most active during deep, restorative sleep. A large part of what that night shift from Chapter 3 is actually doing while you're unconscious. When sleep is fragmented and CRP stays elevated, this protective process gets impaired. Not because your immune system is broken, but because it's being asked to operate under sustained emergency conditions, where long-term maintenance and cellular surveillance are exactly the kind of thing that gets deprioritized first. The encouraging finding, across decades of clinical observation, is that this is genuinely reversible. When people reduce their chronic stress load and improve sleep quality, inflammatory markers like CRP often normalize, and resilience returns. Your immune system doesn't need to be micromanaged with an ever-expanding stack of interventions. It needs you to stop interfering with its natural rhythm, long enough for it to do the job it already knows how to do. The follicle that forgot its job. I want to tell you where a lot of this book actually began, because it began with something small and almost embarrassing, a wad of hair in my shower drain. I was in medical school. I'd started shedding not dramatically, but enough that it collected visibly every time I washed my hair, and I was genuinely confused because on paper I had no business losing it. My mother's father kept a full head of hair his entire life, which meant the odds were good I'd inherited the same gene. The genetics were on my side, and yet there it was in my hand every morning. I remember the exact thought that changed things. What if it's just stress? And then, right behind it, a much more unsettling one. Why on earth would being a little stressed reach all the way down into a hair follicle and stop it from doing its one simple job? That question didn't have an obvious answer, and it bothered me enough that, in some real sense, I've been trying to answer it ever since. This entire book is downstream of that wad of hair. Here's the answer I eventually found, and it fits everything we've been building. A hair follicle isn't performing one continuous task, it cycles. There's a growth phase, in which the follicle actively builds a strand, and a resting phase, in which it sits quietly for a few months before releasing the old hair to make room for a new one. At any given time, the large majority of your follicles are in the growth phase. That's what a healthy head of hair actually is. What stress does is tip that balance. Elevated cortisol reaches the stem cells at the base of the follicle and, in effect, tells them to stay down, to remain in the resting phase and not begin the next round of growth. In 2021, a team at Harvard led by UTIs worked out the molecular mechanism in mice. The stress hormone, corticosterone, the rodent equivalent of cortisol, acts on a cluster of cells beneath the follicle and suppresses a signal the stem cells need in order to wake up and start growing again. Strip the stress hormone out entirely. They did this by removing the adrenal glands, and the follicles cycle far more often, running roughly 3 times as many rounds of growth over a lifetime. Turn the stress hormone up, and they stall. In people, this stress-driven shedding even has a clinical name, telogen effluvium, literally, a shedding out of the resting phase. In other words, the follicle hadn't failed at all. It was doing exactly what the factory under siege does with every non-essential project. It had been told to stand down. Growing hair is metabolically expensive and completely irrelevant to surviving the next 10 minutes, which makes it precisely the sort of maintenance the emergency program cancels first, right alongside collagen synthesis and immune surveillance. But here's the part that took me longest to appreciate, and it's the part that matters most for everything that follows. The hair I was finding in the shower wasn't a report on that morning's stress. The resting phase lasts months, which means the shedding I was watching was a receipt for stress from an entire season earlier. The bill had been run up long before, quietly off the books, and was only now arriving at the door. I couldn't feel my follicles standing down in real time. I couldn't feel my natural killer cells dropping offline after a short night either. By the time either one became visible to me, the cost had already been paid. That gap between when the body absorbs a cost and when we finally notice it is one of the most important ideas in this book, and it's one we haven't fully named yet. It's why the shed hair and the 70% number and the shoulder that aches at night are so much more significant than they look. They aren't the damage. They're the small, visible tip of it, the part that happened to surface somewhere we could see it. Chapter 26. The tip of the iceberg, why the cost you can measure is the smallest part of the bill. There's a specific kind of vertigo that comes from learning a number like 70%. Before the last chapter, you already knew in a vague way that sleep was good for you and stress was bad for you. Everyone knows that. But sleep is good for you, and a single short night knocks out 70% of your frontline anti-cancer defense, are not the same piece of information. The first is a platitude you can nod along to and forget by lunch. The second is a measurement, a hard, specific, unsettling number that somebody managed to capture in a laboratory. And once you have it, you can't quite unhave it. Here's the strange thing I want to do in this chapter, though. I want to convince you that the 70% number, alarming as it is not actually the scary part. The scary part is that it's one of the only numbers of its kind we have. It's a rare, lucky measurement of a cost that is usually completely invisible, and the fact that we can see this one at all should make you wonder hard about all the ones we can't. The one cost we happen to catch. Think about what it actually took to produce that figure. Researchers had to take healthy people, control their sleep down to the hour, and run a specialized assay on one specific population of immune cells before and after. It's elegant work, and it's rare because natural killer cell activity happens to be something you can isolate and measure in a blood sample. Most of what stress and lost sleep do to you offers no such convenience. Consider everything we can't easily measure. We cannot watch, in a living person, exactly how much collagen synthesis slowed in the specific tendon of their specific shoulder during a specific stressful month, but it slows. We cannot count how many early, rogue cells slipped past a suppressed immune system during a hard year and went on to become a problem a decade later, but we know the surveillance drops. We cannot put a number on how much repair a fragmented night failed to perform in the pain pathways, the gut lining, the cardiac scaffolding, or the 1,000 quiet maintenance jobs the night shift exists to do. None of these costs is smaller than the 70% drop in natural killer cells. There's no particular reason to think any of them is smaller at all. They're simply harder to see. This is the trap I want to name as plainly as I can. We constantly mistake how measurable some thing is for how important it is. A cost that shows up as a clean number on a blood panel feels real and gets taken seriously. A cost that's just as large or larger, but happens to occur somewhere we can't easily point an instrument, gets treated as though it isn't happening at all. The follicle that's stalled and the shoulder that aches are doing you a genuine favor by surfacing where you can notice them. The costs that do surface aren't absent. They're just polite enough to send the bill later, from that delayed receipt window we opened in the last chapter, long after you've forgotten what you ordered. Picture the whole thing as an iceberg. The visible symptoms, the ones on the checklist you filled out in Chapter 1, are the part above the waterline. They're real, they're worth paying attention to, and they are also, unmistakably, the smallest part of the mass. Judging the size of the problem by what's poking above the surface is precisely the error that keeps sinking ships. Why the research hasn't caught up. People sometimes push back on a book like this by asking reasonably, if chronic stress really costs this much, where's the enormous study proving it? It's a fair question, and it deserves an honest answer. The absence of an enormous study is not evidence that the effect is small. Very often it's just evidence that the effect is hard to measure, and science, for entirely understandable reasons, tends to study what it can measure cheaply and repeatedly. Go back to the Framingham Heart Study from Chapter 1. It's a genuinely valuable body of work, and it shaped decades of medical guidance. But it was also shaped by what could be tracked in 1948. Cigarettes smoked, drinks consumed, pounds gained. Not because those were the only things that mattered, but because those were the things you could count. Meanwhile, the harder-to-track driver sitting underneath a huge share of the outcomes, chronic stress, and what it does to the body over years, went quietly undermeasured, for the same reason it always does. You can't hand someone a clipboard and ask them to tally how many times their immune surveillance stood down last quarter. As I said back at the start of this book, science shouldn't limit itself to whatever happens to be easiest to measure. But in practice, it very often does, and we mistake the resulting silence for evidence of absence. The prednisone comparison makes the bias impossible to miss. We readily believe that a big dose of prednisone suppresses the immune system and drives up blood pressure because we can watch it happen: a labeled bottle, a dose-response curve, a warning insert folded into the box. The cost comes with paperwork, so we credit it. A single intense stressor can suppress immune function to a degree comparable to a real dose of that same drug. The difference between what prednisone does and what stress does is not, in that moment, a difference in whether the cost is real. It's a difference in whether anyone handed you a warning label. Stress doesn't come with an insert, so we don't read one. The 10-to-1 estimate. So let me put a number on it carefully, and with a clear warning about exactly what kind of number it is. I've come to think of chronic alpha mode as roughly a 10-to-1 problem. For every unit of cost you can actually see and measure, there are something like 10 units you can't. When I look at a patient's visible symptoms, the fatigue, the shed hair, the aching shoulder, the blood pressure creeping upward, the infections that keep coming back, I no longer read them as the damage itself. I read them as maybe a tenth of it, the part that breached the surface. 10-to-1 is not a number I pulled from a single definitive study, and I'd be misleading you if I pretended otherwise. The entire point of this chapter is that the definitive study is extraordinarily hard to run, precisely because the costs hide. So it's an estimate, an order of magnitude intuition, but it is not a figure I invented to sound dramatic. It's built directly from the handful of cases where the invisible has, against the odds, been dragged into the light and actually measured. And here is the pattern those cases reveal, without exception. Every single time we've managed to measure one of these hidden costs, it has come back far larger than intuition would have predicted. A single short night doesn't nick your immune defense by 3 or 4%. It cuts it by 70. A single stressor does gently nudge your immune function. It can flatten it like a pharmaceutical dose. The stress hormone doesn't slightly slow your hair. It can stall a follicle for an entire season and triple how rarely it regenerates. When every measurable example of a hidden category turns out to be enormous, the reasonable inference about the unmeasured examples is not that they'll be the modest exceptions. It's that they're enormous too, and we simply haven't found the instrument yet. 10-to-1 isn't me being pessimistic. If anything, given what the measurable cases keep showing, it may be conservative. And remember the scale we're actually talking about. 70% was one night. Chronic alpha mode isn't one night. It's a posture you hold for years, a nervous system that treats an ordinary Tuesday like a standing emergency over and over, while the maintenance crews stay permanently reassigned. This is why the survey back in Chapter 1 did measure your symptoms and call it a day. It estimated your physiological function loss, and why the highest tier on it reads, bluntly, absolutely unsustainable. The visible checkboxes were never the point. They were the tip. The function loss is the iceberg. The hidden dividend. Now for the part that turns all of this from a horror story into the most hopeful chapter in the book, because the ratio runs in both directions. If the hidden costs of alpha mode are 10-to-1, then so are the hidden benefits of standing down. When you finally release that unnecessary 17%, the relief you can actually feel, a jaw that unclenches, a night of real sleep, a shoulder that quiets, is itself only about a tenth of what you're getting back. The other 9/10 is happening in the dark, off the receipt entirely. Natural killer cells returning to patrol and catching the cell they would otherwise have missed. Collagen crews going back to the tendon, follicle stem cells waking up and starting a growth phase that won't show as new hair for months. A thou. Sans small repairs quietly resuming across tissues you will never think about. You won't get a notification. No one will thank you. There is no lab result that captures most of it. That's exactly why it's the highest leverage thing you will ever do for yourself, not in spite of the fact that the return is mostly invisible, but because of it. You are not buying the sliver of relief you can feel. You're buying the whole submerged mass underneath it, at the same price. Every hour you hand back to acetylcholine, and the night shift does roughly 10 times more than it looks like it's doing from the outside. Chapter 27. The courtroom drama in your mind. The headache, the racing heart, the aching shoulders, the insomnia, the sudden weight gain, the foggy thinking. Every one of these symptoms feels urgent, and modern medicine has become remarkably skilled at quieting them. But treating the smoke doesn't put out the fire, and the real question worth asking is simpler than any of the remedies. What keeps lighting the match? The root cause, across nearly everything we've covered so far, is almost always the same. Your body's ancient fight-or-flight system is being repeatedly triggered by threats to who you think you are, not by actual physical danger. The symptoms are downstream. The cause lives upstream, in the stories you tell yourself about your worth, your identity, and what you believe you have to prove to the world, and just as often to yourself. The body assumes physical danger. Your physiology has one primary setting for resistance or uncertainty of almost any kind: emergency. It doesn't have a separate, gentler mode for mild social discomfort, or fear of disappointing someone, or worry that my reputation is slipping. To your nervous system, resistance is resistance. The exact cascade we've traced through this book: cortisol surging, immune function stepping back, collagen slowing, pain sensitivity climbing, fires whether you're being chased by a lion or simply replaying a conversation where you felt misunderstood. You already have a working example of exactly how this shows up differently from person to person through the A.M.E test. Whichever pattern you recognized in yourself, there isn't just a quirk of how you sit in a chair. It's a live snapshot of which identity you're currently defending, and how. Welcome to the courtroom. Much of chronic stress isn't actually external. It's internal theater, and it runs with all the structure of an actual trial. There's a standing charge, some version of I am not enough as I am, and there's a verdict you're desperate to win: worthy, competent, good, needed. But a trial needs more than a charge and a verdict. It needs a jury, and it needs evidence. This is where the courtroom drama gets a great deal more expensive than most people realize, because you don't just sit quietly waiting for a verdict. You actively work the case, all day, every day, usually without noticing you're doing it. Stacking the jury. The first thing the courtroom needs is a jury likely to rule in your favor, so you spend an enormous amount of unconscious effort recruiting one. You tell certain people the story of what happened, specifically because you already know how they'll respond. You surround yourself with the friends who will agree that you were right, the colleagues who will confirm you were treated unfairly, the family members who reliably take your side. This isn't necessarily dishonest or calculated. It usually doesn't feel like strategy at all. It feels like seeking support. But underneath the comfort of being understood is often something closer to jury selection. You are quietly building a panel that's already inclined to acquit. The other half of stacking the jury is dismissing anyone who won't cooperate. The friend who gently points out you might have overreacted gets quietly filed under doesn't get it. The colleague who offers an inconvenient piece of feedback gets recast as unsupportive, or worse, as being against you. You don't have to consciously decide to cut someone off for this to happen. You just start bringing them fewer of your real questions and more of your finished conclusions until they've been demoted from advisor to spectator without either of you quite noticing. The cost of this is subtle but significant. The people best positioned to actually help you see something clearly are often the first ones dismissed from the jury, precisely because they were doing their job. Tampering with the evidence. Once the jury is arranged, the case still needs evidence, And this is where things get quietly dishonest, not through any conscious intent to lie, but through ordinary human memory and motivated reasoning doing exactly what they evolved to do. Details that support your preferred verdict get remembered vividly and replayed often. Details that complicate it get softened, reframed, or simply stop being mentioned. A conversation gets replayed in your head so many times that by the third or fourth pass, you're no longer remembering what was actually said. You're rehearsing the version that best supports your case. This is the same mechanism behind the hot memory we talked about in Chapter 3, applied to your own self-story instead of a single traumatic event. Every time you rehearse a memory in service of a verdict rather than in search of the truth, you're not preserving evidence. You're editing it. And a court that only ever hears tampered evidence from a jury it hand-selected will keep returning exactly the verdict you rigged it to return, which feels like vindication in the moment and solves absolutely nothing in the long run because the actual situation in the real world hasn't moved an inch. Doing versus proving. This is the real center of the courtroom drama, and it's worth sitting with directly. Almost every action you take can be sorted into one of two categories. You're either doing something or you're proving something, and they are not the same activity even when they look identical from the outside. Doing is oriented toward the actual outcome. It asks, what does this situation need and what's the most meaningful, logical next step? Proving is oriented toward the verdict. It asks, what does this action make the jury think of me? You can stay late at work doing genuinely important work, or you can stay late at work proving you're indispensable, and from across the room, nobody, including you, can necessarily tell the difference. The test isn't the action, it's the question underneath it. Here's a simple way to check which one you're actually running. Would I still choose to do this if absolutely no one would ever find out, and it would never come up in conversation again? If the honest answer is yes, you're probably doing. If some of the motivation quietly drains out of the idea the moment no one's watching, you were, at least in part, proving. Neither answer makes you a bad person. This instinct is universal, and it's tied directly to the reflected self-image. But the physiological cost of proving is real and constant, because a courtroom never actually closes. There's always another verdict to defend tomorrow. Doing, on the other hand, actually finishes. A task completed for its own sake is simply done. A task completed to win a verdict has to be relitigated forever. Fear, greed, and the farmer's maybe. There's an old parable told in various forms across several traditions that offers a genuinely useful tool for this, though I want to be precise about what it does and doesn't solve. A farmer's horse runs off. His neighbors console him over his bad luck. Maybe, he says. The horse returns the next day, leading a group of wild horses behind it. The neighbors celebrate his good fortune. Maybe, he says. His son, trying to break one of the new horses, falls and breaks his leg. The neighbors console him again. Maybe, he says. Soon after, the army comes through the village conscripting able-bodied young men for a war and skips over his son because of the broken leg. The neighbors call it a blessing in disguise. Maybe, the farmer says again. The farmer isn't being evasive or indecisive. He's refusing to let a single piece of unfolding information get rushed into a finished verdict before he actually needs one. This matters because your courtroom rarely gets convened calmly. It's almost always summoned into emergency session by one of two forces, fear or greed. Fear tells you a threat is closing in right now and demands an immediate defensive verdict. You have to decide, this instant, that you were wronged, that you're in danger, that you must act to protect yourself. Greed tells you an opportunity is about to disappear forever and demands an immediate claiming verdict. You have to decide, this instant, that this chance is a sure thing, before someone else takes it. Both manufacture urgency where none may actually exist, and both are far more interested in getting a fast verdict out of you than a correct one. A trial rushed by panic on one side or excitement on the other reliably produces a worse verdict than one given room to breathe. This is exactly what maybe interrupts. It doesn't tell you what to actually do about the horse, the leg, or the war. It's not a decision-making tool. What it does is buy you back the room you need in order to eventually make a real decision, by refusing to let fear or greed force a premature verdict while the facts are still arriving. It stops the violent swing between this is a dis, as ter, and this is a triumph, long enough for you to notice you're still, in fact, only halfway through the story. But maybe is a pause, not a plan. Once fear and greed have loosened their grip enough for you to think clearly, you still need somewhere to actually go, a process for turning real information into a real decision, rather than either a rushed verdict or an indefinite, comfortable suspension in maybe, forever. That's a different room entirely, and it's where we're headed next. Reflection prompt. Take a quiet moment and ask yourself honestly, what is the current charge my internal courtroom is trying to prove or disprove about me right now? Who have I recruited onto the jury specifically because I know how they'll rule, and who have I quietly dismissed because they wouldn't cooperate? Look at one piece of evidence you've been replaying lately. Is it accurate, or has it been edited by a few too many rehearsals? Chapter 28. Leaving the courtroom for the boardroom. The courtroom in your mind never actually closes. It can't. Its entire purpose is to reach a verdict about who you are, and identity isn't the kind of case that ever gets fully settled. There's always a new piece of evidence, a new witness, a new challenger to the last ruling. You can win 100 verdicts in that room and still show up tomorrow for 101st trial. This is precisely why so much chronic stress feels endless. You're not actually stuck on one problem. You're stuck in a building that was never designed to let you leave. The boardroom is a different room entirely, with a different job. Nobody in a boardroom is trying to determine whether you're a good person. They're trying to decide what to actually do next, given the most accurate information available. That single shift in purpose changes almost everything else about how the room operates. Two rooms, two very different jobs. It's worth laying the two rooms side by side, because the differences are precise, not just a change in mood. The courtroom is verdict-oriented. It exists to answer who am I really and was I right or wrong. The boardroom is decision-oriented. It exists to answer what should we actually do next. The courtroom is fundamentally backward-looking, endlessly relitigating what already happened. The boardroom is forward-looking. It takes the past as fixed input and spends its energy on what comes after it. The courtroom staffs itself with a jury chosen for loyalty, people likely to rule in your favor. The boardroom staffs itself with advisors chosen for competence and honesty, including, deliberately, people who might disagree with you, because a good decision needs accurate dissent far more than it needs comfort. The courtroom treats evidence as something to select and shape until it supports the desired verdict. The boardroom treats evidence as something to gather as accurately as possible, especially when it's inconvenient, because a plan built on flattering evidence tends to fail expensively later. And the courtroom runs hot, hijacked by the fear and greed we talked about in the last chapter, both of which want a fast verdict far more than a correct one. The boardroom runs calm and deliberate on purpose, because good decisions are rarely made at the same emotional temperature that produces good drama. This is also where the doing versus proving distinction cashes out concretely. Proving only makes sense in a courtroom. It's a performance staged entirely for the jury's benefit. Doing is the entire native language of the boardroom. The board asks whether a choice is the right one given the numbers in front of them. If it fakes the numbers, it can go to jail. Why maybe isn't enough on its own. The farmer's maybe from the last chapter gets you out of the courtroom's worst habit, rushing a verdict under pressure from fear or greed. That's genuinely valuable, and it's one of the tools I'd want you to keep for the rest of your life. But maybe by itself will not tell you whether to sell the horse, fence the field, or the best approach to helping your son's leg heal. Left alone indefinitely, maybe can quietly turn into its own kind of avoidance, a comfortable suspension where you never quite have to decide anything, because you're still, technically, waiting for more data. The boardroom is where maybe is supposed to lead. It's the room you walk into once you're calm enough to actually think, where the goal shifts from avoiding a bad verdict to making a good decision. 4 questions the boardroom actually asks. You don't need an official title or an org chart to run a boardroom session with yourself. You need 4 honest questions, asked roughly in this order. What actually happened without the spin? Set aside for a moment what the story means about you. What are the plain facts stated the way a neutral third party would state them? What matters most here, independent of what it says about me? Strip out the identity stakes entirely and ask what the real-world consequences of each option actually are for your health, your finances, your relationships, your time. What would a genuinely honest advisor tell me to do? Not a cheerleader, and not a critic looking to punish you. Someone who respects you enough to tell you the truth even when it's not what you want to hear. If you can't think of a real person who fits that description, imagine the most competent, caring version of yourself, 5 years from now, looking back at this exact moment. What's the most meaningful next action, given all of the above? Not the most defensible action, not the one that would look best under cross-examination, the one that actually moves the real situation forward. Notice what's missing from this list. There's no step where you determine whether you're a good person, a competent person, or a person worthy of respect. That question simply isn't on the boardroom's agenda because it was never a real decision to begin with. It's a verdict, and verdicts belong to the other room. Bringing your tools into the room with you. The tools you already have from earlier chapters aren't wasted once you leave the courtroom. They're what actually get you calm enough to walk into the boardroom in the first place. Use the 5-second yoga to physically stand down the fear or greed urgency before you try to think clearly. Use the farmer's maybe to keep from rushing a verdict while the facts are still arriving. Use the 17% filter once you're in the boardroom itself to identify the least essential piece of the decision you're free to set aside, so you're not trying to solve the entire situation in one sitting. None of this makes hard decisions easy. Some boardroom sessions will still end with a genuinely difficult choice, real consequences, and no guarantee you got it right. What changes is what your body is doing while you work through it. A courtroom held in session for years produces the entire cascade this book has been describing: elevated cortisol, suppressed immunity, weakening collagen, fragmented sleep. A boardroom, even one wrestling with something hard, is not running the same emergency program because it was never staffed to defend a verdict. It was only ever staffed to figure out what to do. Reflection prompt. Think of one situation currently on trial in your internal courtroom. What's the verdict you're currently trying to win, and who have you assembled to help you win it? What do you think you will actually get if you win the case? Why does it seem worth it? You don't have to fully adjourn the courtroom today. You only need to notice, the next time you feel that old identity-driven urgency rising, that there's another room down the hall, one where the goal was never to win, only to decide well and move forward. Chapter 29. The Tyranny of the Loudest Siren. Somewhere on your phone or in a drawer or just held quietly in your head, there is a list of the things you would do if you ever had the time. Learn the instrument. Write the thing. Call the friend you actually miss, not the one who keeps calling you. Sit with your kid without one eye on the clock. It is, in a strange way, the truest list you own. It is made almost entirely of what you care about. And it is almost certainly the list that never gets touched. Meanwhile, the day fills, not with what you chose, but with what's shouted. The email marked urgent. The task due today that could have been due any day but happens to be today. The small fire, then the next small fire. You end most days genuinely busy and quietly aware that none of the busyness was the point. The real list sat untouched again, not because you're lazy, you are the furthest thing from lazy, but because it never once made a sound. This chapter is about why, and it's about the uncomfortable discovery sitting underneath it, that many of us have become, without ever deciding to, addicted to urgency itself, and that the addiction isn't only quietly costing us our own lives. It's handing the controls to anyone willing to manufacture an alarm. Only emergencies get funded. Start with the physiology, because it explains far more than any amount of time management advice ever will. Everything we've traced in this book runs on a single, ancient budgeting rule. Your body funds emergencies. When a threat appears, the whole magnificent cascade opens the vault, adrenaline up, glucose poured into the blood, the seeking system pinned and reaching. That's the dopamine we met in the chapter on the uncertain fight, attention narrowed to a blade. It is a spectacular release of energy, and it is released on one condition, that something urgent is happening. Calm does not open the vault. Calm was never supposed to need to. Now look at what that means for the quiet, important work, the list that never gets touched. That work is not urgent. By design, it arrives with no adrenaline, no dopamine surge, no narrowed focus, none of the physiological fuel that makes a thing feel possible to start. Sitting down to write the book you actually want to write feels, from the inside, like turning a key in an ignition that won't catch. The task is worthy. It's simply unfunded. And here is the trap, stated as plainly as I can put it. If urgency is the only key that turns the ignition, then a clever, capable nervous system will learn to counterfeit the key. It will manufacture a deadline where none existed. It will let the inbox pile until answering it feels like an emergency, because only as an emergency does it come with the fuel to actually get done. It will pick fights, refresh the news, overcommit, invent a crisis, not out of weakness, but because at some point the body learned a brutal lesson. Around here, nothing gets done unless it's on fire. So we set things on fire. It's the only way we know to pay for them. This is the part the productivity books miss. They treat urgency addiction as a scheduling problem, as if you simply need a better system for sorting your tasks. But you are not me sorting your tasks. You are self-medicating a fuel shortage. You have discovered that manufactured emergency is a reliable way to pull energy out of a body that only releases it under threat. And like every reliable source of a chemical you've come to depend on, it becomes a habit you cannot easily put down. Hurry sickness. Medicine noticed this pattern long before it had the physiology to explain it. And tellingly, it was the heart doctors who noticed first. In the 1950s and 60s, two cardiologists, Mayer Friedman and Ray Rosenman, kept seeing a particular kind of patient in their coronary practice, driven, competitive, accomplished, and gripped by a relentless sense that there was never enough time. They named the broader pattern Type A, and they gave its most telling feature a name of its own: hurry sickness, the perpetual rushing, the irritation at a slow line or a slow talker, the compulsion to make every last minute produce something. Their 1974 book put the idea into millions of hands, and it did so alongside a claim that ought to get your attention in a book about stress and the heart, that this way of living was quietly wearing down the cardiovascular system itself. I want to be careful and honest here, because the specific claim they became famous for, that type of people are straightforwardly more prone to heart attacks, was challenged and complicated by later research, and it deserved to be. But strip away the part that didn't hold, and what remains is a clinical observation that has aged remarkably well, that a chronic, self-generated sense of time urgency is not a neutral personality quirk. It is a physiological state. It runs the very same alarm we've spent this whole book tracing: the elevated cortisol, the braced vessels, the bill that never gets marked paid, except now the alarm isn't even answering a threat. It's answering a Tuesday. An ordinary, unurgent Tuesday that the nervous system has been trained to experience as an emergency, all day, every day. That is the deepest cost of urgency addiction, and it's the one your to-do list will never show you. Every counterfeit emergency is paid for in exactly the same currency as a real one. Your body cannot tell the manufactured fire from the actual one. We established that in the very first chapters, which means it spends real cortisol, real blood pressure, real allostatic load on fires you lit yourself. It is the 17% again, burning all day long, for tasks that were never on fire to begin with. The important is never urgent. In 1954, Dwight Eisenhower stood before an assembly in Evanston, Illinois, and passed along a line he'd gotten from a college president, careful, notably, not to claim it as his own. It has been repeated so often since that it's worn smooth, that we are plagued by two kinds of problems, the urgent and the important, and that the two have a cruel habit of refusing to overlap. The urgent things are rarely important. The important things are rarely urgent. Decades later, Stephen Covey built that observation into the famous Foursquare grid and pointed at the one box that quietly governs your whole life, the important but not urgent. Your health before it becomes a diagnosis, the relationship before it becomes a crisis, the dream before it becomes a regret. That box, Covey saw, is where nearly everything that actually matters lives, and it is perpetually, structurally displaced because it has no deadline pounding on the door. It never rings the bell. So the urgent but trivial strolls right past it and gets done first, every single time. Psychologists have since put this on the lab bench and given it a suitably blunt name, the mere urgency effect. Offered a choice between a task with a ticking clock and a task with a bigger payoff, people reliably chase the clock. They'll take the urgent option even when the unurgent one is plainly worth more. Urgency doesn't merely compete with importance for our attention. It beats it, more or less automatically, unless something intervenes. And the one thing researchers found that reliably flipped the result was almost comically simple. When people were prompted to pause and consider the actual consequences of each choice, they began choosing what mattered. Which tells you something hopeful. The pull of urgency isn't unbreakable. It just wins by default, in the absence of a pause. There's a far older version of this, dramatized in one of the few places Scripture stages the whole tension inside a single kitchen. Two sisters host a guest. Martha throws herself into the serving, the urgent, visible, genuinely necessary work of hospitality, and grows frantic, then resentful that her sister isn't helping. Mary simply sits with the guest, doing the thing that has no deadline and produces nothing you could ever plate. When Martha demands the guest take her side, he gently won't. Mary, he says, has chosen the good portion, and it won't be taken from her. It's easy to misread that as a scolding of honest work, but it is. It's a warning about the exact trap of this chapter, that the loud, urgent, plated work can devour an entire life while the quiet, important thing sits one room away, waiting to be chosen, never once raising its voice to compete for you. The red shoes. Once you're funding your days with manufactured urgency, a second problem sets in, and it's the one that turns a habit into a trap. You can't stop. Hans Christian Andersen wrote a dark little tale about a girl who longs for a pair of red shoes and finally gets them, and then discovers that she cannot take them off and cannot stop dancing in them. At first the dancing is a thrill, then it's beyond her control. The shoes carry her out of the church and past where she wants to go, out into the fields and the dark, dancing and dancing while she grows exhausted and frightened, unable to rest, unable to stop, because the shoes have their own momentum now and her wishes are no longer part of the arrangement. It is one of the most physically accurate descriptions of compulsion ever written, and anyone who has lain in bed bone-tired and still scrolling, still planning, still bracing for tomorrow, knows precisely which shoes Andersen meant. That is what urgency addiction does to a body. The whole apparatus was built for a sprint with a finish line. We spent a chapter on the beauty of that, the emergency that ends, the parasympathetic system that finally lets you climb back down the mountain. But manufactured urgency has no finish line because there was never a real emergency to resolve. So the system never gets its all clear. It keeps dancing. The heart keeps its guard up between beats. The vessels keep their grip. The vault stays open, pouring fuel into a body that no longer even knows how to stand down. Because standing down has started to feel like falling, like something has gone wrong. Pascal, 3.5 centuries ago, put his finger on the engine of it. That nearly all of human misery comes from our inability to sit quietly, alone in a room. He wasn't being poetic. He'd noticed that people will manufacture almost any distraction, any errand, any agitation, rather than face the particular dread that rises the moment everything finally goes still. Urgency is simply the most respectable of those distractions, the one nobody criticizes you for. You can run from stillness your whole life and be praised at every step for how hard you work. Who controls the sirens? Now the turn, and this is the part that should make you a little angry, because it's the part that isn't your own doing. If your body will drop everything and mobilize the instant it hears an alarm, and if you've trained yourself to treat alarms as the only signals worth obeying, then you have handed an extraordinary amount of power to anyone who can manufacture an alarm. And a great many people can. It is, in fact, most of what an entire economy is built to do. The advertiser who tells you the sale ends at midnight is not informing you. He is reaching past your judgment to press the ignition directly. The app engineered to buzz is borrowing your emergency response and reselling your attention, one manufactured jolt at a time. The boss who makes everything a fire drill, the family member whose every request arrives as a crisis, the colleague who has learned that "I need this right now" gets a faster response than "I need this to be good." All of them, whether they've reasoned it out or not, have discovered the same lever. They ring the bell, and your body, faithful and fast, comes running before your mind has been consulted at all. This is the courtroom's fear and greed, the two forces we watched, a couple of chapters back, try to rush a bad verdict out of you, scaled up from a single decision into an entire way of living. Fear says respond now or something terrible happens. Greed says claim it now or you'll lose it forever. Both manufacture urgency where none exists, and both bank on the same reflex, that you will feel reckless, even guilty, doing anything other than answering the loudest siren in the room. That guilt is the tell. When ignoring a low-priority message produces a genuine flicker of anxiety, that isn't conscience. It's a nervous system trained to treat every alarm as a lion, dutifully obeying a bell that somebody else is holding. Seneca saw this 2,000 years ago and said it more bluntly than I can. His complaint, in the essay on the shortness of life, is not that life is too short, it's that we hand almost all of it away. The busy person, he argued, is the one who owns his time least, pulled in every direction by other people's demands, perpetually occupied, never once his own master. Everyone will happily take your time, he noticed, because it's the one possession we all treat as free, even though it's the only one we can never earn back. The person forever at the mercy of the urgent, Seneca warned, reaches the end still rehearsing for a life he never quite got around to living. And notice the old fable running underneath all of this, in reverse. We tell children the story of the boy who cried wolf so they'll learn not to raise false alarms. We rarely tell the other half of the lesson, what a steady diet of false alarms does to the villagers. A community trained to sprint at every cry eventually does one of two things. It burns out, worn down from answering alarm after alarm that turns out to be nothing. Or it goes numb and loses the ability to hear the one cry that's real. Both are happening to us at once. We are the villagers now, and half the wolves are being cried on purpose by people who have learned that our legs move well before our judgment does. Taking back the alarm. The way out is not a better calendar. I want to be clear about that, because the entire genre of urgency management treats this as a sorting problem, and it simply is. You cannot outschedule a nervous system that has learned to experience calm as danger and only feels safe when something is burning. The work here is physiological before it is organizational. You have to teach the body that it is allowed to act from calm, that the vault can open a crack for the important thing without a fire to justify it. And every tool this book has already handed you turns out to be aimed, in part, at exactly this. The boardroom from the last chapter is the direct antidote, and now you can see why it was worth building. The whole point of walking into that calm, deliberate room is to break the reflex of answering the loudest signal, and to ask instead the very question the mere urgency research found could flip the whole thing. What are the actual consequences here? An alarm rarely survives that question for long. Fire drills wilt under it. Do today turns out, more often than not, to mean assigned today by someone who wanted it off their own desk. The boardroom is where you audit the sirens instead of obeying them. The 5-second yoga is how you buy the pause the boardroom needs. When the alarm goes off, the buzz, the demand, the flicker of do this now, 5 deliberate seconds of standing the body down, is often enough to keep the ignition from turning over on its own. You aren't ignoring the thing. You're simply refusing to let it borrow your emergency response before you've decided whether it has earned one. And the 17% filter is what finally protects the untouched list, the true one, from the top of this chapter. Remember its second move. After you release the least meaningful slice of your load, you deliberately reprioritize around the most meaningful one. That second move is precisely how the important but not urgent gets funded at last. Not by waiting for it to turn urgent. It never will, and on the rare occasion it does, it's usually because it has curdled into a crisis, but by choosing to spend real energy on it before any alarm demands it. You give the quiet thing, on purpose, the resources your body would otherwise reserve only for fires. There is a model for this that predates all of it. The tradition of the Sabbath, which we'll return to near the end of the book, is, among other things, a technology built for exactly this problem. A hard, recurring, non-negotiable refusal to let the urgent govern one day in 7. And the figure at the center of the Christian story practiced something similar in the middle of genuinely relentless demand. The crowds pressed on him constantly, every one of them carrying a real and urgent need, and again the Gospels show him withdrawing, slipping away from the loudest sirens in the whole region to a quiet place, and when his friends found him and said everyone was looking for him, declining to go back and answer them all. He did not treat the loudest need as automatically the truest call. That is not indifference. It is the discipline this chapter is asking you to reclaim, the radical permission to let something urgent go unanswered, so that something important can finally be done. You already own the real to-do list. It's the truest thing about you. It has simply never learned to shout, and the work from here is to stop requiring it to. Reflection prompt. Think honestly about the last few days, and about the list you'd actually be proud to have spent them on. What is one thing on your untouched, real to-do list, the one made of what you care about that has been sitting on the back burner for months, or years, quietly, without ever making a sound? Whose sirens are loudest in your life right now? And how many of them, looked at coldly in the boardroom, are manufactured emergencies you've been trained to treat as real ones? The next time you feel that flicker of guilt at not answering something the instant it arrives, can you pause for 5 seconds and ask the boardroom's question? What would actually happen, really, if this waited, or never happened at all? You don't need to overhaul your calendar today, and you certainly don't need to become someone who ignores every alarm. Some fires are real, and a few urgent things are genuinely important too. You only need to start noticing the difference between 3 sounds. A bell your own body rang to get itself moving, a bell someone else is ringing to move you, and the quiet, patient, unringing thing that was the point all along. In the next chapter, we'll follow this thread into an even more personal economy. The slow, almost invisible way we outsource not just our schedules, but our very sense of worth to the reactions of other people. Chapter 30. Ego Strokes and the Neurotic Economy. There's an old teaching, repeated in one form or another across a lot of wisdom traditions, that great outcomes are almost always the compounded result of many small, simple choices rather than one dramatic one. It's usually offered as encouragement, and it should be, but it cuts both ways. Small, simple choices compound just as reliably toward dysfunction as they do toward flourishing. The habit of checking your phone or getting a snack the instant you feel a flicker of uncertainty compounds. The habit of pausing for 5 seconds before reacting compounds too. Nothing about compounding cares which direction you're pointed. It just keeps adding. This chapter is about one of the most common directions people compound in without ever quite noticing. The slow outsourcing of your own internal sense of worth to other people's reactions. Strokes, games, and the basic unit of recognition. In 1964, psychiatrist Eric Berne published Games People Play, a book that gave the pop psychology world several terms that have quietly outlived the book itself. Ego states, transactions, and strokes. Berne's framework, called transactional analysis, proposed that everyone operates from 3 overlapping ego states at different moments. A parent state, carrying the internalized rules and voices of authority figures. A child state, carrying raw, archaic feeling and reaction. And an adult state, which is simply the part of you capable of assessing present reality on its own terms, without either inherited rules or old feelings distorting the read. Berne borrowed a term from infant development research to describe something he thought adults needed just as much as infants need physical touch. A stroke, the basic unit of social recognition. A smile, a compliment, a nod, a raised eyebrow of disapproval, all of it counts, and Berne's most quoted, slightly unsettling finding was that almost any stroke, even a negative one, tends to register as better than no stroke at all. Being criticized, in other words, can feel more bearable to your nervous system than being ignored. This is exactly why some people will provoke conflict rather than sit in silence. A negative stroke still confirms that they exist and were seen. A negative stroke can also be evidence that can be used in the courtroom drama. Berne's real contribution, though, was noticing that a huge amount of ordinary social behavior isn't spontaneous at all. It's a game, his specific term for a repeating, largely unconscious sequence of interactions that reliably produces a particular stroke at the end, even when that stroke is a bad one. You're not consciously scheming when you play one of these games. You're running a script you probably picked up so early in life that it feels indistinguishable from your own personality. When the internal system gets outsourced. Here's where this connects directly to everything we've built so far in this book. You already have an internal system whose entire job is to evaluate whether something is true and whether it's meaningful. Berne would call it your adult ego state, and we've been calling a well-functioning version of it the boardroom for the last 2 chapters. That system was never designed to need a stroke from a specific person in order to run its own calculations. It was built to look at reality and draw its own conclusions. The trouble starts when that internal evaluator gets quietly replaced by an external one. Instead of asking, was that meaningful? Was that true? Did that action serve the outcome I actually care about? The question silently mutates into, did that get me the reaction I needed from the people whose reaction I've decided matters? Once that swap has happened, you're no longer you're back in the courtroom from 2 chapters ago, except now the currency of the courtroom has a name, strokes, and you've entered a genuinely neurotic economy, chasing a particular quantity and type of them from particular people. The same way a compulsive gambler chases a particular number on a particular table. This is the direct, physiological reason this pattern is so exhausting. Every tool in this book so far has pointed you back toward something inside your own control, your attention, your interpretation, your own actions. The moment your sense of worth depends on a stroke from someone else, you've handed the steering wheel of your own nervous system to a person who never agreed to drive it, and who is, in the most literal sense, outside your control. Your physiology short-circuits not because the goal was unreasonable, but because it was never yours to reach alone in the first place. The motivation formula and where it breaks. Healthy motivation runs on a simple formula: a reward you actually want, a roadmap for getting there, and a way of measuring progress along the way. When all three pieces live inside your own agency, the system holds together even when the goal is hard. You can want to get stronger, follow a training plan, and measure progress on the bar. None of that depends on any other person's mood, opinion, or behavior. The neurotic stroke economy breaks this formula in a specific, predictable way. It makes one or more of the three pieces depend on someone else's behavior instead of your own. The reward becomes her approval. The roadmap becomes figuring out what he wants to see from me. The measurement becomes how warmly they responded this time, compared to last time. The instant any piece of that formula depends on another person's choices, you've lost the thing that made the goal meaningful in the first place. Because you're no longer engaging with that person as a person. You've quietly converted them into an instrument for producing a stroke, a means toward a neurotic end they almost certainly never signed up for and may not even be aware of. That's a genuine loss for both of you, whether or not either person ever names it out loud. Self-esteem, as we defined it earlier, is a puff of hot air inflated by exactly this kind of externally sourced stroke, which is precisely why it's so fragile, and precisely why it demands to be topped up constantly, the way any genuinely neurotic game does. Self-confidence, on the other hand, is what's left once you've moved the reward, the roadmap, and the measurement back inside your own control. It doesn't need strokes from anyone because it was never built out of them. It's built out of a track record only you can see clearly and only you can add to. Noticing the game while you're playing it. None of this means you should stop wanting recognition, connection, or warmth from other people. That would be its own kind of denial, and a fairly lonely one. Strokes are real, and healthy relationships run on a genuine, freely given exchange of them. The goal isn't to want nothing from anyone. It's to notice the specific moment a want has quietly turned into a script, a repeating pattern where you already know which stroke you're fishing for, and you're arranging your words or actions to reliably produce it. A useful, slightly uncomfortable question. If this exact person reacted with total indifference to what I'm about to do, would I still do it? If yes, you're very likely doing rather than proving, engaging with them honestly, and whatever stroke follows is a genuine byproduct of connection, not the entire point of the exercise. If the whole plan quietly loses its appeal the moment you imagine indifference on the other end, you've found a game in progress, and now you have the chance to bring your adult ego state, your boardroom, back online before you finish playing it out. Reflection prompt. Think of one relationship or situation where you've noticed yourself unusually invested in someone else's specific reaction. What stroke are you actually fishing for here? Praise, reassurance, an apology, a particular kind of attention. Looking at your own motivation formula for this situation, which piece, the reward, the roadmap, or the measurement, currently depends on this other person's behavior rather than your own? What would it look like to move that piece back under your own control, even if the relationship itself stays exactly the same? You don't need to solve this today, and you don't need to stop wanting connection with anyone in your life. You only need to notice which parts of your own motivation you've quietly handed to someone else to manage, and start asking whether they were ever equipped or willing to hold that job in the first place. Chapter 31. The other half of growth, dopamine, data, and the reward you were taught to outsource. Almost everything in this book so far has been about taking your foot off the brake. We have spent chapter after chapter on the same machinery. The alarm that fires when your identity feels threatened, the cortisol that floods in behind it, the long bill your body quietly pays for running an emergency program that never gets to end. And the repair in every case has been some version of the same move. Convince the nervous system the fight is off, so it will finally stop spending. Drop the shoulders, take the breath, leave the courtroom, move the reward back inside your own control. All of it is, in one way or another, the art of standing the alarm down. But here is the thing no one tells you about taking your foot off the brake. It doesn't move the car forward. It only stops you from destroying the engine. Turning off the alarm gets you to zero, to a body that is no longer at war with itself. And zero is a genuinely worthy destination if you have been living at 100 for years. But zero is not growth. Growth is a different signal entirely, running on a different chemical, down a different wire, and it has to be switched actively on. It will not appear just because the danger switched off. This chapter is about that second signal, the accelerator to everything else's brake. It is the reason two people can both quiet their stress, and only one of them actually builds a better life on the other side of it. And it comes with an uncomfortable discovery waiting at the end. For most of us, the switch that turns growth on was quietly handed to someone else a very long time ago, and we have been waiting on their permission to grow ever since. Two systems, not one. Your brain runs two great motivational systems, and they are close to opposites. The first is the threat system, the one this entire book has been about. Its currency is cortisol and adrenaline. Its job is to protect you from loss. Its default posture is defensive. The second is the seeking and reward system, and its currency is dopamine. Its job is not to protect what you have, but to reach toward what you don't yet have, to explore, to pursue, to learn. Where the threat system asks, "What do I stand to lose?" the reward system asks, "What's worth going after? And did going after it just pay off?" Now, I want to be careful and honest here because it would be easy to overstate this. Chronic cortisol genuinely does suppress growth. I have said so throughout this book, and I am not taking it back. Sustained stress lowers the level of a molecule called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is essentially fertilizer for the brain. It is what lets neurons survive, sprout new connections, and strengthen the ones that matter. High cortisol over long stretches lowers that fertilizer and even prunes back the branch, in regions like the hippocampus. So the brake really is pressing on growth. That much is true. But it is only half the story, and the missing half is the whole point of this chapter. Even with cortisol at zero, even with the brake fully released, nothing grows unless the reward system fires. Dopamine is what unlocks and amplifies the brain's ability to rewire. It acts as a kind of gain control on plasticity itself, tagging which of the day's experiences are worth the metabolic expense of building into permanent structure. No dopamine, no tag. No tag, and the fertilizer never gets delivered to that spot, no matter how quiet the alarm has become. Which means the person who rarely feels like they win is taking a double hit, not a single one. Cortisol is pressing the brake, yes, but just as importantly, the reward signal that would press the accelerator almost never fires. So growth isn't merely being suppressed from one end, it's failing to be switched on from the other. Their pathways don't grow. And they conclude, wrongly, that the problem is them, that they lack some grit or talent other people were born with, when the actual problem is that the growth signal was never sent. What the brain actually counts as a win. Here is where it gets strange, and where a small piece of neuroscience quietly explains an enormous amount of human misery. Dopamine is not released simply because something good happened. It is released, the physiologist Wolfram Schultz showed decades ago, in proportion to how much better things went than you expected. The technical name is reward prediction error, and the logic is ruthless. An outcome that exactly meets expectations produces almost no signal at all. The reward has to beat the forecast to register as a win the brain will pay to learn from. Sit with what that does to a life built on external validation. Two consequences fall straight out of it. The first is that borrowed rewards go stale. The praise that thrilled you the first time barely moves the needle by the 50th, because your brain has folded it into the baseline forecast, so you need it bigger, or more often, or from someone higher up, just to feel the same flicker you felt at the start. That is not weakness of character. It is the arithmetic of prediction error, and it is the same arithmetic that runs every addiction. It is why the neurotic stroke economy from the last chapter is a treadmill that always speeds up. The second consequence is crueler and more surprising. Pinning your reward on a single distant outcome tends to leave you emptier when you finally reach it, not fuller. This is the open secret behind so many people who chase a goal for years, the promotion, the degree, the number in the account, and feel strangely hollow the day they arrive. The dopamine was mostly spent on the way up, in the moments the forecast kept improving. By the time the outcome actually lands, it has been fully predicted for months, and a fully predicted reward pays almost nothing. The finish line was never where the chemistry lived. How the switch got handed away. Now put those two facts next to the way nearly all of us were raised, and the trap comes into focus. We were taught, early and thoroughly, that the best rewards come from other people thinking well of us. Circumstance and society handed each of us a definition of winning and losing before we were old enough to vote on it: the grade, the ranking, the approval, the raised eyebrow, the room going quiet when you walked in the right way or the wrong one. Our win conditions were externalized from the very start. And if you happen not to hit those borrowed metrics often, if the grades or the approval or the status simply don't come your way at the rate they come to others, then by no fault of your own effort, the growth signal rarely fires. You can work as hard as anyone alive and still starve the very system that would let the work compound, because the switch that fires it is being held in someone else's hand. Psychologists have a precise name for the healthy alternative. Self-determination theory, developed by Edward Desai and Richard Ryan over decades of careful work, holds that durable motivation rests on three things: autonomy, a sense that your actions are your own; competence, a felt sense that you are getting better at something real; and relatedness, genuine connection to others. Notice that only one of the three is about other people, and even that one is about connection, not approval. The rest lives inside your own agency. And there is a darker finding tucked into that same body of research, one worth knowing because it explains why the outsourcing does active damage rather than merely leaving a gap. When you take something a person already does for its own sake and start rewarding it from the outside, the external reward often eats the internal one. In the classic demonstration, children who loved to draw were given prizes for drawing, and once the prizes stopped, they drew less than the children who had never been paid at all. The external motivator didn't add to the internal one. It replaced it, and then evaporated, leaving less than was there before. That is what a lifetime of externalized validation quietly does to the native pleasure of doing a thing well. It overwrites it, and hands you a hunger in its place. The one win that is always available. So how do you take the switch back? Not by pretending you never want anyone's approval again. That is neither possible nor healthy, and the last chapter already made the case that strokes freely exchanged are one of the good things in life. You take it back by changing what you let count as a win. And because the dopamine trigger is, remarkably, partly subjective, because the brain will fire the reward signal for whatever you genuinely judge to be progress in the right direction, you have more say over your own win conditions than you were ever told. The most reliable win condition I know, the one I would build a whole practice around, is this: you always got more data. Every experience you have, good, bad, or frankly humiliating, hands you information you did not have before. The deal that fell through taught you something about the deal. The conversation that went badly taught you something about the conversation, or about yourself, that you can use for the rest of your life. That data is genuinely valuable. It is an asset that keeps paying out every day you are alive to use it. Which makes "I learned something I can use" a win that is true, that is always available no matter how the external outcome broke, and because you never fully predict what you'll learn, one that stays largely immune to the prediction error staleness that kills borrowed rewards. It is, close to literally, a win you cannot lose. There is one honest caveat, and I won't skip it, because skipping it is how this kind of advice curdles into empty affirmation. The celebration has to be authentic. You cannot fake the signal by muttering "good job" at yourself in a mirror while privately believing you failed. The older parts of the brain are not fooled by words they don't believe. You have to actually locate the real thing you gained, the specific lesson, the specific piece of information, and mean it. When you do, you are not lying to your nervous system. You are finally telling it the truth that was there all along, that this went into the ledger, the same private ledger of self-confidence we have been building since the early chapters, the one only you can add to and no one can take from you. And here is the part that ties it back to the machinery of the whole book. Attention opens the window for plasticity during the day. The reward signal tags what's worth keeping, but the actual rewiring, the physical laying down of the new structure, happens later on the night shift, during the same deep sleep we spent an entire chapter defending. So when you take a genuine moment at the end of a hard day to name what you learned and let yourself feel that it counted, you are not just being nice to yourself. You are marking that lesson for the overnight construction crew so that it gets built into who you are by morning. Celebrating the data is how the data becomes brain. Plans that don't depend on anyone. All of this converges on a single principle, and I think it may be the most useful sentence in this book. The art of life is to make plans that don't depend on anyone, but that can include everyone. Read carefully because the second half matters as much as the first. This is not a counsel of isolation or of needing no one. That would be its own sickness and a lonely one. It is a counsel about where you place the load-bearing beam. 2,000 years ago, the Stoic teacher Epictetus opened his little handbook by sorting the entire world into two piles: the things that are up to us and the things that are not. Peace, he argued, comes from staking your well-being only on the first pile. What he was describing, without the neuroscience, is exactly the motivation formula from the last chapter, with all three pieces kept inside your own agency. A reward you grant yourself for effort and learning, a roadmap you drew, and a measure of progress you can read yourself, on the bar in the ledger, without waiting for anyone's face to tell you how you did. When your plan depends on someone else's approval, their mood, or their choices, you have handed the switch to your own growth to a person who never agreed to hold it, and your reward system, and therefore your capacity to grow, now flickers on and off according to a hand that isn't yours. But when the plan's reward lives in what you control, the effort you spent, the data you gathered, the decision you made, well, regardless of how it landed, the signal fires reliably. Reliable reward means reliable plasticity. Reliable plasticity means a brain that actually keeps growing, and an initiative that stays intact instead of leaking away every time someone withholds the nod you were waiting for. Other people are still welcome in the plan as collaborators, companions, beneficiaries, beloved fellow travelers. They simply are not the load-bearing beam anymore. And paradoxically, that is when relationships get better, because you are finally engaging with people as people rather than as instruments for producing a stroke. You stop needing them to grow, which is precisely what frees you to actually enjoy them. Where we go from here. Once the reward is back in your own hands, a new question opens up, a bigger and more hopeful one than any we have asked so far. If you are no longer waiting for the world to hand you your wins, then what exactly are you going to build with them? And why is it that no one around you seems to have a finished blueprint for the good life to simply hand you? That turns out not to be a bug. It is the beginning of the most freeing part of this whole book, and it's where we go next. Reflection prompt. Think about the last time you worked hard at something and it didn't land the way you had hoped. When you replay it, do you file it as a pure loss? Or can you name the specific piece of data, the actual usable lesson, that you walked away with and could genuinely celebrate? Look honestly at your current definition of winning. How much of it was chosen by you, and how much was handed to you by circumstance, family, or the culture you grew up inside? And does it depend on people who never agreed to hold your reward switch? Pick one plan you're currently running that quietly depends on someone else's approval or reaction. What would it look like to redraw it so that the reward, the roadmap, and the measure all sit inside your own control, while still leaving the door wide open for others to be part of it? You don't need to overhaul your whole motivational system today. You only need to notice the next time an effort doesn't pay off the way you wanted, whether you let yourself collect the one reward that was always yours to keep, the data, or whether you handed even that away to a scoreboard someone else is holding. Chapter 32: The Happiness Ceiling. I've started asking people a question at social gatherings, and the answers have unsettled me more each time I ask it. First, who's the happiest couple you know? Most people can name one fairly quickly, a pair who seem to genuinely enjoy each other, who have been together a long time, who other people hold up as the example to aspire to. Then I ask the harder part. Of the total potential peace and joy two people could actually create together, what percentage do you think that couple is enjoying? The answers cluster again and again, around 50%, from the best couple most people can name. When I ask why, the same two reasons come up almost every time. First, in nearly every relationship people can point to, one partner is visibly carrying more weight than the other, more of the emotional labor, more of the planning, more of the accommodation, and an uneven load caps how much peace either person can actually feel, no matter how good the relationship looks from across the room. Second, neither person in the couple seems as happy as they could plausibly be on their own. Most of us can name someone we care about who seems, honestly, like they'd be happier single than they are in the relationship they're currently in. That's a genuinely uncomfortable thing to sit with, and an even more uncomfortable thing to say to someone's face. Why this creates real, rational uncertainty. Here's the piece that matters most for this book. This isn't idle statistics. If the best relationship most people have actually witnessed tops out around 50% of its potential, that creates a legitimate, rational uncertainty about whether investing deeply in a relationship is even worth the cost. Not a neurotic fear, an actual open question, because the visible evidence genuinely doesn't make a strong case either way. Nobody has to imagine a hypothetical bad relationship to feel that uncertainty. They just have to think honestly about the good ones they've actually seen up close. This uncertainty produces real stress on its own, separate from anything happening inside any particular relationship. Uncertainty about whether a category of investment, time, vulnerability, years of your life, is even likely to pay off is exactly the kind of open loop that keeps a nervous system quietly on alert, whether or not you're consciously worrying about it in the moment. The percentages people actually believe versus the ones they say out loud. Here's the detail I didn't expect when I started asking this question casually. The first answer people give is almost never their honest answer. Most people's instinctive first response inflates the number. The couple gets bumped from 50 to 70 is because many people don't want to be the person at a social gathering who sounds like they don't believe in happiness. There's a real cultural pressure toward performed optimism, a kind of fake it till you make it reflex that shows up even in casual conversation, long before anyone's actually faking anything on purpose. But when I press gently, "Are you sure? Is that really what you would put money on?" almost everyone quietly walks the number back down to something closer to their first gut instinct. And underneath that walk-back number, nearly every person I've asked has admitted to something more honest and considerably more disheartening. It's not that they don't want a genuinely happy life or a genuinely happy relationship. It's that they don't have a clear roadmap for how to actually get one. They can point to fragments of it in other people. They cannot point to a finished, working blueprint anywhere, including in their own life so far. That admission, offered quietly, almost always after some hesitation, is the real subject of this chapter. Not that people have given up on happiness. That most people are performing confidence about a path they privately don't believe they've found yet. Why this matters for everything ahead. This chapter isn't a case against relationships, and it isn't a claim that happiness is unreachable. It's a case for taking seriously just how thin the evidence actually is for any single, complete, ready-made model of a joyful life or a joyful partnership, and for taking seriously how much energy gets spent quietly performing certainty we don't actually feel, rather than admitting the roadmap is genuinely unclear and doing something about that. If even the best examples we can point to are running somewhere between 50 and 90%, then waiting to find a complete working model to copy is a bet against fairly clear evidence. The alternative isn't cynicism. It's something closer to what we'll get into next, building the thing deliberately out of the real fragments available to you, rather than continuing to search for a finished version that the people around you, by their own admission, haven't found either. Reflection prompt. Answer honestly, out loud if you can, to yourself or to someone you trust. If you had to name the happiest couple you know, what percentage of their full potential joy would you say they're actually living? Give your first honest number, not the socially comfortable one. Do the same for the happiest individual you know. Notice whether that number is higher and sit with why that might be. Being fully honest, do you have a clear roadmap for the kind of life or relationship you actually want? If not, when did you start quietly performing more certainty about that than you actually feel? There's no need to solve this today. Just notice how much energy might currently be going into sounding hopeful versus how much is going into actually building something. In the next chapter, we'll look at why no one has a finished blueprint they can hand you for this, and what to do once you accept that you'll have to build your own. Chapter 33, Beyond the Mirror Stage. The last chapter left us where uncomfortable. Even the best relationships and the happiest individuals most people can actually point to are running well short of their full potential, and almost everyone, once pressed past their first polite answer, admits they don't actually have a clear roadmap for building something better. There's no finished blueprint circulating out there that anyone's found and copied successfully. There are only fragments of one, scattered across a lot of imperfect people. The mirror's original promise. Lacan's mirror stage is the moment an infant first recognizes a single, coherent, whole reflection of itself, and falls a little bit in love with the completeness of it, which offers catharsis from insecurity. That moment sets up an expectation that follows us for the rest of our lives. Somewhere out there is a whole, finished version of what we're supposed to become, and our job is to go find it, recognize it, and step into it, the way we once stepped into that first reflection. This expectation is why so many of us go looking for one complete role model, instead of building something ourselves. We want the one mentor, the one relationship, the one philosophy, the one version of who I should be, that will finally match the wholeness that first mirror promised us. And it's genuinely uncomfortable to admit that no one actually has that on offer, not the successful stranger at the party, not your smartest friend, not the person whose marriage looks perfect from across the room. At best, they're 85% of something, and it's usually a different 85% than the one you actually need. That uncertainty, not knowing exactly what you're working toward, because no finished template exists to hand you, creates real stress. It's a big part of why so many people would rather stay in the mirror phase indefinitely, quietly waiting to encounter their fully formed ideal self somewhere out in the world, instead of doing the much less comfortable work of building one. What's actually on the other side? Here, that's what I think is waiting beyond the mirror phase. You build a patchwork. You take the discipline you admire in one person, the tenderness you've seen in another, the courage from a third, and you deliberately, consciously assemble something that never existed as a finished unit anywhere else. Nobody handed you a matching identity to step into, because it doesn't exist. You have to build it out of the good parts you've actually witnessed, in real people, none of whom were whole either. This is, more literally than it might first sound, the actual premise of Frankenstein. Victor Frankenstein doesn't set out to make something ordinary. He sets out to improve on the raw material available to him. It was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being. As the minuteness of the parts formed a great hindrance to my speed, I resolved, contrary to my first intention, to make the being of a gigantic stature, that is to say, about 8 feet in height and proportionably large. After having formed this determination, and having spent some months in successfully collecting and arranging my materials, I began. He wants a bigger brain, a stronger heart, a more capable frame than any single existing person offers on their own. And when the assembly is finished, it doesn't come out looking like a seamless, unified whole. His limbs were in proportion, and I had selected his features as beautiful, beautiful, great God. His yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was of a lustrous black, and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness. But these luxuriances only formed a more horrid contrast with his watery eyes, that seemed almost of the same color as the dun white sockets in which they were set, his shriveled complexion and straight black lips. This is exactly what a patchwork self looks like the moment it's assembled and still new. Genuinely good parts, individually well chosen, that haven't yet settled into something that reads as effortlessly whole. It looks unfinished, a little uncanny, obviously built rather than born. And this is precisely the moment almost everyone gives up on a creative project, on a new identity, on a version of themselves still under construction, because it doesn't yet look like the mirror's promised wholeness. It looks like parts. The moral everyone remembers, and the one they skip. Ask almost anyone what the lesson of Frankenstein is, and you'll get some version of "Don't play God, your creation will destroy you." That's the compressed, cultural shorthand version of the story, and it's not really what happens on the page. What actually happens is that Victor takes one look at his unfinished-looking creation and flees in horror, abandoning it before it ever gets a chance to become anything at all. Everyone else the creature meets does the same thing, recoiling from the mismatch between his appearance and their expectations, before he's said or done a single harmful thing. Left utterly alone, the creature doesn't turn to violence first. He turns to learning. Hiding near a cottage, watching a family he comes to care about from a distance, he finds a satchel of books left in the woods. Fortunately, the books were written in the language, the elements of which I had acquired at the cottage. They consisted of Paradise Lost, a volume of Plutarch's Lives, and the Sorrows of Werther. The possession of these treasures gave me extreme delight. I now continually studied and exercised my mind upon these histories. That's not usually the part anyone remembers. We remember the monster. We forget that before he ever became one, he was something closer to a self-taught philosopher, alone in a forest, desperate to share what he was discovering with anyone who would stay long enough to listen. The tragedy is that a patchwork being was created. The tragedy is that everyone who encountered him, including his own creator, judged the seams before giving him any chance to become something more than the sum of them. And that abandonment, not the assembly itself, is what eventually curdled into rage. The real moral, I'd argue, has almost nothing to do with the dangers of creation. It's closer to this. Society is afraid of anything that looks assembled rather than born whole, and that fear will absolutely complicate your life if you try to build yourself deliberately instead of waiting to be discovered fully formed. But the answer to that fear was never "don't create." It was never realistic to ask Victor not to want a bigger brain, a stronger heart in the first place. Wanting more than any single existing model offers isn't the flaw in the story. Abandoning the thing you built the moment it looked unfinished, that's the flaw. And it's a very human, very forgivable, very avoidable one. Building yours on purpose. This is where the last several chapters actually converge. Staying in the mirror phase, waiting for a complete, ready-made identity to recognize and step into, is fundamentally passive, and worse. It hands the job of defining you over to whichever finished-looking person or role happens to wander past. Building your own patchwork on purpose, using the boardroom process, gathering real evidence about which qualities actually serve you, making a real plan for developing them, deliberately choosing your sources instead of accepting whichever mirror happens to be nearby, is the active alternative. It won't look finished for a while. It's going to look, for a stretch, exactly like Victor's creation looked in that room. Genuinely good pieces, honestly chosen, not yet fused into something that reads as effortless. That's not a warning sign. That's just what construction looks like partway through. The only real danger, if the novel has a lesson worth keeping, is fleeing the room before you find out what the thing you're building was actually capable of becoming. Reflection prompt. Take a moment and consider honestly. Am I currently waiting to encounter a complete, ready-made version of who I should be, a mentor, a relationship, a role model, instead of building one on purpose? If I'm honest, what specific qualities have I admired in different people, qualities I've never given myself permission to deliberately combine into my own version? Where in my own life have I abandoned something, a project, a habit, a version of myself, simply because it still looked unfinished, rather than giving it more time to settle into its own shape? There's no single finished person waiting for you to find and become. There's only the patchwork you're willing to build, on purpose, out of the real, if imperfect, evidence in front of you. In the next chapter, we'll look at what happens when this same instinct, assembling your best qualities, gets pushed past the point of health, into a trap of constant over-optimization. Chapter 34. Wu Wei and the Open Heart, Effortless Repair in a World of Striving. The defended alpha heart does not fail through weakness. It hardens through over-effort, the relentless collagen-straining vigilance that keeps the factory in emergency mode. The happiness ceiling is not primarily a failure of compatibility or circumstance. It is the natural limit of lives built on constant striving, self-protection, and emotional labor performed in the wrong key. Both point to the same misalignment, a physiology and a way of relating that have forgotten how to move with the current instead of against it. At the heart of this chapter stands a piercing diagnosis, an invitation from C.S. Lewis in The Four Loves. You cannot love without exposing yourself to vulnerability, which means you can't have love without risking heartbreak. Yes, you can distract yourself with hobbies or pets, but when you do that, your capacity to love diminishes. What taints love is transactional expectations, as if a relationship were some kind of restaurant you order from. Love is unconditional because love means to hope the best for something. You either hope the best for everything or you don't. A relationship is built on trust. Trust that the other person wants peace and joy for you. This trust does demand how exactly what that person's desire for your peace and joy will manifest as. This is a good thing because it adds a new perspective. If you want a pizza made a certain way, then make it yourself. This doesn't mean each person shouldn't be trying to understand each other's preferences, and it doesn't mean there can't be communication about that. It means that the sudden impulse to twist them into a line, meant with your preferences or throw them out, doesn't leave room for something you might not have considered. Some unexpected things end up having a lot of value over time. This is why in the face of the immediate impulse to force things, the best option might be Wu Wei, which means no action or action through no action. Wu Wei, the art of non-forcing. Wu Wei non-action, or action aligned with the subtle true nature of life, is not passivity. It is aligned action that arises from harmony with the Tao rather than from the ego's desperate pushing. The Tao Te Ching returns again and again to this principle. The Tao does nothing, yet through it all things are done. Chapter 37. And he who stands on tiptoe does not stand firm. He who strains his stride does not go far. Chapter 24. Your body already understands Wu Wei. It is the natural shift from sympathetic fight-or-flight cortisol dominance, collagen breakdown, to parasympathetic rest and digest, acetylcholine doing its quiet repair. Chronic alpha mode is standing on tiptoe all day. The defended heart, protecting its literal scaffolding or its image in relationships, is a heart in constant contention with its own design. This truth echoes across traditions. In the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus points to the lilies of the field. And why do you worry about clothes? See how the flowers of the field grow. They do not labor or spin. Yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, will he not much more clothe you, you of little faith? Matthew 6:28-30. Sometimes all that is required is one small step of faith, a willingness to stop forcing, and trust that provision, repair, and possibility will unfold in ways we cannot yet imagine. We so often cannot see the options that lie outside our rigid expectations. We do not merely want a goal, we want it delivered in a very specific way, on a very specific timeline, through very specific channels. That rigid how can become the very obstacle that blocks the goal itself. The outcome may be possible, even natural, but our compulsive need for control makes it impossible on our terms. The factory in harmony. The factory under siege keeps receiving new emergency orders because we keep issuing them through defended striving. Wu Wei is the decision to stop. It is the 17% filter applied to the deepest habit of all, the need to force outcomes and protect image. Water does not contend. It yields and carves canyons over time. The best of men is like water. Water benefits all things and does not contend with them. Tao Te Ching, Chapter 8. When you release the casket through even a modest act of non-forcing, delegating without micromanaging, receiving help without immediately repaying it, speaking a vulnerable truth without scripting the perfect response, the body begins to realign. Collagen maintenance resumes. The heart's scaffolding can flex again. In relationships, the happiness ceiling rises because two people stop performing in vulnerability and begin flowing together. The rigid how loosens and unexpected paths open. The patchwork self of Chapter 14 becomes truly alive under Wu Wei. You assemble the best fragments not through force of will, but by allowing a more natural shape to emerge. You stop standing on tiptoe in your closest bonds. You risk the ringing Lewis described, trusting that the same intelligence that clothes the lilies can hold what truly matters. Practicing Wu Wei in body and relationship. Wu Wei is embodied and practical. What is something good that came in a way you would have never expected? Keeping a journal of those miracles is helpful to not panic when you don't seem to be making progress in the way you had hoped or expected. In relationships, experiment with non-contention. Where you would normally overhelp or overprotect your competence, simply be present. The soft and supple overcomes the hard and strong. Tao Te Ching, Chapter 36. Notice where your specific expectations of how this goal, this conversation, or this season must unfold are creating unnecessary resistance. Ask, is the goal possible if I release my grip on the exact delivery method? The body is very powerful when allowed to follow its natural way. A heart that practices Wu Wei does not avoid being broken. It allows itself to be broken open. Repair happens not through greater effort but through alignment and a little faith. Cortisol stands down. Acetylcholine flows. And life, including love, moves beyond the ceiling because we finally stop contending with what was never ours to force in the first place. Lewis was right. To love is to be vulnerable. The Tao Te Ching and the lilies remind us how. Stop contending, yield, trust the current, and take one small faithful step. The heart locked in the casket can become supple again. The factory knows what to do when the emergency orders cease. What is possible often arrives quietly, in forms more beautiful and unexpected than the rigid path we had demanded. Chapter 35. The Trap of Overoptimization. Every hormone in your body follows the same basic rule. There's a dose that helps and a dose that harms, and the line between them is usually narrower than people expect. We've spent a lot of this book on cortisol precisely because it's the clearest example. A short burst saves your life, and the exact same hormone, left running for months, dismantles the systems it was supposed to protect. Nothing about cortisol changed between the helpful dose and the harmful one. Only the duration and the context did. Kindness works the same way, so does strength, so does self-sufficiency. This chapter is about what happens when a genuinely good trait gets pushed past the dose that helps, into the dose that harms, and about why that particular kind of overdose is so hard to notice from the inside, since it doesn't look like a flaw. It looks like exactly what everyone, including you, has always praised you for. Virtue is not one-dimensional. We tend to talk about character traits as though more is automatically better, as if kindness, resilience, and capability are dials you would always want turned all the way up. But almost nothing in your body actually works that way, and it turns out almost nothing in your character does either. Water keeps you alive. Drink enough of it fast enough and it kills you. Exercise builds a stronger body. Enough of it without recovery breaks one down. Even the tools we've built together in this book follow the same rule. The 17% filter is powerful precisely because it's aimed at the least meaningful sliver of your load, not the whole thing. Try to apply it to everything at once and you're not practicing release anymore, you're practicing avoidance. Kindness, strength, and self-sufficiency are no different. Each one has a dose that serves you and the people around you extraordinarily well. Each one, past a certain point, stops being a virtue you're choosing and turns into a compulsion you can't put down. And the physiological cost of that compulsion is exactly the cascade we've spent this whole book describing. How virtue gets captured by the courtroom. Here's the actual mechanism, and it should sound familiar by now. A trait becomes an over-optimization trap the moment it stops being something you do and becomes something you have to prove. Kindness offered because it's the right thing to do in this particular moment, to this particular person, is doing. Kindness offered everywhere to everyone, regardless of whether it's wanted or needed, because some part of you is building a case for I am a good person. That's proving rather than doing. Once a trait becomes courtroom evidence, you lose the ability to modulate it. A boardroom decision can say, this situation calls for a firm no, or this is a moment to ask for help, or today, rest is the strong choice. A courtroom can't say any of that because dialing the trait back doesn't feel like a sound decision. It feels like losing ground in a case you can't afford to lose. This is exactly why over-optimized virtue looks compulsive rather than intentional. It's the precise opposite of the Wu Wei we talked about in the last chapter. Not aligned action arising naturally from the situation, but forced action arising from a verdict you're terrified of losing. And underneath nearly every one of these traps sits the same familiar figure. Pride, presiding as judge, quietly relabeling every act of genuine virtue as another piece of evidence for the defense. 3 virtues, 3 traps. You already have a working preview of exactly how this shows up differently from person to person through the A.M.E test. The 3 patterns we found there weren't random. They're the 3 most common places a genuinely good trait gets captured and pushed past its healthy dose. Kindness, over-optimized, becomes the too nice pattern. The healthy trait is real intentional generosity, offering help because it's needed, because you have the capacity, because it's the right thing to do here and now. Over-optimized, it becomes an inability to not help, an inability to receive help in return, and a growing well of resentment that has nowhere honest to go, because the whole performance depends on looking like resentment was never part of the deal. Strength over-optimized becomes the too strong pattern. The healthy trait is real resilience, the capacity to endure hard things without being derailed by every one of them. Over-optimized, it becomes an inability to register your own pain, exhaustion, or need at all. The quiet, muscle-straining pattern we found in the A.M.E test, where the effort never even reaches conscious awareness anymore, because stopping would mean admitting the case wasn't as strong as advertised. Self-sufficiency, over-optimized, becomes the too self-sufficient pattern. The healthy trait is real competence, the capacity to handle what's genuinely yours to handle. Over-optimized, it becomes a refusal to delegate, request, or accept support even when doing so would obviously serve the outcome better, because letting someone else carry any part of the load feels like conceding the entire verdict of I am the capable one. Each of these traps starts from something real and admirable. None of the 3 chapters ahead are about convincing you that kindness, strength, or competence are secretly bad. They're about the specific, identifiable point where a virtue stops being chosen freely and starts being defended compulsively, and about what it costs your body to keep defending it. The illusion underneath all 3. There's one more thing worth naming before we go further, because it's common to all 3 patterns and it rarely gets said out loud. Over-optimization is usually powered by an illusion of control. If I am kind enough, I can control how people feel about me. If I am strong enough, I can control whether hard things touch me. If I am self-sufficient enough, I can control whether I'm ever left exposed or let down. Every one of these bargains promises a kind of safety that the trait was never actually capable of delivering, because the actual outcome, how someone feels, whether hard things happen, whether you're ever let down, was never fully in your control to begin with, no matter how far you turn the dial. This is the same fear and greed urgency of the courtroom drama, just running on a longer timescale. It's not the sudden panic of a single decision. It's a years-long, low-grade insistence that if you just keep the dial turned all the way up, you'll finally purchase the certainty you're actually after. You won't. The dial was never connected to that outcome. It was only ever connected to your own body, and your own body has been paying the bill in cortisol this entire time. A question worth asking about your own dial. Here's a simple, honest check, adapted from the Doing versus Proving test. Pick a trait you pride yourself on, your kindness, your toughness, your capability, and ask what would happen if you dialed it down by a small, specific amount today. Said no once when you would normally say yes. Admitted a task was heavy instead of carrying it silently. Asked for help with something you're fully capable of doing alone. If the honest answer is a wave of relief, you've likely found a place where the dial has been turned past its useful dose for a while. If the honest answer is something closer to panic, a sense that something essential about who you are would be at risk, that's not proof the trait is too important to touch. It's a sign of exactly how deep into courtroom territory that particular virtue has traveled. Chapter 36, The Two Nice Alpha. The first time it happened, I thought I had made a mistake with my grip. I was taking a blood pressure reading, which meant supporting the patient's arm while the cuff did its work. Standard procedure: rest the arm in my hand, ask the patient to let it go completely limp, take the reading. With this patient and then with the next patient who did the same thing, and then with dozens more after that, the arm felt like it wasn't there at all. No weight, nothing to hold. It was as if I had been handed an empty sleeve. At first I assumed I was simply doing a good job supporting it. Then I tested that assumption. I moved the arm not gently, not predictably, but erratically, forward, then back, then out to the side, then up. If I were genuinely bearing the full weight of a passive limb, that kind of movement should have been obvious, maybe even uncomfortable. Instead, the arm moved with my hand every time, adjusting a fraction of a second ahead of where I was taking it as though it already knew. I said out loud, "Just relax, let me hold it," and the arm kept matching me anyway. I moved it in a way that was, frankly, a little ridiculous, specifically to see if they'd notice how strange it was. They didn't. They looked straight ahead the entire time, gave no indication anything unusual was happening, and made no comment on it. Not confusion, not a laugh, not even the small flicker of surprise you would expect from someone whose arm was just moved through a genuinely odd sequence of motions. This wasn't one unusual patient. Across more than 1,500 people, this exact pattern showed up over and over, distinct enough to be its own category. I want to be clear about where this chapter actually comes from. I didn't start with a theory about people-pleasing and go looking for evidence of it in the exam room. I started with an arm that had no discoverable weight, no matter how I moved it, and a face that wouldn't acknowledge the test even when directly instructed to stop performing it. The interpretation came after. The observation came first. What the weightless arm was actually doing. Here's what took me a while to fully appreciate. This patient wasn't failing to relax. They were actively working in real time, faster than conscious thought, to anticipate exactly where I was about to move their arm and get there first. That's a genuinely different thing from simply holding on, which is its own pattern we'll get to in a later chapter. This was matching. Prediction. A continuous, high-speed adjustment loop, running underneath a face that showed nothing at all. That's also why a single test wasn't enough to reveal it. If I had just let go once and watched what happened, a patient already anticipating that release would have simply let their arm drop naturally, and I'd have learned nothing. The erratic movement was necessary specifically because it was unpredictable enough to outrun the anticipation, and even then, most of the time, it barely did. When I started asking these same patients about their actual lives, the pattern repeated with almost the same precision as the arm itself. These were, overwhelmingly, the people who already know what you need before you've said it. The ones who notice a flicker of tension in a room and move to smooth it before anyone else registers it happened. The ones who, when offered help, decline almost reflexively, not out of politeness, but because receiving it would require them to stop doing the anticipating for a moment, and stopping isn't something they know how to do on command, any more than their arm did on my table. Why just relax doesn't work. The detail that stayed with me longest wasn't the weightless arm itself. It was the straight-ahead stillness on their face while it was happening. The same non-reaction, incidentally, that shows up in the next pattern we'll look at, even though the muscle underneath is doing something completely different. With this pattern specifically, that stillness told me something important. This isn't a strategy being consciously deployed and defended. Nobody was choosing, moment to moment, to match my hand, and then choosing to hide that they'd noticed. The matching was happening below the level where a request to stop could actually land. I could ask 100 times. The instruction, "Let me hold it," was arriving at a part of the nervous system that wasn't the part doing the holding. This matters for how you read the rest of this chapter. What follows is not an indictment of kindness, and it's not a suggestion that people with this pattern are secretly performing niceness as some kind of calculated strategy for approval. It's closer to the opposite. A reflex so old and so automatic that the person carrying it has never had the chance to consciously evaluate whether they'd choose it if it were actually a choice. The trap named. We introduced the concept in the last chapter. Kindness is a genuine virtue with a genuine healthy dose, and past that dose, it stops being something freely given and becomes something compulsively performed. This is what that looks like at the level of the nervous system. Real kindness is contextual. It reads a situation and responds to what's actually needed, including, sometimes, by doing nothing at all. The too nice pattern doesn't have that option available to it. It's not selecting kindness as the right response to this particular moment. It's running an anticipation loop that never turns off, matching whatever load appears, regardless of whether taking it on actually serves anyone. If you've read this far in the book, you already have the vocabulary to see what's happening underneath this. In the courtroom drama, this pattern is a jury-pleasing strategy so practiced it no longer feels like strategy, a permanent, standing plea of not selfish, entered automatically, before the charge has even been read. It's an economy built on avoiding a specific negative stroke, being seen, even once, as unhelpful, which can matter more to the nervous system than collecting a positive one. This is self-esteem in its purest form, a sense of worth that exists only for as long as it's being actively re-earned through being needed, which is exactly why setting it down, even for the length of one blood pressure reading, can feel like losing something real. The cost of never feeling the weight. Here's the part that's easy to miss because it looks from the outside like the opposite of a burden. The too nice pattern doesn't feel like straining. It feels weightless, the same way it read on my table. That's not because there's no cost. It's because the cost isn't muscular, it's attentional, and it never stops billing. A nervous system running a constant, real-time anticipation loop on everyone else's state is doing the same kind of work as hypervigilance, just aimed outward at other people instead of at a threat in the room. It is, physiologically, the same kind of chronic activation as any other version of alpha mode in this book, dressed in a much more socially rewarded costume. This is also, I think, where a lot of the resentment that quietly accompanies this pattern actually comes from. Kindness that's freely chosen does generate resentment, because nothing was taken that wasn't offered. Kindness that's compulsively performed does generate it, because some part of the person always knew the giving wasn't entirely free, and that resentment has nowhere legitimate to go, since admitting it out loud would contradict the very identity the whole pattern was built to defend. So it goes where unprocessed things in this book always seem to end up: into sleep, into blood pressure, into the slow, quiet erosion we've traced through nearly every physical chapter so far. It's worth noticing, too, that this is exactly what Chapter 1's very first checklist was already pointing at, long before we had language for any of this. You typically don't accept it when someone offers to help you. That single line is the too nice pattern in miniature, sitting in the book's opening pages before either of us knew how much weight it was carrying. Practicing receiving. If the too nice pattern has a single most direct antidote, it isn't learning to give less. It's practicing receiving deliberately, in small, specific doses, the exact muscle this pattern has never had to use. Let someone finish a sentence of support without redirecting it back onto them. Let a compliment land without immediately returning one. Let your arm, literally or otherwise, actually go limp in someone else's hands for 5 real seconds, and notice how unfamiliar that specific stillness feels. The same test from the last chapter applies here with a small addition. Before you help, ask honestly whether you would still offer this specific act of kindness if it would never be seen, never be reciprocated, and, the harder addition, if declining to help would never be judged by anyone, including you. If the answer is yes, you're very likely doing rather than proving, and the kindness is genuinely yours to give. If some of the motivation quietly depends on that last clause, on making sure nobody could ever accuse you of not helping, you've found the anticipation loop running the show again, and now you have a real chance to notice it before your body does the noticing for you. Reflection prompt. Think of the last time someone offered you help and you said no. What would it have actually cost you to say yes? Is there a place in your life right now where kindness has stopped feeling like a choice and started feeling like a standing obligation you can't set down? Where might resentment be quietly collecting because you can't set boundaries? You don't need to become less kind to work with this chapter. You need to find out how much of your kindness is actually still yours to give freely, selectively, on purpose, and how much of it has been running on its own for so long that you've stopped being able to feel the weight of it at all. The next pattern looks from across the room almost identical to this one. The same still face, the same lack of acknowledgement when something odd is happening. But underneath that shared stillness, the muscle is doing something entirely different. Not matching, but holding on so hard the person has forgotten they're gripping anything at all. Chapter 37, The Too Strong Alpha. This was the very first pattern I ever found. Not the first in the order you're meeting them in this book. The weightless, anticipating arm of the last chapter came to me later, and surprised me precisely because it was the opposite of what this one had already shown me. But chronologically, before I had a single word of the language I've been using, before I knew there were 3 patterns or even that there was a pattern at all, there was this. And it didn't arrive as a discovery. It arrived as a scare. The patient who started everything. She was 80 years old, and she'd come to her appointment with her daughter. I was taking her blood pressure, which meant supporting her forearm while the cuff did its work. I asked her the way I asked everyone to relax the arm completely and let me hold its weight. She said she had, but I couldn't feel any weight, so I told her again, gently, to just let it go and let it drop. "I am," she said, and she plainly believed it. So I did something I hadn't done before. Since I could feel that I was barely touching her arm at all, I slowly lowered my own hand an inch, maybe a little more, until it was hovering clearly beneath her arm, not touching it anywhere. Her arm stayed exactly where it was, suspended in the air, held up by nothing but her own muscle, working steadily, while she told me sincerely that she was so relaxed she felt she could fall asleep. Her daughter was sitting a few feet away. I looked down at my hand, obviously not touching her mother's arm, and then I looked at the daughter. She followed my eyes, and I watched it dawn on her the strange, quiet impossibility of what she was seeing. "Mom," she said, "just relax." "I am," her mother said again, with no idea anything was wrong. "Oh, wow," the daughter breathed. My first thought was not how fascinating. My first thought was stroke or dementia. Something had to be wrong with this woman's brain because the alternative, that a fully alert person was holding her own arm aloft with real effort while unable to feel that she was doing it, didn't seem possible. So I ran a full neurological and mental status exam, right there in the room. She passed all of it cleanly. There was nothing wrong with her brain at all. Which left me standing there with a genuinely disturbing conclusion. If it wasn't a stroke, then the ordinary, healthy explanation was somehow this. A person can pour continuous muscular effort into holding herself up, be completely unable to feel it, and swear with total sincerity that she's relaxed. That was the normal answer, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. 20%. I might have filed it away as a one-off if the very next patient hadn't done nearly the same thing. This one wasn't 80. She was in her 20s, young, healthy, with no reason on paper to be carrying anything at all. Same suspended arm, same sincere insistence that she'd let go. That was the moment my curiosity turned into something closer to a research project, and I started paying deliberate attention, patient after patient after patient. The number that emerged is one I still find hard to believe, and I was the one collecting it. Even in a very affluent area, people with real resources, real comfort, none of the visible external hardships you might reach for as an easy explanation. Roughly 1 in 5 held their arm rigid in the air the instant I stopped supporting it. 20%. I could remove my hand entirely, hover it an inch beneath their arm without any contact at all, and they would swear without the faintest flicker of doubt that I was holding it and that they were completely relaxed. The affluence mattered to me because it ruled something out. Whatever this was, it wasn't a symptom of being poor or visibly overworked or living an obviously hard life. It was quieter and more internal than any of that. It was showing up in 1 out of every 5 comfortable, well-resourced people who sat down in front of me, which meant it wasn't about their circumstances. It was about something they were doing or being on the inside. As I kept going, I started to push, not just removing my support, but actively pressing down on the suspended arm to see what would happen. It didn't faze them. Many, when I asked directly whether they could feel me pushing down, said no. And of that 20%, about half held their arm rigid as a board against something like 30 pounds of downward pressure, no support underneath, my weight pressing down on top, and told me honestly that they couldn't feel a thing. Sit with that for a second. 30 pounds. A healthy person, arm out straight, absorbing 30 pounds of downward force with nothing but muscle, while the internal signal that should have been screaming "I am working extremely hard right now" simply never arrived. Try this yourself. I know exactly how this sounds. It sounded that way to me, and I was watching it happen with my own hands, which is precisely why I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to feel it. Find a few people you trust and take turns. One of you cradles the other's forearm, asks them to relax completely and let you carry the whole weight, and then, once they've said they've let go, quietly lowers the supporting hand a little, or moves the arm somewhere unexpected and simply notices what the arm does. Then switch. You will not believe how many arms don't fall. Some will hang in the air on their own. Some will follow your hand around the room. Some will fight you in small, deniable ways. And a startling number of people, mid-demonstration, will insist they're completely relaxed while their arm is doing something that flatly contradicts them. You have to experience this directly, because it is genuinely hard to imagine that a person can expend this much energy on something and have no idea they're doing it. That gap between the effort and any awareness of the effort is the whole of this chapter. And if you find that you're one of the arms that won't drop, you're not broken and you're not weak. You've just met, maybe for the first time, a part of yourself that has been working very hard, very quietly, for a very long time without ever telling you. The pattern hiding behind a calm face. From across the room, this pattern looks almost identical to the too nice pattern from the last chapter. Same still face, same lack of reaction. Neither one comments, flinches, or seems to register that anything unusual just happened to their arm. If all you had to go on was the expression, you would file them under the same heading. But the arm tells a completely different story. With the too nice pattern, the arm had no discoverable weight. It matched my hand in real time, adjusting a fraction ahead of wherever I moved it. This pattern is the reverse. When I let go, the arm didn't drop and it did follow me. It stayed exactly where I had left it, suspended on its own, as though an invisible hand were still holding it in place. I would say, go ahead, let it fall, and nothing would change. Not out of refusal. When I asked afterward, most of these patients were genuinely startled to learn their arm hadn't dropped at all. They believed completely that they'd already let go. That gap between what they believed their body was doing and what it was actually doing is the entire chapter. Effort with the volume turned all the way down. This is not fear. It's not a freeze response, and it is overwhelm, even though from a distance it can resemble all three. What I was watching was quiet, continuous effort that had dropped so far below the threshold of conscious awareness that the person doing it no longer had access to the fact that they were doing it. They were holding their arm up because I had asked them to. They were holding it up because some part of them had decided, long before this appointment, that letting their full weight become someone else's problem, even for 5 seconds, even for a stranger whose entire job was to bear it, wasn't an acceptable option. The instruction to relax couldn't reach that decision, because the decision wasn't being made anywhere language could touch it anymore. Across more than 1,500 patients, this pattern showed up with the same reliability as the other two, and the life details lined up with almost eerie consistency. These were, overwhelmingly, the people other people call the strong one. The one who didn't cry at the funeral, who went back to work 3 days after the surgery, who describes their own chronic pain in the same flat tone you would use to report the weather. When I asked directly whether anything currently hurt, physically or otherwise, the answer was almost always some version of "I'm fine," delivered with what looked like complete sincerity. Not bravado, not a performance for my benefit. Genuine, felt belief. The signal that should have said this hurts wasn't being suppressed on purpose. It simply wasn't arriving, the same way 30 pounds of pressure wasn't arriving on the exam table. Why this isn't the same as self-confidence? I want to draw out a distinction that matters more than it first appears, because it's easy to mistake this pattern for a healthy trait. Self-confidence is a logical conclusion drawn from real evidence. I have done something hard, and I know it, and I got through it, which tells me something true about what I can do next. That definition requires the hard part to stay visible. You cannot draw a conclusion from evidence you've refused to look at. What I was watching in this pattern wears the same clothes as self-confidence, but runs on the opposite fuel. It is, I did something hard and I know it. It's I did something hard, and I have to not know it because acknowledging the difficulty, even privately, even just to yourself, feels like handing the internal jury a piece of evidence for the wrong verdict. This is self-esteem again, wearing a much tougher-looking disguise. A sense of worth that depends entirely on maintaining the appearance, even to yourself, that nothing costs you anything. The courtroom standing plea. If the too nice pattern's inner courtroom is built around a standing plea of not selfish, this one is built around not weak, and it will suppress an enormous amount of accurate, useful data to keep that plea intact. This is doing versus proving again, in one of its most costly forms. Genuine resilience does. It endures what actually needs enduring while still registering the true cost, the way you would keep an honest ledger even during a hard financial stretch. This pattern proves instead, it doesn't just endure the hardship, it has to make the hardship disappear from its own internal record, because a ledger with real numbers on it is exactly the kind of evidence the courtroom can't allow into the case. This also explains something that puzzled me for a long time: why these patients so often resisted comfort as strongly as they resisted complaint. Sympathy, offered warmly, was frequently met with the same flat deflection as the original pain, not because they didn't want kindness, but because receiving it would require briefly admitting that the thing being comforted was real. It's a nervous system actively refusing a kind of care it would, under almost any other circumstance, desperately want, because accepting it carries an admission fee it can't afford to pay. Why pushing through costs more than it looks like. We touched on this pattern once before, from a different angle, all the way back in Chapter 3. Alphas are often exceptionally good at compartmentalizing, and that skill is frequently the very thing that keeps a hard memory or a hard feeling from ever getting the quiet, non-defended processing it needs. This chapter is that same mechanism made visible at the level of a single arm on an exam table. A nervous system that has trained itself not to register its own signals doesn't just miss out on comfort. It misses the early warnings that would normally prompt rest, care, or help, long before a situation becomes a genuine crisis. This is a real part of why the broken heart chapter, the heart changing shape under sudden, overwhelming stress, disproportionately catches people running exactly this pattern off guard. It isn't that they were carrying less than everyone else. It's that nothing in their own internal reporting system ever told them how much they were carrying, right up until the moment the body itself was forced to file the report on its own terms, all at once, with no warning they'd been able to hear in advance. The gauge that couldn't feel 30 pounds is the same gauge that's supposed to warn them when the real load has become dangerous. Practicing registering. If the antidote for the too nice pattern is practicing receiving, the antidote here is practicing registering, deliberately reopening a channel of information that's been quietly switched off, without necessarily changing what you choose to do with that information yet. This isn't about becoming fragile, and it isn't a suggestion that you should stop enduring genuinely hard things. Some real endurance is exactly the healthy dose we keep coming back to. The goal is narrower. Keep the sensory and emotional data flowing while you endure, instead of shutting the channel entirely. A simple, specific practice. At a few set points in your day, pause and ask honestly, what is this actually costing me right now? and let yourself answer in real numbers, even if the answer is small, even if you fully intend to keep going anyway. You aren't required to act differently. You're only required to let the true reading reach conscious awareness, the same way you would want an honest number on a gauge whether or not you plan to change course because of it. This is Wu Wei applied to your own internal reporting instead of your outward behavior, not forcing yourself to feel more than is honestly there, but ceasing the active, effortful work of forcing the true reading down. The doing versus proving test adapts easily here too. Would you still describe this as fine, not a big deal, nothing, if you weren't at all worried that naming the real cost would make you look weak to anyone, including yourself? If the honest answer changes the moment that worry is removed, you've found a place where the gauge has been deliberately, if unconsciously, disconnected, an arm held out straight, taking the weight, insisting it feels nothing. Reflection prompt. Think of someone in your life, right now, that you know cares about you. Reflect on what you feel when you give them a hug. When was the last time you melted into the hug? If you can't even relax around people you know care about you, what would it take for you to relax? Chapter 38. The Two Self-Sufficient Alpha. The first two patterns had taught me to expect silence. A still face, no comment, no acknowledgement that anything unusual had just happened to an arm I was moving in deliberately strange ways. Whatever these patients' nervous systems were doing, they were doing it somewhere below the reach of conversation, and the last thing any of them did was talk to me about it while it was happening. So the first time a patient turned their head, looked at me directly and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Partway through the exact same test, it caught me off guard enough that I still remember where I was standing. This arm wasn't matching my movement the way the two nice pattern had, adjusting a fraction ahead of wherever I took it. And it wasn't holding a silent, static tension the way the too strong pattern had, suspended in the air by a grip its owner couldn't feel. What this arm did was let me move it for a few inches, a few seconds, and then, without any visible decision being made, take control back. I would guide it forward, it would yield, and then it would reposition itself subtly but unmistakably back under its own direction. I'd try again. Same brief yield, same quiet reclaim. It wasn't refusal exactly, and it wasn't limp compliance either. It was a negotiation, running on a loop, checked and rechecked several times inside a single reading. And unlike the other two, this patient wanted to know why. Not defensively, genuinely curious, comparing what was happening against some internal sense of how this procedure was supposed to go, and flagging the mismatch out loud the moment it registered. I should tell you something now rather than at the end, because it changes how I want you to read the rest of this chapter. Of the three patterns in this book, this is the one I did not have to study from the outside. This one is mine. A pattern built on verification. This showed up often enough, and consistently enough, across the same group of more than 1,500 people, that it became its own clear category, as distinct from the other two as they were from each other. When I started asking these patients about their daily lives, the same shape kept surfacing. I'd offer them the line as a way of checking my read: if you want something done right, you do it yourself. And almost always I'd get a laugh and an immediate "of course." And then, a beat later, the question the other two patterns never asked: how did you know? I'd tell them the truth. I could see it in the specific way their arm had carried tension, not matching, not frozen, but bargaining. And that was the moment I'd have their full attention. I came to understand why. I had just produced a piece of information that wasn't already in their internal model of how the world worked, and that appeared to have enough predictive accuracy that it clearly should be. That combination, new and apparently reliable, is exactly the kind of thing this pattern cannot leave sitting on the table unexamined. These were, reliably, the patients who asked the most questions about the research. Not to be difficult, because a claim was either true or it wasn't. My prediction had just crossed the threshold where they needed to find out which, and they were not going to simply take my word that I wasn't pulling something over on them. Most of them were perfectly agreeable about it, but agreeable is not the same as passive, and I could tell they were quietly reserving judgment until they checked for themselves. This group does not live life in the passenger seat. They are in the driver's seat, hands at 10 and 2, and they had no intention of assuming I was any different from anything else they'd ever had to verify. The case being defended, not stupid. Every pattern in this section of the book is protecting a different verdict, entered as a standing plea before the charge is ever read. The too nice pattern defends against looking selfish. The too strong pattern defends against looking weak. This one defends against looking stupid. There's a reason this particular trap is so much harder to spot than the other two, and it's historical as much as psychological. The criteria for being nice or strong have stayed roughly stable for a very long time. The situations get complicated, but the basic thing being asked of you, be generous, endure hardship, would have been legible to someone 1,000 years ago. Self-sufficiency is different because the amount of world a single self-sufficient person can actually cover has changed beyond recognition, and the instinct hasn't caught up. Consider Benjamin Franklin. In one lifetime, he was a working printer, a serious scientist whose experiments with electricity were read across 2 continents, and an inventor several times over, the lightning rod, bifocals, a cleaner burning stove, even a glass musical instrument that composers later wrote music for. He was a diplomat, a founder of a university and of the first serious scientific society in the colonies, and the man who organized the postal system. He was, credibly, near the frontier of most of what was known in his day, across nearly every field at once. And he wasn't a lonely miracle. His era simply produced people like that, because it was still possible for one diligent, curious person to hold most of the map in a single head. Franklin also happened to write down the exact creed of this entire chapter. In the almanac he published for years, dispensing the practical wisdom of his age, he advised that if you want a thing done, you should go and do it yourself. And if you don't much care how it turns out, send someone else. If you want it done right, do it yourself is not a modern motto. It is very nearly a Franklin aphorism, minted in one of the last centuries where it was almost literally true. But watch what Franklin actually did, because it quietly undoes his own maxim in the most instructive way. The same man who told you to go rather than send spent years building the postal network, the infrastructure whose entire purpose was to let people send reliably instead of going themselves. He handed the world a better way to trust a stranger with something that mattered. Even the patron saint of doing it yourself understood in practice that a functioning society runs on the willingness to let someone you'll never meet carry part of the load. And then the map got too big. This is the part the pattern never absorbs. The total body of human knowledge didn't grow, it detonated. No one gets to be Franklin anymore, and not because we've become less capable than he was. The frontier simply receded past the reach of any single lifetime. Turn the modern fire hose of prerequisites on anyone trying to personally understand everything relevant to their own life, and they drown. Specialization is not a confession of weakness. It is the only sane response to scale. The recognition that the competent move now is to trust the cardiologist and the mechanic and the structural engineer precisely because you cannot become all of them, and it would cost you your one life to try. The too self-sufficient pattern is running Franklin-era software in a post-Franklin world. The heuristic, verify it yourself, master it yourself, depend on no one who might be wrong, was a genuinely winning strategy in a world small enough to hold. It is a losing bet against arithmetic in the world that actually exists now. And it tends to turn life into something it was never meant to be. A lab experiment you're terrified of contaminating, a textbook you're rigorously trying to master before you're allowed to start living. A study so serious that letting anyone else near the equipment feels reckless. because surely they couldn't understand how much depends on getting it exactly right. Why this isn't the same as competence. I want to draw the same kind of distinction here that I drew between the two strong pattern and real self-confidence, because this trap is even easier to mistake for the healthy trait it's impersonating. Real competence does. It looks at a task and makes an honest assessment. Is this actually mine to handle, and do I genuinely have the capacity for it? Crucially, that assessment is allowed to come back no. Real competence can conclude this isn't mine to verify. Someone else should carry this. I don't need to personally check this to be safe, and it can act on that conclusion without alarm. That's what competence is. An accurate read of where your capability actually ends, which necessarily includes the enormous territory beyond it. The trap version proves instead, and proving can never reach that conclusion. It can't file, not mine to verify, because handing off verification registers as conceding the verdict, as admitting you might be the one who gets fooled. So it does the opposite of what competence does. Instead of drawing a boundary around what's genuinely yours, it erases the boundary entirely and quietly files everything under must be personally checked. A person with real competence knows the difference between the things they should control and the things they're only gripping because letting go feels dangerous. This pattern has lost that line. Everything is inside the wall. This is self-esteem again, wearing its most convincing disguise yet, a sense of worth that has to be re-earned, continuously, by never once being caught relying on anything you didn't verify yourself. Genuine competence rests on evidence you've already gathered. This runs on a verdict you're terrified of losing, which is exactly why no amount of demonstrated capability ever quite lets you set the wheel down. What constant verification costs. Now the part this book actually exists to talk about, the bill. Here the three patterns finally diverge in a way worth stating outright. The too nice pattern doesn't feel the weight of what it carries, because its load is attentional and weightless by design. The too strong pattern can't feel the weight, because the gauge that should report it has been disconnected. This pattern is the cruel exception. It feels every ounce and refuses on principle to set any of it down. That's what makes it so hard to see as a trap from the inside, and I say that as someone who failed to see it in himself for years. The other two patterns are, in a sense, hidden from their owners. This one isn't hidden at all. You know exactly how much you're carrying. You just experience the carrying as responsibility, as diligence, as the simple price of doing things right, never as the specific, physiological overload it actually is. A system like a body, a family, or a team are built to distribute load. That's what a system is for. When you refuse to hand anything off, every open loop routes back through a single point, and that single point is you. Unlike muscular strain, this load is cognitive, which means it bills through attention, and the sustained cortisol that comes with never letting it stand down. Every task you can't trust to anyone else stays open in working memory, quietly consuming resources, because closing it would require trusting that it got done. So nothing closes. You become the permanent bottleneck we described in the chapter on the loudest siren, the one everything has to pass through, which means you are perpetually in triage, perpetually the reason it can't fail, perpetually unable to be off duty even for an afternoon. And it follows you into the dark. Think back to those 2 A.M. wake-ups from the very first pages of this book. This is one of the purest engines of them. The mind that will not hand off cannot power down, because powering down means trusting that the unverified thing will hold until morning, and trusting is the one move this system was built to refuse. So it lies there and reruns the checklist, and the sleep doing the body's most essential repair work simply doesn't come. There's a final irony in it that I find almost too neat. Earlier in the book, I argued that a lack of control is one of the great drivers of the whole stress cascade, that the offline brain is, above all, a brain that has lost its sense of agency. This pattern is the mirror image of that, and it lands in precisely the same place. It isn't too little control that keeps this engine running. It's a grip on control so total that the system is never allowed to idle. Both roads, no control, and all control, all the time, arrive at the identical destination. A cortisol tab that never closes. Heart, mind, and will. I want to offer one more frame, because I've come to think the external story and the internal story are the same story told twice. The Franklin problem is external. The world got too large for any one mind to verify, and this pattern didn't get the memo. But there's an internal version of the exact same over-reliance, and cultures long before ours had language for it. Many traditions describe the forces inside a person as something like heart, mind, and will, the intuitive, the logical, and the deciding. When they're working as designed, I suspect they run in a cycle. The heart identifies what actually matters, the mind frames it into something workable, the will takes a step, and the cycle turns again. The trouble with being too self-sufficient is that it quietly demotes the one member of that trio it can't measure. Mind and will can be verified, you can check your logic and audit your effort. The heart can't. There's a line from the Bible that gets at this from a direction I'll admit I hesitated to use because I know it will seem unorthodox. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul? The first thought many people probably have with this verse is not anything to do with mere overthinking, but was Jesus speaking to the bankers, the pimps, or murderers when he said this, or just those ready to hear the gospel? I don't know, but interpreting this verse would depend on what is meant by soul, right? I don't want to get too philosophical here or make any wild metaphysical speculations, but many cultures throughout time have talked about the different forces inside us as heart, mind, and will. Ideally, they all work together optimally right. Practicing setting it down. If the antidote to the too nice pattern is practicing receiving, and the antidote to the too strong pattern is practicing registering, the antidote here is practicing setting it down. And it has to be approached more carefully than the other two, because the obvious version backfires. The obvious prescription is delegate, hand something to someone. And for this pattern specifically, that's often the worst possible place to start, because handing a real task to a real person and watching it turn out poorly just confirms the case for the defense. See, I knew I should have done it myself. Start there and you don't practice trust. You gather more evidence against it. So start somewhere safer. Start by handing things off not to a person but to a page. This is the one piece of advice I can give you from the inside with real conviction, because it's the only thing that reliably works on me. The reason this pattern white-knuckles everything is that your own head has become the only storage you trust. And a head is a terrible, overflowing filing cabinet that never closes a loop. Good ideas that arrive in random, unrepeatable moments and are rarely written down, or are written down and then never organized enough to build on. Build the system that catches them, so you can have momentum in things that come from intuition rather than something purely logical. Let a process you didn't personally run unfold without tugging on it, is the exact thing this pattern has never practiced. It's wu-wei aimed at outcomes instead of effort, not forcing a result you were never fully in control of, and looking at the finished thing once, at the end, rather than pulling the roots up every few days to make sure they're still there. Chapter 39, Squeezing the Puppy. A long time ago, I had a dream that I've never quite been able to set down because it never stopped explaining new things to me. I still go back to it. A young boy is walking home when he spots a puppy lost, hungry, clearly frightened. It sees him coming and bolts. He follows. It's scared of him, understandably. It has no way of knowing he means it well. Eventually he corners it, and with the best intentions a child can have, he scoops it up in his arms and starts running for home, thrilled, already picturing his mother's face when he shows her what he found. The puppy struggles the whole way, wriggling against his grip, panicked. He holds on tighter, because letting go now would mean losing it, and he loves it too much to risk that. By the time he gets home, it's dead. He squeezed the life out of it without ever once feeling that his grip had changed. Nothing about this boy was cruel. He didn't do one thing on purpose. The very love that made him chase the puppy down is the same motion that killed it, not a competing impulse, not a moment of anger, the identical arms, tightening for the identical reason, the whole way home. I've come to believe this dream was showing me something I now think is one of the most important ideas in this entire book. Love without a grip. I made the case back in chapter 14 that love and trust aren't the same thing, and that most of the pain we cause the people we love comes from quietly treating a relationship like a transaction, ordering a very specific pizza, and getting upset when it doesn't arrive exactly as pictured. I want to build on that here, because the puppy dream gives that idea a shape I don't think I had fully found until I sat with it long enough. Picture paradise the way it's been pictured for thousands of years. A walled garden, watered and tended. The wall is logic, and it's also trust, the boundary you're genuinely allowed to build, maintain, and defend. You get to decide who and what comes inside it. That's real, legitimate control, and there's nothing unloving about holding it firmly. The garden is love itself, growing inside that wall. And here's the part the dream was trying to teach me. You can tend that garden. You can weed what's choking it and prune what's grown wild. What you cannot do, what no amount of good intention will ever let you do, is reach into a bud and pull the flower out early, or force a bud to open on a spot of ground where nothing is currently trying to grow. The wall is yours. The garden has its own timing, and that timing was never yours to set. Squeezing the puppy is what happens when logic reaches over its own wall and grabs at the garden directly, because waiting for something to open in its own time has become unbearable. How each pattern squeezes. Every pattern we've spent the last several chapters on knows how to love. That was never in question. What each one struggles with is trusting a garden it isn't allowed to reach into, and each squeezes in a way that matches exactly how it showed up on the arm. 2 nice squeezes by never leaving a bud unopened. Remember the weightless arm when held, the real-time matching, adjusting before the other person even finishes deciding what they need. In a relationship, that same reflex means anticipating and supplying so completely that the other person never gets the chance to want something on their own and bring it forward themselves. It looks like devotion. It functions like a hand held permanently under someone else's arm, so gently they never notice they've stopped having to hold anything up themselves, and never get the chance to find out that they could. 2 strong squeezes by refusing to be part of the garden at all. Remember the arm that stayed suspended, held by a grip its owner couldn't even feel anymore. In a relationship, that's the partner who will not let anyone else's care land, because receiving it would mean admitting there was ever a weight to receive. This one squeezes by omission. It doesn't grab at someone else's bud. It simply refuses to offer its own, which quietly tells the people who love it that there's no ground here for them to tend, no matter how much water they bring. 2 self-sufficient squeezes most literally of all. Remember the rope let out in small increments, then pulled back before it could become real slack. Yield, reclaim, yield, reclaim. In a relationship, that's granting someone real closeness for a while then, right before it settles into something that could grow past your control, drawing it back in to check that it's still safe. It rarely feels like squeezing from the inside. It feels like responsible caretaking of the exact same garden you claim to love. But a garden checked on this often, this closely, never actually gets to establish its own roots. Every one of them gets tugged gently upward every few days to make sure they're still there. The same good intention, the whole way home. None of this makes any of the 3 patterns unloving, any more than the boy in my dream was cruel. Each one is running toward exactly what it wants most: closeness, safety, a relationship that lasts, using the only grip it currently knows how to hold with. That's what makes the dream so hard to shake. The tragedy was never a lack of love. It was a level of grip that the love itself never asked for, applied by someone who never felt it changing. Which raises the real question underneath this whole chapter, and the one this book still owes you a straight answer to. Why does a person with entirely good intentions keep tightening a grip they can't feel? The answer isn't a lack of love, and it isn't a lack of care. It's that none of the three patterns we've spent this section on are actually with the thing in their arms while they're running home. They're managing an outcome. They're not present for the actual, living, present-tense creature currently struggling against their chest, and that absence, more than anything else, is what the next chapter is about. Reflection prompt. Think of one relationship where you suspect you might be holding on more tightly than the other person has ever actually asked you to. Which of the three squeezes sounds most like yours? Oversupplying so there's no room left to want, withholding your own needs so there's no room left to give, or checking in so often that nothing gets the chance to root? What are you actually afraid would happen if you let that particular bud open on its own timeline instead of yours? Where is the wall you're actually allowed to tend in this relationship? And where have you been quietly reaching past it into the garden itself? Chapter 40. The present has no lions. Picture each of the three patterns from the last several chapters receiving the simplest gesture of affection there is. A hug, held for a few real seconds, from someone who loves them. The too nice pattern is already anticipating the release, adjusting, matching, half a step ahead of the embrace instead of inside it. The same real-time prediction loop we found in the arm test, now running during the one moment that was supposed to require nothing from it at all. The too strong pattern holds itself up the entire time, muscles quietly doing the work of not quite leaning, never actually transferring its full weight into the other person's arms, because letting them feel the whole weight would mean admitting there was ever a full weight to feel. The too self-sufficient pattern lets the hug happen for a moment, and then, on its own schedule, calls it calm, pleat, and steps back. The same yield then reclaim rhythm from the exam room, now running on an embrace instead of an arm. None of the three actually melt into it, not because they don't want to, because none of them are in that moment actually there. Where compulsion actually lives. This is worth sitting with directly, because it's the thread running underneath everything in this book. Every version of alpha mode we've described, the courtroom, the ego strokes, the squeeze in the last chapter, is a program authored somewhere other than right now. It's either replaying something that already happened, an old verdict, an old letdown, an old memory still running hot, or defending against something that hasn't happened yet, a verdict you're afraid of, an outcome you're trying to force, a future you can't actually control. What none of these patterns are ever responding to is the present instant itself, the actual hug, the actual person, the actual puppy currently alive in your arms. Alpha mode, by its very design, has no jurisdiction over now. It only knows how to relitigate then and defend against next. C.S. Lewis put language to exactly this, in a passage I think about often. Writing as a senior devil coaching a junior one on how to lead a person away from what matters, he has his character explain that human vices are almost all rooted in the future. Fear, greed, and ambition all lean forward, while gratitude looks backward and love, uniquely, looks nowhere but at what's happening right now. Lewis also said, the present is the point at which time touches eternity. The devil's actual strategy in that letter is to keep a person's attention anywhere except the present, dragging them into old grief or old grievance, or further out into anxious plans and hoped-for outcomes. Because the present moment is the one place a person gets to actually touch something real, rather than manage a story about what was or worry over a story about what might be. Whatever your own beliefs about where that quote's larger claims lead, the diagnostic underneath it holds up on data alone. Gratitude and love are the only two states on that list that require you to actually be here. Fear, greed, and ambition don't need you to be present at all. They run perfectly well on memory and forecast, which is exactly why alpha mode can keep itself fed indefinitely without a single real, current threat ever showing up. The question that cuts through all three patterns. Here's a question worth asking in the exact moment you feel any of these patterns activate. Am I actually about to physically fight or flee from something, right now in this room? For the overwhelming majority of the moments that trigger alpha mode in a modern life, the honest answer is no. Nobody is about to be tackled. Nothing is about to be outrun. And yet the full cascade fires anyway: heart rate, blood pressure, blood sugar, mobilized for a battle that isn't going to happen, because the threat was never physical to begin with. That question matters because of what happens to the resources your body mobilized and never used. Cortisol drives the breakdown of protein into glucose your muscles were supposed to burn running from something. If you don't actually run, and in the courtroom the squeeze, the ego-stroke economy, you never do, that unused sugar doesn't just evaporate. It gets stored, quite literally, usually as visceral fat. Every unnecessary trip into alpha mode isn't just a bad afternoon. It's a real, physical deposit your body makes because you prepared for a fight that was never going to happen anywhere, except inside a courtroom that exists only in your own head. The only meditation that actually matters. This book has given you a real toolkit by this point. The 17% filter, the 5-second yoga, the boardroom Wu Wei, the doing versus proving test. All of them work. But if I had to point to one single practice that matters more than the rest combined, it isn't any formal technique. It's something smaller and faster than that. Noticing the exact instant you're being pulled out of the present and into the courtroom, and naming, right then, which defense mechanism just fired. This is a different skill than calming down after the fact. It's catching the handoff itself, the specific moment, a real present tense fact, a tone of voice, a delayed reply, a lost puppy struggling in your arms, gets reinterpreted by some older, faster part of you into a verdict about your worth, your safety, or your control. That handoff happens in a fraction of a second, and almost nobody is ever taught to notice it happening at all, let alone to catch it in the act. Every tool in this book works on what happens after that handoff. This is the one practice that works on the handoff itself. It doesn't require silence, a cushion, or 20 set-aside minutes. It requires asking, right in the middle of an ordinary moment, what just pulled me out of here, and which case is it trying to build? The courtroom drama, ego-stroke economy, overdriven virtue signaling, whatever it turns out to be. You don't have to resolve the case in that instant. You only have to notice that you were just moved and name where you were moved to. That alone is often enough to loosen the grip in your own arms before it tightens any further. Chapter 41, the 8-second hug. Most people don't hug very much, and when they do, it rarely lasts more than a couple of seconds, a quick squeeze, a pat, already pulling back before it's really begun. I think that brevity is exactly why almost nobody has noticed something I started noticing years ago. There's a point, on average somewhere around 8 seconds into a real hug, where a person actually relaxes, not metaphorically. You can feel it happen, a real and specific release, arriving late enough that most hugs are already over before it has the chance to show up. When it does happen, it's one of the closest things I know to acupuncture for the soul. A single, specific point of contact, held a little longer than feels socially normal, releasing something that's been braced for far longer than the hug itself has lasted. If you read the last chapter, you already know why most hugs never get there. The 3 patterns we've spent so much of this book on are all, in their own way, still working during those first few seconds, matching, holding themselves up, quietly auditing when it's socially appropriate to pull back. 8 seconds is long enough to outlast the performance. It's rarely long enough to be socially comfortable. That gap is where the real work happens, if you're willing to sit inside it. Turning the ARM test into a practice. I've mentioned the ARM test throughout this book as a diagnostic, a way of revealing which pattern someone is running. What I haven't described yet is what happened when I turned that same test into an actual practice, something patients did with me, deliberately, appointment after appointment, instead of something I simply observed once and moved on from. I had about a dozen patients with high blood pressure who got genuinely intrigued by this line of research, and with them, I made a small game out of it. At each visit, I would hold their arm the same way, and I would tell them what percentage relaxed it actually was. Then I would put a little pressure on their trapezius, right at the top of the shoulder, to help them actually locate what I was talking about. This is your trapezius, I would tell them. It's flexed right now because it's trying to hold your arm up, even though you're supposed to be relaxed. You're even leaning to one side to get more leverage to do the work. That last part almost always landed harder than the rest. Most of them had no idea they were leaning at all. It became a genuine game between us, visit after visit, chasing a slightly better number than the one before. And every single one of those patients reached a point where they no longer needed blood pressure medication. I want to be careful about what I'm claiming here. This wasn't a controlled trial, and I'm not asking you to treat it as one. But I've seen this pattern hold up enough times, across enough patients, that I trust it as a real clinical finding worth taking seriously. Honest, specific, repeated feedback about where your own body is quietly working, even when you've been told to stop, can do something that willpower alone consistently fails to do. The patient who finally relaxed. For a long stretch of my career, nobody's arm ever actually went fully limp on the first try. Not once. I had tested this with well over 300 patients by the time it finally happened, an arm that, the instant I took its weight, simply let me have all of it, no matching, no rigidity, no incremental reclaiming. I asked him more or less immediately what his secret was. He told me he made a list, not of goals or affirmations, a list of everything in his life he genuinely couldn't control or probably shouldn't be trying to control in the first place. When I really sat with what he described, it was, in substance, close to the old serenity prayer, the plea for the calm to accept what can't be changed, the courage to change what can, and enough wisdom to know the difference. He'd built his own working version of exactly that distinction, applied it seriously, and it had done something for his body that 300 other patients, good intentions, had managed. Here's what stayed with me longest about that appointment. I would never have picked him out of a lineup beforehand. Plenty of my patients were just as calm and pleasant as he was, at least from the outside. Nothing about his manner, his mood, or his conversation set him apart from a dozen other easygoing people I saw that same month. The only real difference was invisible until I physically held his arm. His body simply was paying the same expensive toll everyone else's was. He'd done the accounting, the same accounting this book has been calling the 17% filter, thoroughly enough that his nervous system had actually been informed the case was closed. The woman who wasn't frustrated. Not long after, I had a patient whose blood pressure was elevated in a specific way. The diastolic number, the bottom one, running higher than the rest of her readings would suggest it should. We'd already established, across many other patients, that an elevated diastolic tends to point at something the person is aware of but feels unable to act on, hands tied by obligation, or circumstance, or fear. So I asked her directly whether anything in her life currently felt frustrating. She said no, and she meant it. As far as I could tell, she was pleasant, warm, easy to talk to, with nothing in her manner that suggested she was hiding anything from me on purpose. I had no personal reason to doubt her. But the data had never failed me before, so I didn't let it go. I asked again, a different way. Eventually, still perfectly calm, she said, "I did just get fired and divorced, but I don't feel any frustration." I remember genuinely not knowing what to say for a moment. I would never have guessed either fact from how she carried herself, let alone both, delivered in the same even tone she would likely tell someone about her weekend. Her body, though, had already told me everything her voice hadn't. It kept an accurate account even while she gave a pleasant one. Here's what I've come to think, looking back on that appointment. The same ability that let her stay pleasant and composed with me, a near stranger, is very likely the same ability she was using on herself, smoothing over her own internal alarm before it ever reached conscious awareness. She wasn't lying to me. I don't think she even had access to the frustration by the time it reached the surface. But her body was still billing her for it in full, whether or not her conscious mind had been sent the invoice. What all three have in common: the hug, the dozen patients with the trapezius game, the man with his list, the woman who just lost her job and her marriage in the same breath, all four point at the same thing from different angles. The body will tell you the truth well before, and often instead of the personality does. Relaxation is primarily a matter of willpower or good intentions. It's a matter of accurate, honest information reaching a nervous system that's been running on old, unresolved data for far too long. And the people who seem the calmest on the outside are not reliably the people whose bodies are actually at rest. Sometimes they're simply the best in the room at not letting the gap show. 2 practices to try. The extended hug. Next time you hug someone you trust, try holding it a few seconds past where you would normally pull away, past the point where it starts to feel slightly too long for a normal greeting. Notice whether there's a moment, somewhere in there, where something in your chest or shoulders actually lets go. You're not aiming for exactly 8 seconds like it's a stopwatch drill. You're aiming to stay long enough to find out whether the release is even in there waiting for you. The arm-holding game. With someone you trust, try the same practice I built with my patients. One of you supports the other's forearm gently, the way you would for a blood pressure reading, and asks the other to let it go completely. Move it a little unpredictably and be honest about what you notice. Does it match you? Does it stay rigid when you release it? Does it yield and then quietly reclaim? Name a specific muscle if you can find one holding on, the trapezius or otherwise, and see if simply naming it out loud changes anything. Then trade places. You're not trying to diagnose each other harshly. You're giving each other the one thing that seems to work better than willpower ever has. An honest, specific number, offered kindly, about where the body is still quietly on duty. Chapter 42. The Body That Forgot Who It Was, the Warning I Saved for the End. I made a decision, near the beginning of this book, not to frighten you. You were still deciding whether to trust me, and fear is a terrible foundation for the kind of patient, gentle work these pages ask of you. Worse than that, fear is the exact thing we've spent the whole book trying to turn down. It would have been a strange betrayal to open by frightening you about the cost of being frightened. So I held something back, the heaviest thing I know, and I waited. We're near the end now. You understand the machinery. You have the tools in your hands, and you've felt, I hope, how much lighter it is to set the unnecessary weight down. So I think you're finally ready for the rest of it. Not because I want to scare you into a new alarm, that would undo everything, but because I don't believe you can truly weigh what this book has been asking of you until you know what's actually on the other side of the scale. This is the chapter where I stop explaining and simply plead with you. The woman after the divorce. I knew a woman who went through a divorce. Not an ordinary hard one, a genuinely brutal, drawn-out, identity-shredding one, the kind that doesn't just end a marriage but seems to take apart the person's sense of who they were. And not long after it was finally over, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Sit with what that disease actually is, because it matters here. In MS, a person's own immune system begins attacking the protective coating around their own nerves, stripping the insulation off their own wiring, until the signals start to stutter and fail. She hadn't caught anything. Nothing invaded her. There was no enemy at the gate. Her own defenses had simply turned around and begun dismantling her, from the inside, one nerve at a time. I can't prove the divorce caused it. No honest person can prove that about any single case, and I won't pretend otherwise. But I would be lying to you if I said the timing felt like a coincidence to me. And it was not the first time I had watched someone's immune system do something strange and terrible in the wake of a stress so severe that the body seemed to lose track of the most basic distinction it is ever asked to make, the line between what is itself and what is a threat, between friend and enemy. It was as if, under enough sustained alarm, the body had forgotten who it was. The guard that fires on the house. Your immune system is a guard, and its single hardest job, harder than repelling any invader, is knowing the difference between what belongs to you and what doesn't. Every moment of every day it makes millions of these silent judgments. Self, not self, self, not self. Leave that alone. Attack that. Almost all of what keeps you alive and well depends on it getting those calls right, over and over, without ever being thanked. Autoimmune disease is what happens when that judgment fails, when the guard begins attacking the very house it was hired to protect. In multiple sclerosis, it turns on the nerves. In type 1 diabetes, on the cells that make insulin. In rheumatoid arthritis, on the joints. In lupus, on nearly anything it can reach. Different targets, one underlying catastrophe, a defense system that has turned its weapons on the self it exists to defend. It's tempting to say that under enough stress the immune system gets so beaten down that it forgets who it is. And as an image, that is exactly right. Hold on to it, because it captures the felt truth better than any diagram. A body that has lost the thread of the difference between itself and an enemy. The literal mechanism is a little different, though, and if anything I find it more unsettling. The cruelest paradox in this book. Here is the thing almost no one realizes, and it is the reason I could not leave this chapter out. Cortisol, the stress hormone this entire book has been about, is anti-inflammatory. It is the immune system's brake, the calming signal, the voice that says stand down, that's enough. It is, quite literally, the drug that doctors reach for to shut an autoimmune attack down. You may know it as prednisone, or as a steroid shot for a flare. So you would reasonably expect that a body flooded with its own cortisol would be protected from autoimmunity, not pushed toward it. And for a while it is. Cortisol does hold the immune system in check. But here is what happens when you stand on a brake pedal for years without letting up, and it has been measured directly in people under relentless chronic stress, including parents caring for a child with cancer, whose immune cells had grown measurably deaf to cortisol's signal. When the calming signal never stops coming, the immune cells stop listening to it. They go deaf to the very hormone that is supposed to call them off. Now look at the situation that leaves you in. The alarm is still blaring. The immune system is still churned up, still inflamed, still running hot. But the one signal that could cool it down, the off switch, no longer works. The brake pedal is pressed all the way to the floor and nothing happens. And in that state, unrestrained and frantic and running for years with no way to stand down, the guard's careful judgment starts to slip. Self, not self. The line blurs. And sometimes it crosses that line and turns on you. So it is not in the end that stress lulls your immune system to sleep until it gets confused. It's the opposite, and it's worse. Stress, run long enough, breaks the exact mechanism that keeps your immune system's aggression pointed outward, away from you. The guard doesn't get sleepy. It gets frantic and deaf to the one order that could stop it. And a frantic guard who can no longer hear the command to stand down is precisely the guard who eventually opens fire on the house. This is not a fringe idea. I need you to know that this is not me being dramatic, so let me hand you the evidence plainly. A nationwide Danish study followed more than 20,000 parents who had lost a child. Those who lost a child suddenly and unexpectedly went on to be diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at roughly twice the rate of comparable parents who had not suffered that loss. A separate study, published in A.M.E, followed more than 100,000 people who had been diagnosed with a stress-related disorder and compared them not only to 1 million other people, but to their own brothers and sisters. Same genes, same childhood home. And still, the ones who had been through the stress went on to develop autoimmune disease at a significantly higher rate than their own siblings did. And in people who already live with MS, stressful life events reliably raise the risk of a relapse. Now let me be as careful and honest with you as I know how to be, because I am not trying to frighten you into believing that your grief is going to give you MS. It will not, for the overwhelming majority of people. These are risks, not sentences. Genes matter enormously, and so do viruses and vitamin D, and a dozen other things no one fully understands yet. Most people who endure something unspeakable never develop an autoimmune disease at all. But the risk is real, it is measurable, and it moves in one consistent direction. The longer and more severe the unresolved alarm, the more the odds tilt against you. And that direction is the entire reason for this chapter. Grief is not the danger. I am not telling you not to grieve. Grief is not the danger. Grief is love with nowhere left to go, and it is very human. A grief that is allowed to move through you, felt all the way down, expressed, witnessed, and slowly metabolized over time, is not what turns an immune system against itself. That kind of grief is the body working exactly as it should. What does the damage is grief that gets leans into the physical rather than the emotional or spiritual. Unlike in Greek mythology, we can't physically fight our way into the underworld. In the play Alcestis by Euripides, a queen named Alcestis sacrifices her own life to save her husband. Moved by the family's grief, Hercules intercepts Thanatos, the god of death, right as he comes to claim her soul. Hercules physically wrestles death into submission, forcing him to release Alcestis back to the living. As far as I know, that is not an option to us, but whether we know it or not, we posture for it. It feels like we are at least doing something. But just as you wouldn't pay $1 million for a birthday card that looks and acts like any other piece of paper you could get for $1 or $2, you really should check the price tag before you commit to it. This brings us back to what we talked about PTSD. There isn't a need to process grief with the presence of adrenaline. Calmly journaling the ways that the person you lost has inspired you, and what real changes you can make to honor them, is a better form of grieving than any I know of. That does a lot of good things. You will benefit every day the rest of your life from the good your loved one inspired in you, and you are showing that it isn't a physical lion. I have tried to straddle a difficult line through this book, which is to show that good science, philosophy, and religion all get to the same valuable points. Here is one I will contrast in the religious sense. According to a first-century historian, near the end of his life, around 4 BC, Herod became paranoid and realized that people hated him so much that they would likely celebrate rather than mourn his death. To force widespread mourning, he ordered prominent leaders and notables from across his kingdom to gather in Jericho under threat of death, and gave secret instruction to kill them once they all got there. Similarly, this happened in South Africa when King Shaka's beloved mother, Queen Nandi, died of dysentery in October 1827. The Zulu king completely unraveled from grief. To ensure the entire kingdom felt his agonizing pain, he imposed a brutal, year-long period of mandatory mourning. Anyone who did not look visibly devastated enough, or who was caught not crying during the funeral, was executed on the spot. Around 7,000 people were reportedly killed during the immediate funeral chaos. Several Eastern traditions feature strict one-year observances where the grieving family must step away from society, celebrations, and religious festivals. The cultural expectation that people should physically show the pain of loss to prove it was really a loss to them runs very deep. Christ's admonition for after his death was for others to go out and love others as he had loved them. It is much easier said than done, but it is important. We can't control the wind, but we can set our sails, and if you lean into the adrenaline and physicalness of grieving, it could permanently negatively affect the course of the rest of your life. And notice that this is not only about grief, it is every sustained alarm this book has named. The fight you never stopped fighting. The defensiveness you've worn so long you've forgotten it's a posture. The identity you've been guarding for a decade against a threat that was never physical. All of it is the same splinter, keeping the same guard frantic and deaf for the same years. So understand what this chapter actually is. Not an argument against feeling, but the single most urgent argument in this entire book for it. For letting grief and anger and fear move all the way through you and finish, instead of freezing them in place where they run the alarm forever. Why I'm telling you now. So let me say the plainest thing I have to say in this whole book. Every practice in these pages, the 5-second reset, the 17% you're allowed to set down, the shoulders you're allowed to drop, the space you're allowed to take up, the breath you're allowed to take fully, I've mostly described as a way to feel better, to sleep, to think clearly, to love more freely. And all of that is true, but I have been quietly describing something else the entire time. I have been describing how you keep your own body from one day turning against you. These small things are not self-improvement. They are not optional wellness you'll get to when life calms down. For some of you, over a long enough life, they are the difference between a nervous system that learns to stand down and one that stays at war so long the guard at the door finally loses track of whose side it's on. I saved this for the end on purpose because I never wanted it to be the reason you started. I wanted you to feel first how much lighter it is to set the weight down before you ever knew how much it mattered. But now you know both. And if you truly understood, really understood, in your own body, what a decade of unfinished fight or ungrieved grief can eventually ask of you, you would stop treating these small practices as nice ideas for someday. You would treat the moment you catch your shoulders climbing toward your ears as exactly what it is. One more chance, out of the thousands you'll get across a lifetime, to remind your body gently whose side it's supposed to be on. And here is why I can end even this chapter, the heaviest one, with hope, and mean it. Because the same fact that makes the danger real makes the way out real too. The immune cells went deaf to cortisol because the alarm ran too long. But when the alarm finally quiets, genuinely, for long enough, that sensitivity can come back. The inflammation can settle. The blurred line between self and threat can steady itself again. Bodies that were headed toward this can turn back. And people already living with autoimmune disease very often find that calming the alarm calms the illness too, fewer flares, a steadier course, which is exactly why quieting the stress response is not some soft addition to their care, but a real and serious part of it. It is not a cure, and I won't insult you by pretending otherwise. But it is not nothing. It is, in fact, one of the few pieces of this that is genuinely in your hands. You are not powerless here, and you are not doomed by your hardest year. In the smallest, most ordinary moments, a dropped shoulder, a full breath, a grief finally allowed to move through you and break, you hold far more influence over this than almost anyone ever thought to tell you. That influence is the entire reason I wrote this book. So use it. Not out of fear. Out of the plain, clear, unfrightened knowledge that the guard at your door is loyal and exhausted and listening, and that it will stand down the moment you convince it, gently and often, that the war is finally over. Chapter 43, Reclaiming Your Roadmap. Pressed past their first polite answer, almost everyone admits they don't actually have a clear roadmap for a happier life or a happier relationship. Not that they don't want one, that they've never actually found one. This chapter is where we finally answer that gap directly, not by handing you someone else's finished map. We spent a previous chapter establishing why that was never going to work anyway, but by giving you the actual instruments to draw your own and keep redrawing it for the rest of your life. The map you inherited versus the map you build. Most of us are navigating by a map we never actually drew. It was assembled early, mostly by accident, out of a mirror stage reflection we fell in love with before we were old enough to question it, a courtroom verdict we've spent years defending, and a scattering of ego strokes we mistook for directions. It has landmarks on it that were never really ours, a version of success borrowed from a parent, a definition of strength borrowed from a culture, a shape of love borrowed from the one relationship we happen to witness closely. The roadmap this chapter is actually about isn't a fixed set of destinations. It's a method, a way of continuously turning real evidence into real decisions, instead of continuously turning old fear and borrowed expectation into a verdict you mistake for a plan. You already have every instrument you need for this. What's been missing is seeing them laid out together, as one integrated kit, instead of encountering them one at a time, 20-some chapters apart. 4 instruments for the journey. Your compass is the doing versus proving test. Before any significant decision, it asks a single question. Is this action oriented toward what the situation actually needs, or toward what it would make the jury think of me? A compass doesn't tell you where to go. It tells you whether you're currently pointed at something real or at your own reflection. Every time your plans start reliably producing resentment, exhaustion, or a hollow feeling even when things go well, it's worth checking whether the compass got swapped out for a mirror somewhere along the way. Your ledger is self-confidence rather than self-esteem. Self-esteem is a mood about yourself, inflated and deflated by whoever happened to walk through the room that day. A ledger is different. It's a running, honest account of things you've actually done, hard things you've actually gotten through, evidence that exists whether or not anyone else ever reads it. Reclaiming your roadmap means keeping this ledger deliberately. The way the man earlier in the book kept his list of what he couldn't and shouldn't try to control, rather than leaving your sense of direction dependent on whoever last gave you a stroke. Your pack weight is the 17% filter this whole book takes its name from. A roadmap is only walkable if what you're carrying is actually necessary. Reclaiming yours means a regular, honest inventory. Not of everything you're carrying, just the least essential 17% of it, and the willingness to set that portion down on purpose before it quietly becomes the reason the whole trip stalls out. Your checkpoints are the present moment, noticing, as often as you can catch it, the exact instant you've been pulled out of the actual road in front of you and into an old argument, an imagined future, or someone else's expectation dressed up as your own. A map is useless if you've stopped checking it against where you actually are. Every checkpoint is just that, a brief, honest confirmation of your real position before you keep walking. The map gets redrawn, not finished. It's easy to hear roadmap and assume the goal is to finish drawing one, fold it up, and never look at it again. The boardroom of your mind doesn't convene once. It reconvenes every time new evidence arrives. The farmer's maybe isn't a one-time decision. It's a standing refusal to let any single piece of information get rushed into a permanent verdict. Your roadmap is genuinely more like a living document than a finished one, checked, revised, occasionally torn up and redrawn, for the rest of your life, and that's not a design flaw. That's what makes it yours instead of a mirror stage relic you inherited and never got to actually author. This also means setbacks aren't proof the method failed. You will at some point find yourself back in the courtroom, back in alpha mode, back squeezing something you love too tightly. The body is very powerful, and it doesn't need perfect calm to keep moving toward balance. It needs enough consistent safety signals over time, not a flawless record. A single relapse into an old pattern doesn't erase the ledger you've been building. It's just one more data point, and an honest one, worth entering rather than hiding from. Building your own first draft. If you want to start this practically, here is a simple way in. Take one area of your life currently feeling stuck, a relationship, a career decision, a health goal, anything. Run it through all 4 instruments in order. Compass. Is your current approach to this actually doing something, or has it quietly become proving something? Ledger. What real evidence do you already have about your own capability here, stated in specific, factual terms rather than vague self-doubt or vague confidence? Pack weight. What's the least essential 17% of what you're currently carrying into this situation? An assumption, an obligation, a fear that you could set down without anything important breaking. Checkpoint. Right now, in this moment, Are you responding to what's actually in front of you, or to an old version of this problem that's been running on autopilot for years? You don't need a finished answer to any of these today. You need a first honest pass, the first mark on a map that's now actually yours to keep drawing. Chapter 44, Living the New Roadmap. Go back for a moment to the 2 surveys that opened this book, not to retake them formally, just to hold them in mind. You've spent quite a few chapters learning what those checked boxes actually meant. Not a character flaw, not bad luck, but a nervous system faithfully running an old, precise emergency program in response to threats that were almost never physical. You now know why the alarm fires, what it costs, and this is the part that matters most, what it actually takes to let it stand down. This chapter isn't about learning anything new. It's about what it looks like to actually live with what you now know, on an ordinary day, in an ordinary body. And it's about coming back, finally, to the place this book started. Your health, measured not in ideas but in blood pressure, sleep, and how your body handles an ordinary Tuesday. A day lived differently. Picture an ordinary morning. You wake up, and there's a familiar tightness in one shoulder, the same one that always aches first. Instead of ignoring it or resenting it, you notice it as a message, not a malfunction. You do a round of 5-second yoga right there in bed, shoulders dropping, jaw softening, one slow breath with a longer exhale before your feet even hit the floor. Not because your day has gone wrong yet, because you've learned the alarm is easier to quiet in its first minute than its 100th. At work, an email lands wrong. Your heart rate ticks up before you've even finished reading it. A few years ago, this would have gone straight to the courtroom, jury assembled, evidence gathered, a case built against yourself or the sender by lunchtime. Instead, you catch the handoff. Am I actually about to fight or flee from anything happening right now? No. So you let the full-body alarm stand down, and you carry the actual question. Is there something real here to respond to into the boardroom instead, where it turns out to need about 4 calm sentences, not a trial? That evening, someone you love tells you about a problem you would very much like to fix for them. The old pattern would have had your arms around it before they'd finished the sentence. Advice, a plan, a rescue, delivered with the best intentions and just enough grip to squeeze the life out of it. Instead, you remember the wall and the garden. You tend what's actually yours, you listen, you stay present. You offer what's genuinely wanted, and you leave the bud alone to open on its own schedule, trusting that your presence, not your control, was the thing actually being asked for. Before bed, you hug them for longer than feels quite normal. Somewhere past the 2nd or 3rd second, something in your chest actually lets go. You go to sleep with a lighter pack than you woke up carrying, having set down a specific, small 17% of the day that was never yours to hold in the first place. None of this is dramatic. That's rather the point. Living the new roadmap doesn't look like a transformation anyone else would necessarily notice. It looks like 100 small, quiet corrections, made close to the moment they were needed, compounding in a direction most people never learn to notice at all. What actually changes in the body? Here, that's what all those small corrections add up to, and it's worth stating plainly, in the same physical terms this book opened with. Your blood pressure over time stops running a story of constant, low-grade defense. Fewer courtroom sessions mean fewer unnecessary systolic spikes, fewer diastolic elevations from obligations you've quietly stopped overcarrying, a steadier pulse because fewer open loops are left spinning. Many of the patients I described earlier in the book didn't lower their blood pressure through willpower or a stricter diet. They lowered it by giving their nervous system fewer false emergencies to prepare for. Your immune system gets its surveillance crews back. Fewer sustained cortisol surges mean fewer opportunistic infections finding an open door, fewer colds that linger for weeks, fewer flare-ups of the kind we traced back to a stress response your body never got the signal to stand down from. The immune system was never broken. It was reassigned, and reassigning it back is simply a matter of reducing how often it gets called into an emergency that was never physical. Your collagen gets its maintenance budget back too. The shoulder that used to ache the moment you lay down, the joints that complained more than they should have for your age, even the deep cardiac scaffolding we spent a full chapter on. None of this heals through force. It heals through the same mechanism that let Takotsubo patients' hearts return to their normal shape once the acute stress passed. Reduce the false alarm, and the repair crews that were never gone, only reassigned, go back to doing what they always knew how to do. And your sleep, finally, gets to do its real job. Less noradrenaline circulating at bedtime means the nightly editing room can actually do its work, filing memories away with the emotional charge properly stripped, instead of re-archiving them just as hot as they went in. CRP comes down. The deep, restorative stages of sleep that do your body's real maintenance stop competing with a nervous system still listening for a lion at 2 a.m. This is the loop this whole book has been walking you around. From a health checkup full of symptoms, through the mechanism behind them, through the identity work that was actually driving that mechanism, and back to a body that finally gets to spend its resources on repair instead of defense. The symptoms you checked off at the beginning of the book were never separate from everything that came after. They were the very first thing your body tried to tell you, long before you had the language this book has since given you. Menopause as master teacher. For women moving through perimenopause and menopause, nearly everything in this book arrives with less room for error. Declining estrogen removes a natural buffer against cortisol, which means the same unnecessary 17% that a younger body might absorb without much complaint now shows up faster, more visibly, and more insistently, in blood pressure, in sleep, in mood, in the body's whole relationship to stress. This is real, and it deserves to be taken seriously rather than minimized, medically supported where appropriate, and never treated as something to simply muscle through with more willpower. But I've also come to think of this transition as an unusually direct teacher, precisely because the margin for error narrows so much. Where a younger body might carry an unnecessary defensive load for years before anything visible cracks, a body moving through this transition tends to report the true cost far sooner. That's not a cruelty of the transition. In a strange way, it's a kind of accelerated, unusually honest education in exactly what this book has been trying to teach everyone, at whatever pace their own body allows them to avoid learning it. Many of the women I've worked with describe this stage, once they've moved through the hardest part of it, as the first time they learned to actually hear their own body's true signal, not despite the transition being difficult, but partly because it was. The closing invitation. You picked up a book with alpha in the title, and by now I hope it's clear this was never an argument against being one. Capability, kindness, strength, drive, none of these were ever the problem, and nothing in this book has asked you to want less, achieve less, or care less in general. The two nice patterns generosity, the two strong patterns endurance, the two self-sufficient patterns competence. Every one of these is a genuine strength, worth keeping exactly as it is. The entire argument of this book comes down to one narrow, specific, and very findable thing. A 17% margin of unnecessary defense, unnecessary proving, unnecessary control. The fights that were never going to determine your worth, the outcomes that were never yours to force, the version of yourself you were maintaining rather than the moment actually in front of you. That margin, and only that margin, is what's been costing you so disproportionately, in a currency your body has been quietly paying in for years. You don't need to become a different person to fix this. You need to notice, more and more often, the exact instant that margin gets spent, and you now have an entire kit for doing exactly that. A compass, a ledger, a pack you're allowed to lighten, and a practice of coming back again and again to the actual present moment in front of you. This isn't a project with an end date. There's no final chapter of your own life where the alarm never fires again, and there's no version of this practice that becomes so automatic you'll never need to return to it. That's not a shortcoming of the method. It's simply what it means to be a living, responsive, remarkably powerful body, built for decades of real service, doing exactly what it was designed to do. Come back to that first quiz whenever you need to. Not as a test to pass, but as a compass check, a way of finding out honestly which way you're currently facing. The lion was never real. Your capacity to know that again and again for the rest of your life always was. Chapter 45, A Glimpse of What Comes After. This entire book has been about one narrow thing: recognizing and releasing the 17% of unnecessary defense that was quietly costing you everything. You now have the tools to do that, to notice the courtroom, catch yourself in alpha mode, release the compulsive proving, and come back to the present moment where the actual work of being alive is happening. But there's something worth saying before you close this book and start living with it. Releasing that 17% isn't the end of the story. It's the beginning of one. When the defending finally stops. For years, maybe decades, a significant portion of your attention has been occupied by the work of maintaining a narrative about yourself, defending an identity, proving a worth, controlling an outcome that was never actually yours to control. That work is genuinely exhausting, and like any long-term exhaustion, it narrows your world. You can't see very far outside of what you're defending. You can't hear very well past the courtroom that's always in session. You can't access cognitive and emotional capacities you have, but have never been free enough to actually use. The moment that defending starts to ease, and it will start to ease in small increments, every time you catch yourself mid-pattern and choose something different, something unexpected happens. A lot of space opens up. Space that was being occupied by the argument, the jury, the constant vigilance of maintaining the story. And for most people, the first instinct is to fill that space with something new to prove, a new story to defend, a new 17% of some other goal that's been sitting on the back burner. What if, instead, you let it stay open long enough to notice what's actually there, the real texture of your own mind, the actual spectrum of how you think and feel and understand the world, separate from whatever identity you were defending? Anatomy of mind and emotion. One of the clearest frameworks I've found for that territory comes from something I developed after years of paying close attention to how different people actually think, once the defending had quieted enough for them to think clearly. This is only a glimpse. It can't do a whole book's worth of material justice, but I hope it hints at how much more there is to discover. I've read my share of self-help books. I started each one hoping it would genuinely help, only to find it stretching a single life hack across 20 chapters. You can't continue building on a life hack. Life hacks can help you get unstuck and start building momentum towards permanent solutions, but they are not the permanent solution. C.S. Lewis points out this transition from what gets us going to the real work itself. Each phase of self-development starts with being enchanted in the nursery by stories from the Odyssey, but then buckling down to really learning Greek. This theory of personality may also help resolve some interpersonal tension that turns out to be nothing more than a difference in personality. One, a little insight can dissolve. In my personality theory, there are essentially 7 distinct approaches to understanding, meaning-making, and action. 7 different vehicles, as I like to think of them, each suited to a different kind of task, each connected to a different emotional intuition about what's meaningful. Most of us spend our entire lives driving the 2 or 3 vehicles we know how to handle well. We avoid situations that require the others, or we handle them clumsily, using the wrong vehicle for the job, like trying to drive an excavator down a freeway, wondering why everything feels so difficult and inefficient. These 7 approaches are steps in an iterative process. Initiation recognizes and engages, bridging interactive to speculative by quickly noticing, what is most functional and replicating it. Deconstruction dissects and tests, bridging simple linear to complex nonlinear by isolating the first principles at play. Expansion analogizes and innovates, bridging specific to general by broadening the view to identify the categories the isolated variables belong to. Unification incorporates and harmonizes, bridging future to present by synthesizing the known variables in front of you. Implementation commits and applies, bridging flexible impartial to rigid partial by establishing the plan and carrying it out. Preservation reinforces and insulates, bridging direct to indirect by future-proofing the plan. Transformation aligns and refines, bridging process bottom-up to results top-down by zooming out to spot trends and extrapolate them, so the long-term goal and the present means can be optimized. Each of these actions is bridging a gap between competing dichotomies, and because of our preferences towards one approach compared with another, some of those dichotomies are much harder to bridge than others. Each of the 7 approaches is a tool, not a panacea. It's all about using the right tool for the job. Our bias toward the approaches we prefer leads to mental distortion as we try to justify their use out of context. Being better at one approach than another is not a personality flaw. It's simply the opportunity cost of how much we're willing to distort our perception of reality to justify using our favorite approach outside its context. We each develop the vehicles that worked best for us early on and go on driving only those until the defending finally quiets enough for us to notice there were other vehicles all along. Explaining what those 7 vehicles actually are, how they work individually, how to cultivate them, and how to understand your own particular constellation of natural gifts and blind spots could fill an entire book on its own. This book was about getting you curious enough, intentional enough, and present enough to even see that such a thing was worth asking about. But I wanted you to know, closing out this particular journey, that you haven't solved the final puzzle. You've removed the locks. What's inside is still yours to discover. The old you, the one who picked up this book, was trapped in a loop, defending, proving, compulsively managing an identity that was never actually under threat. The new you, the one closing it now, has the tools to step out of that loop whenever you notice yourself in it, which, with practice, becomes more and more often. And that stepping out is real. It's not a trick of perspective. It genuinely opens something. What opens is your own actual mind, not the defended, narrowed courtroom version, but the full, multidimensional thinking apparatus you were born with before you learned what it cost to let yourself be seen. That's a different territory entirely, and it's yours to explore. But before you walk into it, there's one more thing worth understanding. Learning to navigate that territory is genuinely difficult, and no one gets it right or perfect in this lifetime. Not you, and not anyone else who's ever tried. That's not a sign of failure. That's the actual shape of the work itself, and it deserves its own chapter before you go. Chapter 46, Giving Yourself Grace. There's something worth saying, now that you're standing at the edge of that territory. The work of integrating all 7 approaches, of learning to move fluidly between the dichotomies, of building access to the parts of yourself you've defended away. This work is genuinely, legitimately difficult. Not because you're broken, not because you're less capable than other people, but because the task itself is hard and no one has ever done it perfectly. This chapter is about giving yourself permission to be exactly where you are in that process, and to understand why the process itself is worth the difficulty. You're not behind, no one else is either. One of the cruelest things about the defended mind is that it doesn't just defend against actual threats. It defends against the idea that you haven't already figured everything out. The moment you start noticing the 7 vehicles, the dichotomies, the parts of yourself you've been unable to access, there's often a wave of something that feels like shame. How did I not already know this? How have I been living this long without being able to do this? Here's the truth. We all learn things in a different order, and that's completely fine, better than fine. It means each of us has something to teach and something to learn from everyone else. We are all trying to integrate what used to be separate, to reach the parts of ourselves we'd learned to call dangerous, to move fluidly between opposites instead of camping on one side. Now that you have a map of what tools are out there, and you can figure out which you are good at and which you want to develop next, you can seek out the people who are strong and the ones you're missing, and learn from them on purpose. The long view. Throughout history, the people we recognize as genuinely great, not famous, but great, capable of holding multiple perspectives at once, able to adapt to wildly different situations, able to see what others couldn't see, share one thing. They somehow figured out how to bridge at least several of these dichotomies. They learned to be both speculative and interactive, both general and specific, both rigid and flexible, not because they woke up that way, but because something in their circumstances or their nature made them willing to keep trying even when it was uncomfortable. Leonardo da Vinci wasn't born knowing how to move fluidly between art and engineering, vision and precision, observation and imagination. He learned it, gradually, by doing it badly at first, then less badly, then well enough that we're still studying his notebooks 500 years later. The same is true for nearly every person we recognize as having integrated more of these approaches than most people manage to. What's different now is that you don't have to learn it entirely by accident, the way Da Vinci did. You can see the territory mapped out. You can understand, intellectually, what you're actually trying to integrate. And that understanding alone changes the calculus. Why laying it out matters. Here's something that happens when you can name a thing. The thing stops being mysterious and starts being approachable. When the dichotomy between interactive and speculative was just, I either engage or I don't, and I'm not sure which, there's no path forward except fumbling. When you can name it as a genuine dichotomy, I need both of these things, and I've been locked on one side, something shifts. It becomes a problem you can actually work on, instead of a character flaw you have to accept. The same is true for all seven. Naming them doesn't make the integration work easy, but it makes it possible. It makes it a journey you can actually navigate, instead of a problem you were born broken with. Exponential returns. One more thing worth understanding as you move into this territory. The work of integration isn't linear. At first, it feels incredibly slow. You practice accessing the opposite side of a dichotomy and it feels clumsy, unnatural, like you're faking it. You take on a task that requires a vehicle you haven't used in years, and you do it badly. You try to be flexible when you're naturally rigid or speculative when you're naturally interactive, and it feels wrong the whole time. But somewhere along the way, and this is the thing that keeps people going through the awkward middle, something shifts. The clumsiness fades. What felt fake starts to feel natural. And then something exponential happens. The more vehicles you can actually drive, the more situations you can handle. Not just a little bit better, dramatically better. A person who can only drive one or two vehicles through life is solving every problem with one or two tools. A person who can fluently drive all seven is suddenly capable of approaches to problems that seemed impossible before. That exponential shift is worth the long, clumsy, often frustrating climb to get there. The permission you actually need. If you're feeling anything like shame as you contemplate this work, thinking you should have already figured this out, wondering why you didn't, worrying that admitting you don't know how to do this makes you less capable, I want you to know something directly. That feeling is the last echo of the defending that got you here in the first place. And you don't have to listen to it anymore. You don't have to apologize for not already being integrated. You don't have to pretend you're further along than you are. You don't have to rush the process or judge yourself for moving slowly. You're doing something hard. You're doing it on purpose. That's not a shortcoming. That's exactly what growth looks like. One small invitation. You now have, at minimum, 3 things you didn't have before you picked up this book. First, you have a clear understanding that the 17% you've been defending against was never actually worth defending. That understanding alone will keep pulling you back to the present moment, over and over, for the rest of your life. Every time you catch the old pattern the moment it surfaces, in a tightening of the neck or back, or a restless urge to snack. Second, you have language for what you're actually doing when you fall into those patterns. The courtroom drama and identity, the 3 alphas, the blood pressure insight, 5-second yoga, and the 8-second hug, all of it gives you a map of the territory so you're not wandering blind. Third, you have permission to be clumsy, to move slowly, to try things badly, and to keep going anyway. Everyone who's ever integrated anything did it that way. What comes next is the real work, the long, gradual, sometimes difficult journey of learning to access the parts of yourself you've defended away, and learning to move fluidly between them instead of camping on the comfortable side of a dichotomy. That work will be easier with the map laid out, but it's still work, and it's still worth doing. Reflection prompt. Before you close this book for the last time, ask yourself gently, what part of myself have I defended away so completely that I've forgotten it was ever there? When I try to access the opposite side of one of these dichotomies, what emotion comes up? Shame, fear, excitement, all of the above. What would it feel like to give myself permission to be clumsy with this work, to move slowly, to do it badly at first? You don't need to have the answer. You only need to let the question sit. The rest of your life is the answer, and it's all still waiting for you to discover it. Chapter 47. Revisiting the survey, the 7 approaches in practice. Go back now to the opening survey from Chapter 1. You filled it out at the beginning, when you were still finding language for what was happening in your body and your life. Now that you've read through this entire book, those same questions reveal something different. The survey wasn't designed as a diagnostic test to sort you into a category. It was designed to surface where alpha mode shows up in your actual life. The moments where you're locked into one way of thinking, one approach to problems, and defending against being the opposite. Looking at the survey now, you're going to notice something. You probably checked a lot of boxes. That's not a sign you're broken. It's a sign you've gotten very good at several particular approaches, at the cost of being able to access their opposites. Let me walk through a few of the survey questions and show you exactly how this works. Question 1. You agree that if you want a job done right, you have to do it yourself. This question surfaces results-oriented, top-down thinking. You have a clear outcome you want, and you're confident you can see the path to it better than someone else. That confidence is real, and it's also expensive because what pulls you out of that trap is shifting into process-oriented bottom-up thinking. When you make that shift, when you step back and ask, what are all the actual variables at play here and what do they need? You often realize you don't fully understand the system you're trying to control. The variables interconnect in ways you hadn't mapped. The process matters more than you thought, and sometimes, paradoxically, handing it to someone else to do, in their own way, produces a better result than the one you could have forced through sheer force of will. Question 2. You don't like to leave a job half done, even if just until the next day. This surfaces simple, linear thinking. You see a clear path from start to finish, and you want to complete it. The problem is that you can't see, in that linear focus, the other things that also need attention. What helps is shifting into complex non-linear thinking, stepping back and realizing that multiple things are in motion at once, each with its own timeline and importance. This is the wisdom of the Sabbath, actually. 6 days you work with your head down, focused, linear, chopping at the task in front of you, and then on the 7th day you stop. You step back. You realize maybe the axe is getting dull and needs sharpening. Maybe there's another project that's been waiting for attention and has quietly become more important. Maybe the thing you were so focused on completing isn't actually the best use of your time right now. Stepping back isn't laziness. It's the moment when you shift out of linear focus and see the complex whole. And sometimes the most important thing you can do is stop the task you're on and work on something else, or sharpen your tools, or simply rest so you can see clearly tomorrow. Question 3. You dislike being sick because it threatens productivity. This surfaces the rigid, partial thinking applied to your body. You have a program, stay healthy, stay productive, and you're following it. But rigid, partial thinking applied rigidly misses the flexible, impartial side of the transformation approach, which is the primary side of the dichotomy for that approach. Transformation is the last of the 7 steps where the cycle repeats. Its job is to evaluate whether the ends justify the means, and whether there are some changes that can be made to better align intentions and outcomes. The means that do not justify the end is your health. Pain or being sick is not a mind over matter moment to prove you can push through. The original subtitle of this book used to be Pain is not a lifestyle flex. As the book evolved, I realized the concept that proving we could push through the pain as a flex for our identity was a concept that only would make sense at the end of the book rather than in the subtitle. Even if it isn't a flex, pain or sickness are not just inconvenient obstacles. They are insights that you have likely been in alpha mode for a while. We shouldn't have to wait until our body completely shuts down to acknowledge there is too much on our plate. Ideally, we feel our neck or back tighten and realize we are posturing for a physical fight. That realization can help us intentionally align our body with reality. And the reality is that we aren't about to physically fight, and we don't need our important protein scrapped and converted into sugar, because we aren't going to burn that sugar fighting or running, which means it will just get stored as fat. How to use this? Now that you know what you were actually identifying in that opening survey, you can see something crucial. The questions that got the most checkmarks for you are probably the approaches you've locked into most tightly. Those are the ones where you've gotten very good at one side of a dichotomy and defended hard against the opposite. Those are also, exactly, the ones where you have the most room to grow. If you found yourself checking a lot of boxes about doing things yourself, about not trusting others' work, about getting them done right, your work ahead is learning to trust process, bottom-up thinking. Learning that sometimes the journey matters more than the destination, that sometimes handing something over teaches you something you couldn't learn by controlling it. If you checked a lot about not liking to leave things unfinished, about needing sleep less, about productivity mattering, your work is learning complex non-linear thinking. Learning to step back. Learning that the Sabbath principle applies to all of life. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do is stop. If you locked onto verification, double-checking, needing to understand it all yourself, your work is unification, interactive thinking. Learning that relationship matters as much as accuracy, that sometimes the connections between people are more important than the technical details. The 7 approaches in your survey aren't flaws. They're your superpowers. The work ahead is simply learning to use all of them instead of just the ones you've already mastered. One final look. Go back to the survey one more time. This time, don't count your total checks. Instead, look at which questions got you most strongly. The ones where you thought, oh, that's definitely me. Those are your edge cases, the approaches you've defended into being central to your identity. For each one, the opposite approach is waiting for you, not as a threat to what you've built, as an expansion of it. Your job from here isn't to stop being direct or detail-oriented or future-focused. Your job is to learn to be the opposite too when the situation calls for it, to hold both, to move fluidly between them instead of camping permanently on one side. That's the real work of integration, and it starts the moment you close this book and step back into your actual life, where, right now, something is probably demanding the approach you've been defending against all along. All the tools you need are already inside of you. Hopefully, This map of them helps the process of integrating all of them go a lot more effectively.